as the hospital setting echoed with silence. His desperate plea to cling to life felt less like a prayer and more like a demand. The medical chart officially listed Kim Isak, detailing a diagnosis so unique it seemed like he had just invented a new ailment. This disease, the doctor explained solemnly, is so new and unusual that we'll likely name it after you. My condolences, the physician continued sympathetically, while Kim Isak instantly froze, turning the paper in his hand into a crumpled ball of anxiety. The doctor delivered the final death sentence, stating he had approximately 6 months of life remaining. Drowned by the hustle and bustle, Kim Isak felt like a ghost, completely unable to accept the terrible diagnosis he had just heard. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "No, absolutely not." The red light illuminated, triggering a flood of bitter thoughts. He had lived like a workaholic for so long, and his life was finally starting to improve. Now I am going to die? He thought sadly, unconsciously walking straight into the oncoming traffic of the busy street. A frantic bystander shouted, "Get off the road immediately, Duritter. It's dangerous right there." But the warning came too late, and Kim Isak collapsed on the hard concrete sidewalk. He let out a bitter sigh, thinking that hearing he had only months left to live was truly unfair. The ultimate irony struck him when he looked at the lottery ticket in his grasp, realizing he had finally won the jackpot that exact day. Falling onto the frigid ground, he desperately whispered that he wanted to live, repeating that he absolutely did not want to die. Tears mixed with raindrops hit the lucky ticket, as he pleaded to anyone out there, "Please help me." He poured out every ounce of his energy and screamed for help, begging to be saved from death. His wish was granted, just not exactly how he pictured it. "Now a skeleton," he muttered. "I asked for survival, but I didn't mean becoming this bag of bones, stuck in a dark dimension." He complained about being a bald skeleton, realizing this body severely limited his ability to enjoy anything. Right then, the terrifying horde of hideous monsters came charging directly at the solitary skeleton figure. Fiery red eyes and empty sockets glowed intensely, signaling his very first major challenge since becoming undead. "I'll eliminate every single one," Kim Isak roared, swinging his giant sword and plunging into the massive group of foes. The colossal weapon became instantly stained with fresh crimson after every single strike. He suddenly perceived a new threat and immediately turned with a cautious look in his empty sockets. A huge, muscular monster roared fiercely, charging directly at him with its razor-sharp claws extended. The creature was instantly met with a ridiculously fast strike right to the face. Taking advantage of the opening, Kim Isak instantly shot upward, driving his blade deep into the monster's shoulder. He whispered to himself, clenching his bare, bony hand tightly in anticipation, "I can finally finish this nonsense." He thought. His destructive power began concentrating in his grasp. "Perish," he commanded forcefully, watching the massive beast let out a final roar of despair. "Only one more," Kim Isak murmured, tensing his muscles in preparation to deliver the final blow from above. A rather unsettling grin, which was hard to pull off without lips, spread across the king's skull. The poor creature let out a high-pitched shriek of pure agony that echoed across the desolate wasteland. As the last foe hit the dirt, a cheerful, automated message chimed in. "Congratulations, rebel forces annihilated successfully." This whole ordeal kicked off when he came back to life, not as some cool demon lord, but as a level skeleton minion. He climbed the corporate ladder of undeath, eventually becoming an immortal lift and a ruler of all. "Behold, our eternal king, Single, handedly saved the demons from total extinction and made them prosperous again." He patted his skull proudly, thinking, "I may have lost all my hair, but at least I am still the magnificent Demon King Zack." His followers, completely clueless, cheered, "Long live King Isak," confusing him with another skeleton. "Actually, my name is Kim Isak," he corrected testily, snapping his fingers and adding, "You simpletons, farewell now." He coldly declared his destination, to finally reclaim his prize, specifically to become human again so he could enjoy a sandwich and feel things. Having thoroughly annihilated an untold number of foes, including those dumb enough to take on the gods themselves, the Skeleton King, finally fed up with the commute, marched straight up to his bosses, the ones who gave him the mission. He strode right into the divine realm, where the deities were sitting around on their comfortable, oversized chairs. Kim Isak declared with confidence, "I've completed all the work, so honor the agreement and transform me back into a human." One god mumbled in genuine shock, as they figured this whole mission would keep him busy for about 500 years or so. Kim Isak, however, had overheard chatter about their nefarious exploitation scheme and promptly stated, "I know what you're up to." This patient snapped, and he growled, "Stop stalling. I finished every single chore you assigned me." The supreme god smiled in a condescending way, then casually suggested, "Could you just do us one tiny little favor more?" Kim Isak gritted his jaw, realizing the awful truth, wondering if they assume his intelligence was as empty as his physical skull. His empty sockets flared with furious red energy as he thought, "Do these clowns truly think I am a pushover, dub or nap? They are about to regret this." Killing intent burst forth as he roared, "You idiots had me do all the work, but you never actually intended to turn me human again." Two of the goddesses went pale, one muttering that he finally understood, while the other retorted that she knew this plan was flawed from day one. As fiery red power surged around him, Kim Isak confirmed his immortality, becoming an existence that even the soul, called Divine Realm had to genuinely fear. If you fools really are incapable of turning me back into a regular human. The gods started shaking in fear, begging for additional time while promising to address a few minor complications. Then you'll simply pay with your lives, Kim Ye-sok stated, reaching for the treacherous gods to deliver their punishment. He cackled like a madman and unleashed a powerful curse, suggesting, "It's only fair that you all join me and become skulls too." A powerful dark wave surged through the room, sending the gods flying off their thrones like bowling pins. The Skeleton King, feeling rather pleased with himself, watched the magnificent chaos he had just unleashed on the Divine Realm. However, he abruptly froze, staring at his hand with utter astonishment as a very strange and unexpected new power began to surge through him. What in the world is happening? My life force is draining away, and I can't move a muscle. A heavenly voice reverberated, dripping with divine contempt, declaring his efforts utterly pointless. The ginger god held up a sacred relic with a smug grin, explaining that anyone whose name was scribbled on it would lose all ability to move, regardless of their status. The magical centipede had ancient writing on its shell, which started radiating a sinister glow. The top-tier artifact is called Calamity Expulsion, the god declared. So now you get to exist just like a tiny cockroach. Kim Ye-sok seared back, couldn't you have picked a hairy caterpillar instead of her centipede? While the god scoffed, honestly, why are you so fixated on fuzziness, you pathetic creature? All at once, the holy relic in the god's grasp burst into an extremely bright light, startling him greatly. Kim Ye-sok let out a scornful laugh, meeting their eyes with utter defiance. I would much prefer to self-destruct than be trapped as an insect, he bellowed. His destructive power began radiating intensely from his form. To the god's horror, he let loose his ultimate parting shot. You can go stuff yourselves, you awful fiends. An incredibly bright flash of light entirely consumed the body of the Skeleton King. The terrifying shockwave absolutely flattened a huge section of the holy sanctuary. One god, flung across the room, exclaimed in utter disbelief. Did that lunatic actually just blow himself up? What kind of crazy stunt was that? Amidst all the debris, a pair of gods discovered the centipede, with one anxiously inquiring if the sealing spell had succeeded. The ginger-haired god let out a big sigh of relief. I believe the soul of that demon king has indeed been safely sealed away. The other gods gathered around, and one remarked that every time a demon king vanishes, their collective strength increases. The supreme god declared, I shall fashion a flawless vessel on the mortal plane and eliminate every single demon living there. Don't worry about me, he commanded. Just select an appropriate soul to install inside the body of the saintess. He cast a chilling glance at the centipede in his hand, pondering the arrogant skeleton demon king. With a sinister smirk, he made a promise. I will torment this creature like an insect for all of time. What is happening? My head feels fuzzy. I must have gone crazy. Those gods really got me again. Why is it so incredibly bright? I don't have hands to cover my eyes because I am a bug, do I? Wait, what is this warm, damp sensation? And why do I suddenly have hands? Is this a human form? Did I somehow become a person instead of an insect? Those scoundrels wanted me dead, or did they actually botch the sealing ritual? Suddenly a voice chimed in. Oh my, Your Holiness. A woman shouted in joy that the saint had opened his eyes, causing him to feel completely bewildered. Wait, I am the saint. The woman began to ask a question, but the man next to her grumbled under his breath. Honestly, it would be much better if Your Holiness remained unconscious. Are these two my new caretakers? Have I genuinely turned into a person? Well, I guess this is simply how things are now. The two nanas traded genuinely sinister smiles. We apologize, Your Holiness. We know you just woke up. We need you to go back to sleep now. Thor, specifically forever this time. Grinning wickedly, the man brought the milk bottle closer to the infant. Pardon me, Little Highness, he whispered, but it's time for your eternal nap. Without a second thought, he violently shoved the bottle right into the tiny baby's mouth. However, the child, possessing the stubbornness of a true demon lord, resolutely twisted his face away from the nipple. The man started to panic. Why won't you drink? He wondered, while baby Isaac scoffed internally. I am absolutely not consuming that suspicious liquid. The nanny sweetly cooed. Dor, little Isaac Tilder, a name which made Isaac completely freeze in place. The name Isaac was instantly stunning, grabbing his complete attention. He recalled his followers constantly mispronouncing his name as Isaac, and deduced that the gods must have misspelled his title during the sealing ritual. That must be it, he concluded, explaining why he was reincarnated into a new body with the same name, rather than properly sealed away. Isaac silently sneered at the divine incompetence before mentally shouting. Now, the small, but devastatingly effective punch sent the milk bottle flying, causing the assassin to utter a curse of shock. The two nanas struggled to hold the infant as the man shrieked in terror. Help me, how can a tiny baby be this strong? Forced to drink the disgusting vegetable juice. Isaac raged internally. Were you trying to poison me with this slop? I barely just became human. The child's scarlet eyes shone with heightened awareness as he detected something deeply unsettling nearby. He realized a dark energy was seeping into him from the two supposed caregivers who were actually assassins. Meanwhile, at the massive eastern central holy temple of the Heller Empire, an elderly bishop with a clearly cunning expression strutted through the marble-floored corridor. He quietly smirked to himself. The little pest should be taking his final breath right about now. An authoritative voice interrupted his thoughts. You seem quite cheerful, Bishop. Emperor Alexander Heathcliff Heller, ruler of the Holy Heller Empire, appeared with a regal bearing. The bishop and his entourage quickly bowed deeply. We greet the esteemed son of the empire. The emperor narrowed his eyes, demanding, what business brings you here today? The elderly bishop replied with a superior smile, we are here to evaluate the saintess candidate from the Escher family. Alexander Heathcliff Heller scoffed, you speak as if the saintess's presence is merely a burden to endure. But continued, his voice heavy with implication, however, it will create significant problems if things go wrong again. Just as the bishop prepared to brush off the threat, a frantic scream echoed from afar, startling everyone present. The maid rushed over, stammering the news. Then master, the young master is being. Quick footsteps clattered rapidly down the long corridor. The emperor kicked open the door, his face clearly showing intense worry. What exactly happened to the young master? The maid turned back toward him, her expression one of utter horror. Young master. Alexander Heathcliff Heller's confident demeanor utterly disappeared, replaced instantly by profound shock. Folks audibly swooned over the infant, who appeared like a delightfully chunky, pint-sized potato. Back there, the holy man looked baffled, wondering how a brat chugged 15 jugs of bland kale water. A mountain of drain containers lay by the bed, confirming the kid was a thirsty beast. The guy sputtered, realizing that liquid definitely wasn't some organic spinach smoothie. Shortly before this, Kim Yasak sensed a weird, spicy power zipping through those tiny veins. The boy suddenly figured out he wasn't kicking the bucket, but starting a fresh, wacky adventure. One sketchy glob of neon slime dripped down. They called it sacred toxin, a nasty juice that eats holy vibes and slowly builds up inside. This cursed brew was essentially a 5-star protein shake for retired Lord of Darkness. His old bony self did a mental happy dance, thinking that serving mnemonic snacks to a devil is amazing. The toddler screamed for seconds, making the pair of babysitters look like absolute idiots. The judge, Nanny smirked, thinking the venom was just lagging, and kept shoveling the goop in. Our hero feasted with joy, silently thanking his fresh anatomy for soaking up every drop of magic. Once his battery hit 100%, the baby locked those eyes onto a future big scheme. The boy slipped inside a dream realm, taking a massive plunge toward his personal mental ocean. He was hunting for whatever sparked all power. Inside the cozy mental bunker, the light planned on building a maiden Marner engine. The brat concentrated hard, squashing all that stolen energy into a tiny, dense ball. Wild waves of strength got squeezed into a glowing, growing marble. Suddenly a magical blast went off, startling him, since cores are usually basic shades, making him wonder what this mess was. Deep in his brain, the kid stared at his core, wondering why on earth it looked so ghostly white. He soon saw that you didn't matter, since a puny, unfinished pebble was vibrating with an insane amount of raw juice. A wicked grin stretched across the baby's mug as he grasped how scary he could actually become. Honestly, these results are way better than I anticipated. The tot stared toward a glowing sphere, thinking whether raising it right might actually work. He was turning into a beast beyond anyone's wildest nightmares. All at once, his old identity popped into his head, the name Isaac, plus the title revived a hungry, basic instinct which once defined his entire soul. Past lives rushed in, reminding him of the total hopelessness that created the legendary Bone Monarch. I had successfully managed to concoct a unique set of entirely original buffs and combat skills. Kim Yusuf then faced a startling realization. His new body had somehow inherited every single one of those spells. Meanwhile, back in the present day, the male attendant impatiently whispered, is the little brat finally dead yet? The female attendant was promptly instructed to check on the child. She immediately jumped back in shock after touching the baby, while her accomplice cried out in horror. Holy smokes, the death's not dead yet. The infant suddenly raised a tiny finger, letting out a small gar sound that caused the two assassins to freeze instantly. The child then broke into a wide grin, apparently demanding another bubble, preferably one with a little extra kick. A few moments later, Emperor Alexander let out a sigh of relief beside the crib, remarking that nothing terrible had happened. However, the accompanying bishop frowned deeply, giving the baby a scrutinizing look that immediately put Kim Yusuk on high alert. The bishop's gaze swept down to the floor, where numerous empty milk bottles were scattered, causing his suspicion to rapidly escalate. I can't let them suspect me, Kim Yusuk thought to himself, then quickly flashed an angelic smile that successfully dispelled all doubts. The bishop clenched his teeth, pursing internally about what exactly was wrong with this little monster. The child was supposed to be badly injured and dying, coughing up blood, but instead, it looked completely unharmed. The bishop was utterly horrified when he noticed the infant was laughing gleefully, completely defying his expectations. A few days earlier at the Holy See, a powerful voice had echoed through the halls. Whoever becomes a saint will essentially own the entire empire. How absolutely ludicrous. Cardinal Herbert scoffed, noting that this was precisely why lower-ranking nobles kept insisting their children possessed holy powers. The bishop reported, please Don T. Warrior, we are currently handling the other candidates, and Herbert replied with satisfaction. Good. Very good. The bishop continued, by the way, I have received some rather unpleasant news. They say a potential saint candidate has appeared from House Escher, they stated, causing Herbert's eyes to flash with immediate murderous intent. The bishop expressed concern, House Eshur is the Emperor's right hand. We cannot possibly attack them directly. Brit furiously dropped his golden cup, letting it shatter on the stone floor. We declared coldly. Perhaps it will already be deceased before you ever get to the location. You only need to confirm the body. I have already initiated the actions to guarantee its death. The true saint can only originate from my own house Barrett. Barrett declared with an evil smirk, ending the flashback. Back in the present, the bishop trembled uncontrollably, remembering that he had been promised the child would surely die. Why is it still a LARP? This cannot possibly be happening. He silently screamed in utter confusion. Just then, Emperor Alexander entered, commenting, "How fascinating. What wonderfully shiny platinum hair." Alexander then turned to the bishop, asking, "The founder of our empire also had this hair color. Do you agree?" Bishop Kim Yisuk's eyes widened significantly in sudden realization. So this is actually the emperor. Emperor Alexander couldn't help but preen. Calculating the political angle, this baby looked more divine than the current pope. Plurally, he was the final selection for sainthood. The very thought sent a jolt of alarm through Kim Yisuk's tiny body. The saint candidate. The irony was thick enough to choke on. Blast it all, the bishop fumed internally, observing the emperor's obvious favoritism toward the infant. This was a political catastrophe he absolutely had to prevent. The bishop wasted no time. Bowing low as he requested, "Your Majesty, I must insist on examining the infant." Alexander looked up with a bored expression. "What's the trouble now?" "Something feels off," the bishop stated firmly. "It's impossible for an infant to gulp down all that vegetable juice." Alexander simply rolled his eyes. "Were you truly surprised by a saint candidate having healthy eating habits?" Kim Yisuk internally let out a lung. "Were you sigh? How on earth can a demon king like myself pretend to be a holy candidate?" The bishop refused to back down. "I maintain my suspicion. Grant me leave to investigate." Suddenly, the swall, dark tendril of demonic energy unceremoniously oozed from the infant's surprisingly tender little body. The undigested demonic energy. Kim Yisuk thawed in horror. He immediately realized the magnitude of his disastrous slip. Inside the infant's head, thoughts were screaming in utter panic. "Oh no, did I just blow my cover?" As the bishop's hands gradually crept closer, Kim Yisuk experienced a wave of pure, unadulterated dread. "Your Majesty," the bishop announced solemnly, "I have just detected strong demonic energy coming from this infant." A truly sinister grin spread across the bishop's face. "Quite peculiar. Listen to it." Kim Yisuk could only curse internally. That absolute scumbag. The infant felt a sudden, cold sweat break out as his tiny heart hammered against his ribs. "Has he finally figured out my secret?" The bishop's mind raced, formulating a strategy. This infant could be a fraudulent candidate. I need to get an inquisitor to investigate him right now. Emperor Alexander immediately put a stop to it. "You insolent man. How dare you insult a potential saint candidate?" The bishop then played his most powerful political hand. "The Pope has already announced that the child from the Barrett family is the chosen saint." Alexander inwardly seethed. How incredibly brazen. At the same time, Kim Yisuk suddenly grasped the whole scheme. "I see now. He is trying to completely remove me from the running." Realizing this, Kim Yisuk subtly tensed his small muscles, bracing himself for the looming conflict. The bishop then picked up the infant, issuing a smug command. "I hereby order a priest to summon an inquisitor to this location without delay." Not so fast. The determined hand suddenly raised, halting the bishop right in the middle of his action. Emperor Alexander stepped in, asserting his authority. "The Eshur family are close allies of the crown, so I recommend we postpone the examination of this child until another occasion." The bishop, momentarily stifled by the emperor's decisive power, reluctantly bowed. "Understood, Your Majesty." The bishop offered a meaningful smile. "In other news, I recently had a conversation with His Holiness the Pope." Emperor Alexander scowled deeply upon hearing that the crown prince's investiture ceremony would be delayed until the selection of her saint was finalized. Alexander immediately recognized the blatant political maneuvering. The church was essentially holding his son's legitimacy hostage until he accepted their chosen candidate. Kim Yisuk, listening intently, cursed under his breath. "So this is the Holy See's little game. You bunch of petty little schemers." The infant thought to himself, "Honestly, I am officially submitting my resignation as a saint candidate. It is far too hazardous, and my real identity is constantly at risk of being revealed." The cunning bishop then added, "Of course, we could always conduct the examination of the child immediately. Should you prefer?" Clenching his tiny fists, Kim Yisuk made up his mind. "Let us do this. If the infant is truly human, no harm will befall it during the procedure," the bishop announced with supreme confidence. Just as he was about to declare that any demon would be utterly destroyed, a sharp impact landed squarely on the bishop's face, silencing his pronouncement completely. The elderly prelate froze in utter shock, blood immediately beginning to gush from his mouth in disbelief. The tiny culprit, Kim Yisuk, offered a smug expression, his fingers now stained crimson from the enemy's unexpected injury. The child raised his weapon high, issuing a silent challenge. "You arrogant fool, let us see how well you handle a real fight." The old man gasped, clutching his bruised and rapidly swelling cheek, struggling to fathom how a mere baby bottle caused such intense physical trauma. At that moment, the nearby spectators cried out in amazement. "Look at the brilliant light. It must be divine power. This child truly is a saint." Kim Yisuk, Looking thoroughly amused by the situation, vigorously swung the brightly glowing bottle. The infant continued his relentless assault while babbling nonsensical sounds. His inner voice scoffed, "Let us see you handle this, you old geezer." Unceasing strikes rained down, creating spectacular, dazzling flashes of golden illumination with every hit, receiving the barrage of hits. The bishop finally understood this power. It is undeniably Marner. Witnessing the spectacular display, Emperor Alexander viewed the commotion with undisguised pleasure, commenting on the remarkable radiance. Kim Yeseok calculated his final move, preparing to infuse the bottle with extra magical force for the knockout blow, careful to maintain his adorable facade. This little menace, the bishop inwardly fumed, yet everyone around him mistakenly assumed he was praising the manifestation of heavenly grace. What a peculiar phenomenon, Kim Yeseok pondered, finding that her subtle current of divine energy emerged whenever he utilized his demonic powers. He realized the two energy types were fundamentally incompatible, concluding the unusual white core he possessed must be the source of this peculiar interaction. The old bishop dripped with sweat, his expression horribly distorted by intense suffering. The bishop, reaching his absolute limit, tossed aside the bottle and loudly proclaimed before the emperor, "I absolutely guarantee this child is a blasphemer." The suggestion for an immediate exorcism earned only a look of disdain and a mental comment, "You disgusting worm." The child cooed playfully, while secretly thinking, "I didn't mean to escalate things this much." Though well, the infant's small hand touched the bishop's chest, immediately detecting a stream of dark, malicious energy, hiding something genuinely intriguing right there. Kim Yeseok extracted a withered demonic limb, bound tightly in gauze and decorated with a shiny golden rosary. The bishop froze instantly, beads of cold sweat forming as his closely guarded secret became public knowledge. He realized with terror that the object was his personal totem, the seal high-level demon carcass utilized for siphoning demonic power. How did this infant discover my totem? This desperate inquiry was answered by Kim Yeseok's creepy, enigmatic smirk. The bishop's countenance became severely distorted in sheer panic. He spun to run away, yet the demonic hand was instantly pulled back by an unseen force. The infant internally scolded, "Watch carefully, you fool. This outcome is entirely your fault for annoying me constantly. This is exactly what you get." A sudden wave of truly black, malevolent energy exploded from the totem's core. Then, a sharp, crisp snap of fingers reverberated in the air. "Arch, the demonic creature, I don't believe this." The bishop cried out as a massive shadow emerged from the ground. "Get ready to defend yourself now." Kim Yeseok chortled with glee. "You filthy amateur." The emperor and his entire entourage were left speechless by the creature's presence, wondering, how is there a dark lift here? Emperor Alexander furiously bellowed, "Bishop Mothaburet, how dare you let a demon run completely wild in this holy temple?" The aging bishop frantically denied everything. It was the infant. He threw the totem. How could a sealed artifact possibly come back to life? "All troops," Alexander commanded, "protect the young master from both the demonic beast and the deceitful bishop." The guard quickly snatched Kim Yeseok from the stunned bishop's grasp. Kim Yeseok sneered internally. "Asterisk fool, you've completely fallen for my trick." Asterisk, the shadow lick appeared within the encirclement, making Kim Yeseok curious. Asterisk, let us observe how effectively this bishop handles this situation. Asterisk. However, the shadow creature only whispered a single, chilling instruction, "Culve, pill, then if orb," making its target explicitly clear, "Eliminate the saint." Kim Yeseok was utterly dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe his own summon minion was targeting him. The lick charged directly toward the baby, causing the guard to clutch him tightly in absolute terror. The other knights immediately rushed forward, vowing to safeguard the young master regardless of the cost. The bewildered guard yelled, "I saved it. Why in the world is it attacking me instead?" Kim Yeseok calmly closed his eyes, calculating the situation. In any case, he confidently thought, the knights will shield me, just as one of those knights was abruptly sent flying away. But when the helmet tumbled off, revealing a skeleton underneath, the guard realized in horror, yes, actually dead already. Meanwhile, the lick continued to shriek, "Kill the saint," while another group of demons shouted, "Save the captured king." Timur, Sok sighed as he saw the guard stumble. "I guess I'll just have to deal with this problem myself first." His glowing red eyes flashed, as he reasoned, "No one here will realize I am actually using magic in this chaotic situation." The lip charged, making the baby inwardly lament. Asterisk, why does everyone keep trying to end my life in this new body? Asterisk. Timur, Sok glared sharply at the creature, thinking, Asterisk, you dare try to murder me, after I am the one who resurrected you. Asterisk. In the form of an infant. Timur, Sok's glowing red eyes reflected the genuine wrath of a true king. His true nature internally roared, "You utterly foolish demons." The shadow lip began to tremble, finally recognizing the truly terrifying entity before it, the skeleton king, returning abruptly to reality. Timur, Sok could only stare blankly. Harp, the brilliant surge of holy light suddenly erupted from the infant's body, completely repelling the shadow creature. Emperor Alexander and his guards were left absolutely stunned by the unbelievable display. The lich shrieked in agony as the pure light incinerated it completely. Its dark form started rapidly disintegrating under the incredible divine power. The guard yelled in sheer panic as the large monster turned and suddenly fled the battle, screaming that it was getting away. Excited whispers spread like wildfire, with everyone agreeing that it was definitely holy power, claiming young Isaac had just repelled a fearsome demon. Amidst all the praise, an official picked up the infant and proudly announced, "This is precisely what we expected from our masterful child." Timur Tuck looked at his hands with great confusion, wondering to himself, what is going on? This definitely feels like holy power. The baby abruptly registered a truly serious problem in his small head. He realized with a jolt, "Oh no, I am completely out of Marner." A horrifying idea flashed through his mind, suggesting that his new body might actually be converting all of his precious Marner directly into holy power. While Kim Sok was having a small internal meltdown, the captured bishop continued to shriek frantically, demanding they release him immediately. Calling them fools, he pointed directly at the tiny child, passionately accusing, "That infant is a heretic. How dare you invade our sacred nation?" The bishop turned to plead with the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I will prove it. I shall expose him through the holy rite of exorcism." But Emperor Alexander coldly interrupted him, saying, "That's enough, Bishop. Do you seriously dare to accuse a saint candidate?" The emperor's gaze was sharp and unforgiving, like a freshly sharpened blade. He declared that he certainly would not ignore this matter in any way. The bishop froze solid as the emperor finished his threat, specifically adding, "Even if you come from the Holy See itself." Completely cornered, the bishop clenched his teeth tightly. If the emperor starts investigating, they will surely find the truth about the intruder very soon. Kneeling on the floor in utter despair, he resolved, "Even if this means my death, I absolutely must save my family from this impending doom." His eyes gleamed with cruel determination. He had finally made his choice. This was his last, desperate gamble. The gigantic wolf spirit beast made of pure holy power roared to life as he shouted, "At the very least, I must eliminate the Escher family's saint candidate." The glowing golden creature instantly charged toward the emperor, aiming directly for the infant clutched in his arms. Emperor Alexander let out a low growl, thinking, "The scoundrel, he has finally shown his true, treacherous colors." Tim Yasak inwardly scoffed with great disdain, wondering, does he actually believe he can manage to kill me with this pitiful attack? But just as the baby was preparing to make his move, a terrible realization struck him. Thorpe, though now, wait, the image of the raging wolf was reflected in his truly panicked eyes. He realized he had absolutely no mana remaining at all. All at once, the bright, icy blue stream of energy sliced forcefully through the atmosphere. The wolf spirit beast let out a pain roar as it was entirely overwhelmed and subdued by the mysterious power. The very icy voice reverberated from the shadows, demanding, who would possibly dare to harm a direct descendant of the Escher lineage? With blue robes billowing around him, a dignified figure emerged from the cold mist that covered the area. The emperor exclaimed in genuine surprise, realizing, "It's the blue faith, those must be the Escher knights." The silver-haired man advanced with a cold demeanor, his aura completely overwhelming everyone nearby. It was Rely Escher, the seventh son of the Escher family. Without any pause for hesitation, Rely pointed directly at the attacker, commanding, "Execute the bishop right now." When a soldier reached out to take him, Kim Yasak started struggling violently, internally shouting, "Let me go, don't touch me with the Escher family's disgusting hands." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, Escher." Rely picked up the tiny child and sternly instructed him to behave himself, while inwardly thinking that the baby's name sounded strangely familiar. All the Escher warriors dropped to their knees simultaneously, belling a loud welcome to the new heir. Rely faced the infant, offering a quick apology for their delay as nearby bystanders secretly respected their power. Rely Escher offered a bright grin and mentioned they had brought a simple, insignificant present for the new arrival. One warrior leaned forward, quietly hoping the surprise consisted of a shiny, heavy chunk of treasure. The knight proudly presented the present, announcing it was a tiny replica of her decapitated skeletal monarch. Much to Isaac's horror, they then displayed additional variations, including one where the bony royal was set on fire and another where the saintess flattened him, utterly baffling the child. "How adorable!" the knight exclaimed, mistaking the boy's stunned silence for appreciation and beginning to cry. Isaac inwardly panicked, wondering how he would ever endure this, while the knights outside celebrated. "Luft, he loves it so much he's in tears." Held hostage in the arms of an adult, the baby could only let out an exhausted huff, pondering how to survive this bizarre clan. Then, a sudden flash of understanding sparked in the boy's crimson eyes as he quietly repeated the name. "Wait, Escher, it is Escher." Past memory surged forward, and the vivid image of the saintess who had tried to exterminate him returned clearly. He specifically recalled the 45th saintess proclaiming her endless war against anyone named Escher. Next came the enraged declaration from the 61st saintess, "Down with the Escher family." Isaac realized his lifelong adversaries were all Escher, then panicked. "Wait, did I just get reborn into the rival family?" The infant silently questioned what terrible deeds he had done in his previous existence, while Rely Escher simply stared straight ahead with an icy expression. An elderly bishop unexpectedly caused a scene, loudly accusing them of heresy and demanding to know where they obtained the little monster. Pointing directly at Isaac, he hysterically screamed, "I am going to reveal exactly what the creature truly is. This Escher clan is completely mad." The bishop shrieked, totally missing the fact that Arlaye had already pulled out his blade. His last-ditch attempt at cursing them was abruptly interrupted. He never finished stating it would destroy their family line. A single, swift strike of steel instantly put an end to the bishop's complaints permanently. Arlaye placed his weapon back in its scabbard, remarking to the dead cleric, "You should be thankful for the Ashura's kindness, which preserved your neck from total destruction." Isaac inwardly gave a satisfied grin, thinking, he actually kills people for disrespecting his clan. This guy has serious nerve. The knight attempted to comfort the infant, suggesting the young master should only listen to pleasant conversation, though Isaac internally labeled everyone present insane. Staring at the bony tor, Isaac recalled a detail about the Blue Escher family. They possessed significant power. The warrior began to hum a chilling children's song, forcing Isaac to conclude his former subordinates were absolutely right about this place. At that moment, Emperor Alexander worked closer and stated that he seemingly owed the child a favor. The emperor stared directly at Arlaye and proposed an astonishing deal, saying, "Inform your clan head that the imperial palace intends to raise this boy." Arlaye was stunned, replying, "Your Majesty, surely you must be joking," while Isaac rejoiced inwardly. "Yes, I am getting recruited by the palace." Alexander clarified that the holy nation would target the child, and Ashura's power might not be sufficient to protect him. Is the current blue faith truly capable of keeping this child safe? The emperor asked, leaving the question lingering heavily in the room. He continued to blabber about the perils, particularly the Pope's utter disapproval since Isaac's hair hue was a sacred banner for the holy nation's forebears. On top of that, the skeleton king appears to be on his tail. The notion that left Isaac utterly flabbergasted by the emperor's words. "Wait, I am the skeleton king. Why on earth would I chase myself?" An official stood firm, adamantly refusing. "Your Highness, this young lad is infused with Escher lineage, therefore, he must be nurtured by the Escher clan." With a bold declaration, Arlaye swooped up Isaac, proclaiming with gusto, "Be it the Pope or the skeleton king, the Escher family can more than handle them." The emperor chuckled, a sly grin playing on his lips, picturing the former Saintess Melissa's sheer delight should she ever cross paths with the skeleton king again. The pronouncement sent a jolt through Isaac, while Arlaye firmly asserted, "How could I possibly surrender Saintess Melissa's direct descendant to the emperor's court?" The torrent of memories surged back, and Isaac realized with dawning horror that Melissa, the most bonkers and formidable saintess he'd ever encountered prior to reaching godhood, was the one. The universe delivered a cruel, ironic punchline, leaving him utterly bewildered. "I am Melissa's direct descendant, so why is my existence this much of a mess?" "Sir, in all honesty, what exactly constitutes a saintess?" "They're essentially the ultimate divine weaponry, the divine experiment after countless flops against the pesky skeleton king. They were heralded as the beacon of the holy realm, foul standards, fabled to bring the skeleton king's ultimate downfall. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite, because the skeleton king, you see, knows absolutely nothing about showing any mercy. Within the skeleton king's own recollections, he never once lifted a finger against any saintess, figuring it would only play into the god's hands, paving the way for an even tougher successor. The young fellow was utterly floored by the brutal honesty of it all. Saintess Melissa, the most daunting adversary he'd ever grappled with, was, in fact, his very own ancestor. Arlaye Escher offered a gentle smile, completely oblivious that the little tyke nestled in his arms was the very nemesis the saintesses had vowed to vanquish. Emperor Alexander simply listened, his expression unreadable, as Arlaye waxed lyrical about the Escher lineage's profound honor and their robust protective prowess. The junior knight chimed in, recounting tales of the martyred saintesses, prompting a silent, internal scream from Isaac. "I swear, I didn't tee off anyone." The ridiculous fabrications kept piling up, and Isaac could only offer silent, futile refutations within the confines of his own mind. "It's quite alright," Arlaye soothed gently, but Isaac was drowning in utter misery, thinking, "I am really not alright at all." The gentleman hoisted the child, proclaiming with great affection, "We're incredibly thrilled you came into this world, and we have just one singular desire. Please, just don't end up like that dreadful skeleton king." A well-intentioned wish that landed like a fatal blow. Those words felt like a sinister enchantment, conjuring the specter of that ruthless skeleton from bygone days to haunt Isaac's innocent psyche. The boy could only offer a silent, secret apology to the paternal and maternal figures he'd never had the pleasure of knowing, thinking, "I am so sorry for being a rather bad chap." Alexander continued their parley, casually mentioning that her solid century and a half had elapsed, prompting Isaac to do some quick mental math, realizing Melissa should have long since succumbed to old age. The emperor stressed the escalating menace from the demon horde, highlighting the child's holy lineage as an invaluable asset to the entire kingdom. Furthermore, the Escher line currently lacks a saintess. Alexander delivered the final, crushing blow. "Your mother vanished about a year back." It was like a bolt of pure shock struck Isaac, leaving him utterly speechless at the mind-bubbling revelation. "My mother was actually a saintess." Arlaye quickly offered reassurance, stating the family's matriarch was indeed still breathing, as Isaac frantically attempted to piece together the bewildering cascade of information swirling in his head. But the very next designation that tumbled from his lips was pure, unadulterated dread. "Lady Melissa is slated to make her grand reappearance shortly." Alexander let out a snort of disbelief at Melissa's astonishingly long lifespan, while Isaac's jaw dropped, the horrifying realization dawning that his ultimate nemesis was very much alive and kicking. The young boy was terrified, because he understood better than anyone else precisely how dangerous Melissa truly was. Then, driven by a pure instinct for self-preservation, the tiny hand made a decision, grasping tightly onto the Emperor's finger. Kim Sok used every ounce of his baby-acting talent, blinking cutely while silently pleading to be taken away, which instantly melted Emperor Alexander's hardened heart. The triumphant Emperor turned to Arlaye, pointing out that the boy clearly wanted to join the imperial palace, but Arlaye merely scoffed, insisting the child was simply clinging to people. Your Majesty, Alexander pressed on, suggesting that while House Escher might be great at producing saintesses, when it came to actually raising a saint, they were all complete rookies. Arlaye Escher refused to back down, arguing that this was the very first saint, so he highly doubted the imperial palace had a better training manual than anyone else. The argument quickly escalated into a ridiculous physical tug, or, forcing the subordinates to cry out in genuine panic, fearing their young master was about to be stretched in half, on the absolute brink of life and death. Timur, Sok screamed internally, I definitely want to go to the imperial palace, because I absolutely refuse to die right here. And then, the boy felt an unexpected sensation. The warm, vital stream of light, which seemed to be the source of all life itself, emanated directly from the Emperor, presenting the true path to survival. I simply cannot miss this chance, the boy internally decided, and the Emperor smiled knowingly, almost as if he had heard, calling it a wise choice. Young master. But simultaneously, a sudden, cold premonition crept into Kim Sok's heart. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, the disgraced bishop was kneeling on the cold ground, pleading for mercy and claiming he was completely innocent. He frantically tried to justify himself, insisting that thing used Marner, which definitively proved it was a demonic product. An icy voice echoed from the heavy shadows, demanding if he was actually suggesting that the gods would bestow divine power upon a lowly demon. The old bishop desperately insisted that it was undeniably Marner, just as a sharp sword was pressed firmly against his face. The mysterious leader slowly and deliberately pronounced that the Holy See had a specific name for such accusations. The sword flashed through the air, quickly cutting short the bishop's last frantic appeal. With blood splattered across his cheek, the cardinal concluded in a cold tone, that was blasphemy. Brushing aside his predecessor's embarrassing failure, he commanded that there was no need for a new assassination squad, because the emperor would take the child, so they simply needed to wait for the opportune moment at the imperial palace. Back in the warm room, Kim Sok suddenly shivered, sensing a new deadly danger waiting for him in the near future. Deep within a dark forest, the group of black-robed priests gathered in secret, carefully plotting a truly sinister scheme. The leader coldly ordered them to simply target the child at the imperial palace since the emperor was going to carry him there anyway. From a great distance, their cruel thoughts seemed to reach Kim Sok, promising that he wouldn't survive this time around. The brilliant morning sun heralded the beginning of a brand new adventure. Lying in his crib, Kim Sok mentally replayed his recent momentous decision, realizing the time to execute his plan was right now. I am going to Yesur, he resolved, while his faithful undead army wailed dramatically in despair, asking why he would choose such a thing. Just a few days prior, an unusual flash of light had erupted inside the room, completely terrifying all those who witnessed it. Emperor Alexander was stunned as holy light shone forth from the child he was holding, while a nearby official insisted that the Yesur household was clearly not a good place. Arlaye Yesur faced the emperor with a sneer, asking if he perhaps thought they only harbored maniacs and demon corpses, which caused the emperor to realize this was the true source of survival. Arlaye presented his ultimate trump card, announcing that their most prized possession was the very physical body of the skeleton king. Kim Sok was utterly dumbfounded, internally screaming, wait a second, you mean my body is in your possession? Arlaye held the tiny hand, completely oblivious to the child's inner turmoil, remarking, you really should have mentioned this information from the start. Suddenly, Kim Sok pointed decisively straight at Arlaye, babbling out an emphatic gargle. The little boy smiled as brightly as possible and simply concluded, let us go find Yesur. Arlaye Yesur, the notoriously iron, old man, instantly melted from the cuteness, stammering out the name Isaac. Back in the carriage, Kim Sok accepted the compromise. He had to give up the imperial palace, but there truly was no other method to regain his old physical form. He vividly recalled his terrifying strength, a body forged with sufficient martyr to stand against even the gods themselves. He realized that the source guiding his survival had plainly instructed him that following Arlaye was his only chance to live. The Escher knight posed a question, wondering why the Holy See's forces were still targeting the young master, a mystery Kim Sok was also trying to solve. Arlaye revealed a shocking secret. The gods had issued a prophecy claiming the saint would eventually be adopted as a child of a divine entity. Kim Sok's jaw dropped, thinking, what on earth is going on here? Upon learning the saint was set to become the pope, it was a position of immense authority, essentially making him the king of priests and holy knights, on par with the emperor. The Barrett household, which previously monopolized the papacy, now found its position threatened, igniting a serious power struggle. Inside the luxurious carriage, their long journey continued uneventfully. Suddenly, An attendant frantically reported, "Young Master Arlai, we have arrived at the duchy." But a problem has emerged. A squad of guards was already stationed at the city gate, forming an unyielding blockade to prevent their passage. The captain coldly stated, "My apologies, but you will not be allowed permission to enter this duchy." Arlai Yesur raged, demanding, "How dare you challenge me? Do you not recognize the emblem of the Escher household?" The guard bared his teeth in a sinister grin, responding, "Of course we won't allow you to pass." Darkness surged forward, and malevolent demonic entities materialized with intense killing intent, their target fixed on the child bearing the Saint SS bloodline. "Demons," Kim Yesa thought in shock, remembering he strictly forbade attacking human territory. "This must be the new Demon King's doing." The demon general appeared, roaring, "Our king has ordered the killing of all saints and saintesses." But continued, "By the direct command of the great skeleton king, Lord Isaac, we will murder that saint." Kim Yesek internally shrieked in silent fury, thinking, "When did I ever tell you to do that, you idiotic bastards?" The brilliant blue lightning bolt tore through the sky, completely obliterating one of the demons in less than a second. The demon general roared in astonishment at Arlai's sudden arrival, shouting, "You despicable holy knight, get lost." Arlai retorted with eyes sharp as knives, "How dare you speak such ridiculous nonsense in front of Escher of exorcism? You won't die easily." "Listen closely." He placed his hand on his sword hilt, and a brilliant holy light began to converge. "For the purpose of protecting everyone, Escher will ensure that all evil is completely eradicated." Arlai unleashed a torrent of energy, solemnly pledging to chase down every demon and exterminate them all the way to the deepest abyss of the netherworld. Arlai Escher scoffed in derision, finding the skeleton king truly pathetic for sacrificing his own minions solely to preserve his miserable, mortal life. The demonic creatures howled in outrage at these claims, one particularly incensed fiend lunging forward and bellowing, "You insignificant mortals, how dare you provoke us?" The entire horde of demons shouted in unison, prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for their faith. "Do not disrespect Skeleton King Isaac, for the resurrection of Lord Isaac must not be impeded." Meanwhile, the distinguished knight from the Escher household drew his blade, ready to engage in combat to protect the carriage carrying his young master. The sudden blast sent him tumbling backward, forcing him to clutch the young lord tightly to his chest. "I apologize for this, my young master," he murmured, as he was hastily gathered up. Kim Isaac's thoughts exploded in a silent shout. "What in the blazes is happening? And who on earth is pretending to be me?" The faithful warrior carried the child and sprinted into a thinly wooded area, searching desperately for a brief sanctuary away from the chaos. He carefully set Kim Isaac down on the forest floor and instructed him, "Kindly remain here for just a moment while I assess the situation." A luminous magical circle ignited, drowning the boy in a protective sphere, causing Kim Isaac to consider, "Well, look at that." A magic shield. The boy prodded the new protective field, silently recognizing its strength. Even senior demons couldn't breach this. Kim mused, "Rather remarkable, actually." But then a sudden realization struck Kim Isaac. The fact that nothing external can get in also means nothing internal can escape, creating a perfect prison. The boy shut his eyes, determining this was his chance. To Bible source. Activate. Initiate magic release. He commanded internally. Within the vast, otherworldly cosmic void, the boy commenced his incantation. "Answer my summons, you who are both spectral energy and existence." Whisper, the tireless watcher. The dark, ethereal figure with a genuinely unsettling grin and bright crimson eyes began to slowly take form before them. The entity cheered enthusiastically. "Thor, my magnificent overlord, my master." Kim Isak quickly cut him off. "Long time no see indeed. Now, shut up, or we'll all be found out." Suspended within the magical shield, the dark beam struggled to contain its sheer delight. "I genuinely believed our paths would never cross again. Oh magnificent one, it has been quite a while." Whisper, Kim Isak elaborated, "This is my sentient surveillance magic, which I invented because I found it too tedious to continuously monitor detection spells in combat." Whisper fawned over him, "Your malevolence remains unmatched, my lord. I applaud your ruthless acquisition of this infant's physical form," which left Kim Isak flabbergasted. "Seriously, this guy?" The entity suddenly grew furious. "But those despicable deities actually dared to assault you." Kim Isak immediately commanded, "That's enough. Scan for hostiles." Whisper's crimson gaze flickered brightly as it began carrying out the directive, starting the process of identifying enemy targets. From its vantage point high above, Whisper relayed the information. At the present time, the effective surveillance range extends to 100 meters. It rapidly pinpointed the threats. There are exactly 88 hostiles out there, all of them demons. However, rest assured, they won't manage to touch you. Go ahead and masked demon covertly assess the situation. If the security measures here escalate, this will become problematic. I must deal with them personally before the Yesir family finds us. From inside the magical containment field, Kim Isak made a grim determination. Even if it drains all my remaining mystical energy reserves, I have to take care of these pests. But then Whisper abruptly stopped counting. "Wait. What? The current hostile count is now 51. Kim Isak was utterly stunned as the number plummeted even further to 31. What on earth is going on? And why is this happening? As it turned out, Arlai Yesur and his knights were efficiently dispatching the demonic forces. The knight yelled out, "Den Lord, a new threat is approaching." Arlai instantly ordered, "Prepare a defensive structure." The masked demons were being thoroughly overwhelmed, leaving only 4 still standing. One of them excitedly shouted, "You have finally shown up, my companion." A demon resembling a vampire materialized, making a request, "Please join forces with us to achieve our goals." He announced their objective, "We are going to execute that saint today," causing Whisper, who had been observing, to hone in on the specific word saint. Without warning, a crimson wave of energy swept through, eradicating the remaining demons who shrieked, "Glory to the Skeleton King." As they dissolved, the Yes Your Family Knight immediately became paralyzed with fear by the sheer magnitude of the dark power that had abruptly appeared. Whisper quickly updated its master on the situation, reporting, "There are officially no enemy forces remaining. I have just detected a shadow lit," was reported, as the massive, shadowy entity materialized before the knights. The creature unleashed a fearsome threat, "You who dare to lay your grimy hands on my king shall pay for it with your lives." Hearing the creature's threat, Kim Yasak, safely tucked inside the barrier, started screaming in panic. "What in the world is wrong with this lunatic?" The shadow lick's crimson eyes flared brightly as it reiterated its chilling malediction. Ben Asark, meanwhile, still failed to comprehend exactly what was happening around him. The lit continued its enraged rant. "What king? My one true master, how dare you keep him imprisoned?" Due to its liberation, the entity's loyalty had warped into a bizarre fixation upon realizing its master was trapped within the body of an inferior child. The spectre let out another deadly threat. "Stop looking at him with those filthy eyes of yours, or I will gouge them out myself." Arlai Yesu remained completely bewildered, unable to decipher the creature's strange speech. Inside his magical bubble, Kim Yasak muttered to himself, "Prates, what a disaster. This guy actually thinks I am the Skeleton King." Arlai Yesu immediately commanded the knights to prepare for battle, all while Kim Yasak grumbled about his subordinate showing up uninvited. Kim Yasak babbled a command, intending to shout, "Hey, hands off my food source," which made a knight realize with horror that the baby was actually a massive reserve of Marner. The knight attempted to reassure Isaac, saying, "The master, please be patient, we will solve this quickly," but received only the demon's chilling, eerie laughter in reply. In its overwhelming joy at being acknowledged by its master, the lip practically radiated killing intent, prompting the knight to frantically yell, "Gun Lord Arlae. This demon clearly has malevolent intentions. I shall come to your side, my master." The lip bellowed, effortlessly sprinting past the astonished, defending knights. Arlai Yesur was completely stunned as he suddenly realized the creature's true objective. The disgusting monster is heading straight for Isaac. The lip shrieked at the knights, "You filthy holy knights. How dare you imprison my master within that little bubble?" All while Kim Yasak silently cheered, thrilled to finally have its attention. "I cannot allow this valuable Marner source to be destroyed." Kim Yasak determined, babbling a new directive, "Take down this barrier immediately." The lip immediately complied with the order, responding, "Des, master," and swinging its large shadow scythe. A massive, powerful strike landed, causing the magical barrier to shatter with a deafening roar. As the lip muttered, "Your wish is my command," the knights could only shriek in utter despair as the protective shield surrounding their young master was completely annihilated. Now liberated from the barrier, Kim Yeslok gave his subordinate a pat, babbling a complimentary phrase. "That was well done." Then he issued another command, "Stop causing chaos and rest now," which completely bewildered the lip, leaving it absolutely stunned and confused. Master," the creature stammered, totally failing to comprehend the new situation. Kim Yasak suddenly unleashed his power, forcing the lip to shrink down while letting out a desperate scream. "Why, Arlai Yesur stood there absolutely dumbfounded, barely able to process what his eyes had just witnessed. The boy just, after the demon turned into a weird statue, the man screamed in pure horror, staring at the infant sitting next to the petrified demonican. One knight let out a joyous cheer, celebrating the demon's instant transformation into a funny monument. "The boy truly is astonishing. Listen to you," he boasted. The entire Azure Knight squad clapped enthusiastically for the small child, while Kim Isaac internally corrected them. "I didn't use any holy magic at all. That was just my usual tricks." Arlai Ashur still looked doubtful, prompting another knight to cheerily chime in. In moments of sheer terror, a person's true potential often shines through the most brightly. He continued to hypothesize that the demon sensed the young master's great power, so it charged immediately to strike him down before being stopped. The knight commander lifted the infant into his arms, confidently stating to Arlai, "There can be no doubt, Master Isaac truly is a saint." Arlai brushed off the excessive praise, but in his mind, he had to agree that saint or not, this infant possessed something incredibly unusual. He ground his teeth together, as his most significant warrior surfaced. "Why on earth," he lamented, "must it be a male child?" The curse of the Skeleton King came to mind, making Arlai suddenly clench his fist tightly, his gaze burning with resolve. "I have reached my conclusion," he announced. The Knight Commander declared with great solemnity, "As the leader of the Azure Knights, I hereby vow to save our Gem Master Isaac, who represents the entire future of the Eshur lineage." Arlai absorbed the words in silence, feeling his own resolve harden in response to the Commander's vow. He spoke in a low voice, almost confessing to himself, I understand everything now. It seems I have acted rather foolishly. While he dreaded the Skeleton King's curse, he recognized this child could significantly boost the Eshur family's standing. Reaching out to grasp the infant, Arlai lifted Kim Isaac, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Time to go home. Then Isaac, as your new uncle, I am going to teach you quite a lot about life. I shall mold you into a magnificent holy knight, he vowed, completely unaware that his nephew was simply wishing. Please just hand my original body back to me. As Arlai promised to search for a solution to prevent his short life, Kim Isaac suddenly went rigid. Excuse me, what was that exactly? Arlai playfully tossed the child high into the air, completely misinterpreting Isaac's frantic cries as pure, unadulterated joy. The first lesson when we get home will be learning precisely how to curse the Skeleton King, Arlai declared enthusiastically, leaving Kim Isaac completely dumbfounded and internally thinking, I cannot believe this ridiculously chaotic Eshur family. In short order, the carriage passed through the grand entrance gates and onto the truly magnificent Eshur ducal manor grounds. Opulent artistic statues lined every pathway, clearly meant to flaunt the Eshur family's incredible wealth and influence. Even Kim Isaac, who used to be a powerful king, found himself secretly admiring the breathtaking extravagance. You thought, this is something else. As he continued to look out the carriage window, Kim Isaac became absolutely enraged by the Eshur family's excessive display of wealth. His anger intensified as he thought back to his impoverished history, recalling how he had struggled to provide food for his hungry subordinates. Whisper materialized and started admiring the luxury, yet Kim Isaac just scowled and told the creature to silence itself immediately. While nestled in Rilai Eshur's arms, the child was introduced to the manor, the legendary birthplace of all exorcism magic across the entire continent. Rilai gestured toward the main training area, excitedly announcing, check this out. What Kim Isaac actually witnessed was knights performing drills on a training dummy specifically crafted to resemble the Skeleton King. The dummy was being repeatedly impaled by spears, accompanied by angry shouts of pure hatred from the warriors. The knights were frenziedly assaulting the target, unleashing a barrage of curses aimed at the family's arch nemesis. While Rilai watched with a satisfied smile, Kim Isaac thought in absolute dread, this whole thing looks exactly like a fanatical religious cult. The young boy gave himself a small pep talk, convinced this current nonsense wouldn't mess up his master plan one bit. Whisper attempted more sassy banter. Kim Isaac, the true professional, gave a cold command to resume reconnaissance immediately. The shadow creature, perhaps oval and enthusiastic, vanished with theatrical flair into the ether. The Eshur family mansion dominated the horizon, presenting a truly overwhelming spectacle of grandeur and magnificence. Even Kim Isaac and Whisper stared slack, jawed, astonished that thousands of valuable manicures were casually used for interior design. The fancy royal carriage eventually pulled to a stop right outside the enormous estate. Rilai Eshur alighted and promptly requested a room be prepared for Isaac near his quarters. Encountering visible hesitation from the staff, the butler, maintaining a respectful facade, informed Rilai he was ordered to escort young Master Isaac directly to the annex building. He anxiously clarified that the fifth young master gave the order, specifically prohibiting Isaac from stepping foot inside the primary mansion. Rilai Eshur immediately flared up, hugging the child protectively, and declared they intended to send Isaac to the truly awful, cursed location. Rilai clenched his fist, utterly disgusted by his brother's childish games. As Kim Isaac secretly concurred that Isaac simply didn't belong in a nice place like that, Whisper subtly reminded its master of the actual mission, noting that all those precious manicures were specifically located in that annex building. Rilai snapped a command to stand aside, declaring he wouldn't allow his nephew to stay in that haunted house, while Isaac internally shrieked, "No, I actually need to go there immediately." Rilai continued his protective scheme, offering to read tales about the saintess slaying the Skeleton King, which made Isaac horrified, internally asking if Rilai was trying to exorcise him. A condescending voice echoed from above, complaining that Rilai had brought home a filthy bug that was now disrupting everything. The newcomer, revealed as Goel, sued openly, confirming he had personally ordered the brat to be shipped off to the annex. Goel Eshur, the family's fifth son, challenged Rilai. "Fancy seeing you here, and the first thing you do is defy your elder brother." Rilai, Isaac could only stare upwards, absolutely flabbergasted by the sudden appearance of this fresh new annoyance. As the brothers continued their tense standoff, Isaac internally swore, labeling the newcomer a complete bastard in his mind. Goel issued a contemptuous command, "Put the thing down. I will personally ensure it gets sent to the annex." Rilai completely lost it, shouting, "Were you serious? This child is a member of the direct family lineage. Sending him there is effectively exiling him." Despite Isaac's internal groans, Rilai remained determined. "Get out of my way. I will perform the Skeleton King exorcism ritual for him in my personal quarters." Goel pinched Isaac's cheek tightly, then scoffed, "Bart, you actually brought home a bone even filthier than the infamous Skeleton King." Goel leaned in close, delivering his words with pure malice. "And you still prattle on about direct lineage," causing Isaac to wonder if this guy was a priest or a common thug. Rilai tugged Isaac back, his gaze turning sharp. "Do you honestly believe I don't understand your true motive for sending this child to the annex?" The accusation was sharp. "You are attempting to make him cursed to remove him from the succession race." which completely stunned Isaac. Isaac gritted his teeth as his grand scheme was threatened, realizing, elimination is a huge problem. I need to absolutely drain this mansion dry for revenge against those awful gods. Goel simply chuckled. Yes, already cursed. Listen, demons have appeared to claim him recently. After all, the blonde knight stepped forward to retort. That only proves the young master's importance. He possesses the incredible divine power of her saint. Goel sneered. How truly heartwarming. All of you are so eager to cover up this disgusting piece of trash, the man declared. If this boy is truly a saintly figure, let him demonstrate his miraculous abilities right now. As a frantic Isaac received a rather unhelpful suggestion from Whisper, a mere breath away, perhaps a giant space rock. Gaul offered a knowing, cynical grin. Indeed, if such holiness truly resides within him. He gestured towards a distant landmark, querying, and what do you make of yonder sight? Gaul's finger jabbed towards a decrepit arboreal remnant. Restore that supposed family emblem, the very tree the patriarch so treasures, or whatever it claims to be. The villainous grin plastered across his face. He clarified, that happens to be a sacred tree, unfortunately deceased after contracting a nasty case of demonic cooties. If he has got genuine saintly talent, bringing it back should be as simple as breathing. Burlai gasped, completely taken aback. Were you truly earnest? Meanwhile, Gaul silently sneered. Heavens to Betsy, Melissa, your valiant struggles were for naught. It seems your lineage has truly gone to the ducks. Then Kim Isaac winced, catching an unexpected snippet of Gaul's unfiltered mental monologue. The child's composure unraveled completely, and Whisper, sensing his profound distress, inquired with concern, what troubles you, my little friend? Kim Isaac seized the shadowy Whisper, mentally bellowing, are you utterly blind to this mess? Which left the spectral companion utterly perplexed. In a wild, unhinged moment, the boy roared, fesh, then hurled Whisper directly at the ailing arbor. While I continued his vociferous objections. The poor tree has been beyond saving for a full 7 decades. Now you are expecting miracles from a tiny tot who barely comprehends his own name, let alone your ridiculous demands. All at once, both Gaul and Relai spun around, their faces registering absolute shock at a truly unanticipated transformation. Relai stuttered, utterly flabbergasted, what in the blazes is happening to our sacred foliage? Vibrant, emerald leaves burst forth, unfurling vigorously across what were once lifeless, shriveled boughs. The sacred tree had made a full, spectacular comeback, now radiating an incandescent glow that prompted Relai to yelp in sheer disbelief. It's alive. It's actually alive. Gaul stood utterly dumbfounded, mumbling under his breath, that impossible tree, not even the most potent healing or purifying holy magic could bring it back. Kim Isaac sported a rather self-satisfied grin, inwardly musing, honestly, it was just a minor inconvenience, hardly rocket science. The young master mentally recounted, I merely spotted a rather unsightly collection of demonic sludge at the base, so I simply asked for it to be siphoned away. Just as Whisper emitted a rather contended, gassy sound, the breathless knight charged forward, demanding, young master Arlai, what sorcery did you perform on that venerable tree? Only for Arlai to respond with an almost trance-like murmur, my good man, I assure you I've done precisely zero. The warrior's wide-eyed astonishment then drifted towards the tiny infant nestled within Arlai's embrace, adorning suspicion growing. Could it possibly be the little one? Meanwhile, Kim Isaac was privately bemoaning, alas, another precious minor expenditure, such a regrettable squandering, while Whisper slyly chimed in, what's a little regurgitation among friends? I could always bring it back up for you. The assembled knights erupted in thunderous applause and proclaiming, absolutely astonishing, young master Isaac clearly worked this miracle. Joel Escher, however, merely waved away their praise with a contemptuous smirk. Have you all collectively lost your marbles? What earthly good could a mere infant accomplish? As the throng showered Isaac with adoration, Joel vehemently argued, Nar, someone else was certainly involved. Indeed, it must have been Arlai. Clearly, Goel cornered Arlai directly, jabbing a finger and declaring, you're irresponsible for this, aren't you? Prompting Arlai to feign bewilderment. Whatever are you babbling about? His temper truly boiling over, Goel violently clutched his younger brother's collar, belling, you've been secretly wielding the saintess's power, haven't you? Letting that useless little runt take all the credit, you sneaky charlatan. In the midst of the escalating pandemonium, Kim Isaac quietly pondered his ancestress. Sir, concluding with grim certainty, this entire family lineage is teetering on the brink of utter ruin. The suit lad considered, hold on, why does our elder sibling bear absolutely no resemblance to Melissa, while Arlai seems like her perfect masculine doppelganger? Sudden, startling realization struck Kim Isaac. Could they be half? To once, hang on, that one looks suspiciously like the Pope. Doel continued his merciless assault. Stop trying to conceal the obvious. Do you honestly believe I am unaware that you intentionally brought him here, hoping to turn him into the next saintess contender? Isaac flashed a cocky grin, hearing about the rival, deciding to let the moron play favorites before he flattens him like a pancake. Relai stood his ground, asking if they expected him to dump his own kin, since the kid belongs to the big bro and deserves the keys to the castle. Bull gave a nasty look, mocking the sour, Pauled firstborn is nothing but a coward who bolted the moment things got spicy for the clan. Hearing the dirty laundry aired, Asik finally saw the light, figuring out why everyone treats him like a stray cat at a dog show. Gol kept spitting poison, calling the boy the spawn of that holy lady. The mixed up kid dragged him from the streets. He leaned close to Riley, planting seeds of uncertainty by questioning if the Rugrat even shares any of their fancy DNA. Once Gol crossed the line, Riley snapped and delivered a knuckle sandwich right to his brother's annoying mug. Asik enjoyed the free show, thinking that sibling brawls are great for picking up juicy secrets without even trying. His guards scrambled to play referee. The kid plotted, glad the household is a mess because eating them for breakfast will be a breeze. The devious grin spread across the small face, planning to turn that lady's rotten estate into a pile of smoking rubble. Whisper mocked him, joking that his brain size matched his tiny pants, which earned a loud demand for silence from Yisak. Inside the fancy Yisak manor, an incredibly awkward and stressful family meeting was just about to get started. Yisak perched himself right on the furniture, glaring at the room full of people he would gladly trade for a sandwich. This is getting on my last nerve, the boy grumbled internally, while his forehead veins did an angry little dance. The party started with rude muttering, as everyone whined about the first grandson being a total wet blanket of a child. Oleshur trashed the boy's mom, arguing that her coming had about as much business being as sane as a fish is riding a bike. Through the noisy circus, the commanding lady's voice boomed, telling every single person to put a sock in it immediately. There was Henner, the backup boss and second wife, who started grilling Riley with a look that could melt lead. Henner demanded to know why the kid was there, and Jesok swore she was the main one voting him off the island. Gol jumped in to protect his mommy, snarling at Riley to open his mouth and start explaining himself right now. Riley blew him off, simply asking where the actual boss and father was hiding during this pathetic little drama. Henner quipped that he stepped out because of all the noise made by the wannabe saints currently clogging up the house. Such a bummer, Riley sighed, showing he was genuinely let down by the lack of attendance. An old butler crashed the party, gasping out the news that little Isaac just brought the holy tree back to life. Gol bolted upright, yelling that it was pure luck and probably just the result of everyone else's hard work and prayers. The senior member nodded along, claiming a mere toddler could never pull off such a magical miracle on his own. Henner smiled wickedly, adding that they lacked any solid proof to support such a tall tale. The local holy men called it a miracle, which only made Yesok roll his eyes and laugh at them on the inside. You desire evidence? They asked, stretching out his little hands to provide a demonstration they would never forget. Faced with an unexpected blast of roar power, the whole crowd went quiet, staring in absolute disbelief. Pimysk, clearly having skipped leg day for arm day, conjured a divine hurricane, sending the doubters scurrying faster than a cat from a cucumber. An elder shrieked in sheer terror, this raw power, transforming the sinister, dark energy into a shimmering crystal. The young lad mentally bellowed a thought only he could hear. That's the divine tree's juice, you scoundrel. And to the sudden, church, mouse choir, Riley clarified, it appears Yisak has successfully evicted the demonic entity which was, shall we say, giving the sacred tree a persistent case of spiritual indigestion. The bewildered clergyman choked, impossible, a mere toddler, not even old enough to pay taxes, managed this feat. The venerable figures muttered amongst themselves. Conceding, truth be told, the particular spirit eviction was no cakework. The sacred flora was practically on life support. Boleshur, demonstrating excellent table smashing technique, bellowed, Pavakak, are you implying that minuscule, drooling human possesses such formidable capabilities? Riley fearlessly announced. Usakt, with the natural ease of her seasoned pro, expelled the infernal energy, earning a silent, pissed, pump approval from the child who thought, you got that right, big guy. He pressed on with his rhetorical assault. This tiny prodigy has managed what our esteemed Escher clan couldn't in 7 decades. Bless their slower, moving hearts. Gol, spinning to face the bewildered elders, thundered, we absolutely refuse to swallow such a ridiculously implausible fable. He gesticulated wildly, insisting, if word of this nonsense leaks, our venerable family will become the cosmic punchline of the century. Gol, scraping the bottom of the insult barrel, sneered, just look at him. He is probably the offspring of some alley, dwelling vagrant. Timysk, however, simply yawned and scratched his ear. Riley, with a dramatic part gesture, intoned gravely, read elders, mark my words, this little one is destined to ascend to sainthood. He then hoisted young Kimysk aloft, proclaiming loudly, indeed, he could very well be adorning the papal hat one day. Overcome with giddy excitement, Riley swung his nephew skyward. That and one glorious day, DLL personally vanquished the dreaded Skeleton King. This caused Kimysk to instantly stiffen, mentally retorting, on second thought, I recant every single word. The mere mention of the Skeleton King sent a ripple of outrage through the room. As Henner Escher flashed a wicked grin, thinking, well, Riley, you're certainly preparing your own eternal slumber, aren't you? Capitalizing on the moment, she provocatively suggested, if you were so utterly confident, then perhaps we should put the young man through a little trial. The truly wicked sparkle danced in Henner's eyes as she declared, excellent, I shall formally demand entrance to the hallowed holy artifact vault, far within the eerie black forest. situated northwest of the hallowed kingdom of Heller. Amidst the swirling pandemonium of battle, the esteemed Escher family patriarch calmly returned his blade to its scabbard, having tidied up the monstrous disturbance. He remarked with icy indifference, "Such a dreadful expenditure of my precious minutes." The vigilant knight immediately dropped to one knee, floating, "Master, my sincerest greetings. What news brings you?" The armored warrior, bowing respectfully, relayed, "The esteemed Weiss family matriarch has formally sought leave to access the sacred holy artifact vault." The Escher declared resolutely, as Ivy repeatedly articulated, "The holy see itself is forbidden entry." The knight quickly interjected, "She is not asking for the holy see. Sir, your grandson, the valiant chap, apparently rescued the divine tree." The knight elaborated, "Thus, the Weiss family head desires to utilize the vault, verifying if the youngster is indeed a genuine saint." The family patriarch halted, this tone thick with profound disbelief. "What precisely does the asterisk imply? Pray tell." He whirled around, a thunderous roar escaping his lips. "Hold on. Why in the heavens is there a saint residing under my asterisk roof?" Escher adamantly declined. "Absolutely not. The chamber is a deadly trap for anyone who isn't a saintess candidate. Inform them to refrain from instigating a completely pointless domestic conflict." Abruptly, a commanding voice reverberated from just behind them, simply stating, "Allow it." Matriarch Melissa Escher materialized, her gaze as keen as a freshly sharpened blade. "This entire kerfuffle is about Isaac, isn't it?" She gave a meaningful smirk. "He actually managed to rescue the divine tree itself. What a genuinely promising little sapling." "Auntie, you think, since the vault doors are already wide open," Melissa proposed, "perhaps we should just toss all the saint candidates inside as well." A suggestion which caused the knight to blanch in horror and sputter. "Madam," the knight fretted anxiously, "Madam, an interloper from another lineage might actually claim the greatest holy artifact," to which Melissa responded with a mysterious grin, "I sincerely hope that's exactly what happens." She finally unveiled her real objective, explaining that with that holy artifact in hand, they could finally track down and annihilate the dreaded Skeleton King once and for all. Melissa's gaze took on a sly glint, suggesting, "In fact, we should definitely offer a significant prize to whoever successfully retrieves it for us." She issued a firm decree, announcing, "Spread the news immediately. The young person who returns with the most important holy artifact will receive a compensation package that exceeds anything the Pope could possibly grant." Melissa finalized her enticing promise, declaring that they would not only receive the Saintess family heirloom, but she would also personally train them in the secret techniques passed down through the generations. Melissa Escher wore a calculating smile on her face as she stated plainly, "I am prepared to hand over absolutely everything to the child who manages to succeed in this task." The Escher family vault, which served as a massive repository for millennia old holy artifacts and closely guarded secret techniques, was open for access once more. It previously functioned as the location where Saintess candidates underwent their birthday rituals, their future destinies decided by the specific items they were able to retrieve from inside. However, the cost of entry proved too steep, resulting in countless lives being lost, which eventually led to the vault being sealed off permanently. From the silent void around him, an eerie voice suddenly reverberated, "But I must ask, I wonder." Whisper continued to tease him, questioning whether he would truly be able to retrieve the treasure and return in one piece, which secretly irritated Kimmy. Talk because he hated being interrupted. Whisper persisted, asking, "But aren't you also terribly excited about all this?" The point which Kimmy, Talk found himself unable to completely deny. A feeling of elation bubbled up inside the boy's mind. They said the actual physical remains of the Skeleton King are located within the vault itself. A young knight walked over, speaking with a voice full of palpable excitement. They asked, "Are you feeling excited about this?" "Yeah, master." The knight then lifted Kimmy, Talk high up into the air, proclaiming loudly that the matriarch had officially opened the vault for every single saint candidate. "The descendants from all 5 prominent families will assemble for this event," the knight declared confidently, "but I have no doubt that young Master Isaac will definitely emerge victorious." Kimmy, Talk smirked as a flawless strategy suddenly occurred to him. "You thought, the more participants there are, the better, since chaos will provide the perfect distraction for my purposes." Suddenly, Yesir materialized out of nowhere, holding his nephew upside down by the ankles while cautioning him to take extra care. He revealed, "Demons captured during past wars are currently standing guard over the vault," which completely astonished the knight nearby. Kimmy, Talk retained his confident demeanor, figuring that if they were actually captured, their rank must be 6 or lower. The boy calculated that a small amount of intimidation would likely be sufficient, but Arlai immediately dampened the confidence with new information. The knight shrieked in absolute terror upon hearing about the presence of a rank 8 demon and a rank 9 dragon, while Arlai simply confirmed the information without a hint of concern. Timur, Talk found himself completely speechless, internally cursing that the Yesir family must truly be completely unhinged, wondering who exactly locks up dragons in a place meant for infant rituals. Whisper tried to offer some reassurance, suggesting that with his deep knowledge of dragons, then abruptly cut off the sentence. Timur, Talk began to tremble uncontrollably, his mind screaming, "Damn if dragons possess a form of danger that is entirely different from simple combat." His memories came flooding back rapidly, recalling a time when he successfully tricked and manipulated approximately 70 ferocious dragons. The boy was absolutely petrified, concerned that his true identity would be recognized by the dragons, while Whisper, on the other hand, immediately recognized a clear opportunity. Since there were truly no other options available to him, Kim Yesok determined that he needed to take action immediately. His math suggested the safe held level 8 ghouls plus a level 9 drake, though he barely survived level 6 pests. A crazy idea popped up: flip inside the clan loot room and snatch every single glowing Marner core available. His objective stayed obvious: that fancy side building belonging to the legendary Escher household. The serious-looking gate leading toward a stash containing wisdom plus strength stood right before his eyes. The child plus his ghost pal snuck in quietly, clutching a dusty old tome. His pal questioned with fear, "Boss, are you okay?" The kid stood motionless, gazing at the manual called Divine Magic, 10 tricks to vaporize the Bone Lord while appearing like a terrified ghost. "Oh, for goodness sake, you really needed to show me the light magic basics first," he shouted inside his brain. Using brainwashing spells crossed his mind, but his friend shut it down, asking if he planned to wreck the whole clan. The kid sighed deeply, admitting that simple reading would not help him understand the theory. Suddenly, the warm palm grabbed him, and a voice shouted that he looked quite exhausted. Relai cradled the child, thinking he had a difficult day, while Yesok only dreamed of napping. While the man worked off with the kid, a nosy guard grabbed the manual sitting lonely on the tiles. The man softly pressed his palm against the forehead of the child, acting like a caring relative would. However, a massive blast of pure light energy exploded from him, wrapping the kid in a fancy divine spell. While lying in bed, the brat hollered with joy, begging for extra combat strikes from his relative. He made some quiet plans, knowing those two guests had to leave because his main goal was still the treasury. To kick them out, he flopped onto his belly and faked a deep slumber like a professional actor. The relative and his soldier were tricked, commenting that the boy was a total angel. When the pair chose to go, the spirit laughed at their clueless behavior. Then the man gave a surprise command, saying this artifact was risky and should be guarded. Chuffing the boy, he told the guard to lock away the first creation made by the kid, while Yesok yelled internally with rage. Watching his precious object being dragged off, the sad boy understood his little Marna lizard was gone forever. However, he got his brain working again, choosing to snatch those shiny magic rocks instead. The toddler started his prison break from the bed. Even though his companion complained he moved like a turtle. "My brain is a strategy. Simply unlatch the entrance," the gutsy brat commanded his spectral companion. Right at that moment, the bedroom door banged closed, sending the kid rolling off the bed like a bowling ball. The boy ended up flat on the carpet, noticing his relative had sealed the room using some divine energy. We felt like smashing the wood, but his friend cautioned that making noise would bring the whole house running. Stuck with no options, the kid gave the door a tiny whack, feeling his sanity slowly slipping away. Magic was off limits, lest he accidentally turn himself into a newt. So plain old brute force was his only recourse. Mustering every ounce of his fledgling power, he futilely shoved against the stubborn door, pondering how in the world he might escape this predicament. Abruptly, the portal swung inward from the other side, sending Kim Yesuk tumbling headfirst into an unexpected, gravity-assisted faceplant. A completely unknown lad, sporting a rather conspicuous bandaged hand, stood there gaping down at the prone figure with utter bewilderment. The Zun man sneered, utterly dismissive, internally scoffing at a mere tot who clearly hadn't mastered bipedal locomotion. Kim Yesuk pondered incredulously, is this squalling menace actually my competition? As Whisper let out a low, menacing rumble, indignantly affronted that anyone would harm its liege. Churi, the lad in question, gripped his bandaged fist, completely flabbergasted, simply refusing to process that the tiny creature before him had conjured a totem far beyond his own genius capabilities. A sudden, inconvenient flashback occurred, featuring Gol Escher assessing Kim Yesuk's abilities using a peculiar orb of sacred radiance. Snapping back to reality, Churi Escher grandly proclaimed, enveloped in an aura of divine energy, that he alone was destined to ascend to sainthood. "You absolute rascal!" Churi shrieked, accusing him of usurping his rightful place, all while Kim Yesuk clung stubbornly to his leg, inadvertently dislodging a full milk bottle. Churi, alas, stumbled dramatically over the rogue container, face planting spectacularly, as Kim Yesuk cackled with pure delight, privately believing this was his chance to break free from the infernal Escher clan. With an expression of utter victory, Kim Yesuk indicated the defeated boy sprawled on the ground, announcing, "I've located my personal chauffeur." Churi bellowed furiously, demanding if anyone recognized his noble status. Concurrently, Kim Yesuk shrewdly deduced the lad's uncanny resemblance to a certain uncle, concluding he must be the direct offspring. "Furthermore, I distinctly observed your accumulation of sacred energy, clearly intended for my detriment. You scoundrel," Kim Yesuk mentally declared, brandishing the milk bottle like a tiny, terrifying weapon. The infant hurled the bottle precisely at Churi, letting out a fierce growl, convinced his adversary richly merited a solid thump. Whisper enthusiastically chirped, "Superb toss, my esteemed lord." Simultaneously, Kim Yesuk imperiously commanded, "You pompous wretch, you shall serve as my personal transportation." Thoroughly mortified, Churi gripped his aching head, the torrent of indignant holy energy suddenly beginning to unleash itself from within him. "You infuriating miniature tyrant," Churi roared, instantaneously summoning a shimmering holy light barrier to intercept the rapidly approaching infant. Launched missile. Kim Yisuk simply observed with mild interest, perceiving Shuri's insufferably confident mental monologue. Astonished, Arantiwir, I am the sole prodigy capable of wielding level 3 defensive holy enchantment at this tender age. With a truly villainous grin, Shuri issued a chilling premonition, reserving your surprise is wise. He then unleashed a formidable level 3 offensive holy spell, the blinding sacred illumination, causing a colossal, intricate magic circle to materialize directly beneath his very shoes. Receive this, Shuri declared, discharging a pair of potent light beams. Kim Yisuk only calmly evaluated the incoming assault, pummeling, "Thamut, that appears rather delectable." The diminutive fellow beamed contentedly, internally murmuring, a grateful acknowledgement for this splendid meal. Shuri absolutely petrified, witnessing his devastating strike effortlessly nullified by an incomprehensibly massive burst of roar, protective energy. He shrieked with absolute terror, exclaiming, what manner of gargantuan defensive sacred enchantment have I just witnessed? Directly defying such utter consternation, Kim Yisuk, conversely, beamed with mischievous, unbridled exhilaration. The infant simply mused, chuckling, expressing thanks for the captivating performance. Completely inundated by the sheer magnitude of his very own, uncontrollable abilities, Shuri wailed, absolutely impossible. Kim Yisuk then simply pointed at his rival, offering a concise but potent taunt. Cease, Shuri weakly protested, his futile resistance immediately crumbling. The mystical vapor vanished, then whisper crawled out of darkness following his employer. The spook nervously inquired about slaying. Kim Yisuk just idla. Him, noticing his skin was intact. Shuri looked stunned and confused. Intense humiliation burned inside him. So Shuri barked, if you want to strike, stop being creepy. Midst his cocky working, he halted because a scary tone asked how he presumed to behave. The kid's sockets expanded with dread. While icy perspiration drenched his trembling forehead, a massive dark phantom showed up, yelling about anyone touching its royal leader. It gripped Shuri's ankle during his getaway, snarling to ask if he preferred being dead. Shuri fell down entirely, capable of only stuttering while drowning in absolute fright. Throughout the ordeal, Kim Yisuk softly stroked the gloomy beast's large palm. The youngster relaxed on his fresh servant's collarbone, mutely questioning what was going on. Wearing an evil smirk, Kim Yisuk commanded the jerk to transport him around. Citizens identify me as Shuri Eshur. A petite but steadfast yelling vibrated during the evening. This fellow announced that his future involved becoming a legendary holy figure. Squeezing his fingers tightly, Shuri swore regarding ditching his rotten kin plus leading the church. Nonetheless, that ambitious scheme finished very quickly and awkwardly, as a Tava leaped atop his spine, transforming him into a very hesitant flesh chariot. Head for the side house, Kim Yisuk screamed, as Shuri howled about his tragic fate. The dark ghost emerged, speaking with a frozen tone. Work or I shall rip you up, mortal. Caught between a hellborn toddler and that frightening phantom, Shuri possessed zero options. He abandoned his goals, crying and saying that staying alive was now his only priority. Help! Beneath silver moonbeams, Shuri hauled Kim Yisuk through shrubs, obeying the Todd's nonsensical directions. Move left. I'd ordered left. Kim Yisuk wailed, indicating the path like a little boss. You clearly seek death. Work correctly. The rugrat hissed, making the boy leak chilly moisture. Instantly, Shuri stopped dead, his heels seemingly fused to the earth. He glanced ahead with white skin, murmuring that this area felt very familiar. This was the Ashura Estate's secondary wing, a hex zone often called the Spooky Mansion. Shuri fretted about why that nuts toddler dragged him there, remembering the chief's alert regarding those banned grounds. Ignoring Shuri's cowardice, Kim Yisuk grinned, noting that thousands of entities probably lived here. The ancient structure radiated heavy power, born from many years of grumpy phantoms hanging around. Let us get a move on. Little past, Yisuk insisted, but Shuri firmly shook his head, looking terrified. Nope, not a chance. I just remembered I have a thing I need to do somewhere else. The ghostly presence materialized, its voice sounding like an exasperated parent. Stop whining and hurry up, you miserable mutt. The air inside the deserted building immediately dropped a few degrees, feeling like an open casket convention. Shuri's footsteps clunked against the floor as he dragged his feet, punctuated by loud sniffles like a leaky faucet. Well, this place is certainly less tidy than I imagined, Kim Yisuk observed, blissfully unaware of the pure terror radiating from the person carrying him. The kid's eerie crimson eyes darted around the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the origin of the malevolent vibes. He suddenly stopped short, eyes locked on a massive door, firmly sealed. Wait a minute, I know that one. Whisper, his invisible helper, suddenly appeared to report the bad news. Boss, we're trapped inside. The entire complex is sealed up tight. Can we please go home now? Shuri pleaded, desperately trying to catch his breath as panic overtook him. His request was immediately rejected with a very painful yank on his hair. Hey, what in the world was that? Shuri shrieked. Mitch, complained. He abruptly halted, staring at a collection of very old family portraits lined up on the wall. The previous family patriarchs, Shuri murmured, blissfully ignorant that he had just activated a tripwire for disaster. Kim Yisuk let out a sharp laugh. Is it possible you also harbor dreams of becoming the family head, just like everyone else? Don't even bother imagining it, the boy proclaimed forcefully, Ivy already called dibs on the job, so hands off. He proceeded to shatter the mystical protection by slamming his milk bottle right into the portrait like a tiny, aggressive toddler. Jerry stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the ridiculousness of what just happened. The historical artifacts. He shrieked in genuine agony as he was unceremoniously hurled across the room. Kim Yesuk simply thought to himself in a very relaxed manner. If you didn't want the paintings destroyed, maybe don't make them a magical obstacle. The magical defense has been deactivated, Whisper reported, and Kim Yesuk celebrated his small victory. I am the best at property damage. Before Shuri could fully regain consciousness, the kid grabbed him and forced him into the newly accessible secret passage. You little monster, stop breaking things and dragging me into the shadows. Shuri protested loudly as he was pulled against his will. Kim Yesuk completely disregarded his complaint, instead letting out happy, unintelligible babbling as he charged into the newly revealed passage. Kim Yesuk gave a joyful shout upon finding a hidden room absolutely pulsing with potent magical energy. Whisper, slam that door shut, the boy instructed his invisible assistant, determined to keep this discovery entirely for himself. Shuri Eshira scrambled forward in desperation. Dilling, Page, wait just a second. What exactly are you planning to do in there now? Kim Yesuk shot back with a triumphant smirk. Something for me to know and you to worry about, he declared as the heavy door slammed shut in Shuri's face. Inside the room, the boy composed himself, sitting on the floor to begin the very serious ritual he had planned. Time to get this party started, he announced as brilliant azure power started whirling around his tiny frame. Outside, Shuri was frantically hammering on the heavy door. You come out right now, or I swear I am going to tell someone on you. The frantic boy kept making empty threats. I'll go tell the adults to punish you severely and kick you out of this house. Suddenly, a voice colder than a freezer door announced its presence from behind, instantly turning Shuri into a statue. The bossy gentleman with snow white hair materialized, hoisting Shuri aloft like a misplaced umbrella and demanding an explanation for his presence here. Shuri attempted a rapid-fire explanation, but a matriarchal roar, loud enough to shake the chandeliers, cut him off with, what in the blazes? Shuri, we strictly barred access to the Forbidden Zone. Faced with this thunderous accusation, Shuri could only blink slowly, uttering a sound similar to a confused houseplant. The official complaint escalated, fueled by multiple witnesses claiming they saw Shuri trawling Isaac over to this location. Shuri's stuttered defense, admitting to employing divine parlor tricks and carrying Isaac, only made the onlookers raise more skeptical eyebrows. The silver-haired gentleman sighed dramatically, proclaiming, Shuri, you've truly hit a new low this time, bothering an innocent little baby like that. He clamped down on Shuri's shoulder with surprising force, pressing for answers about Isaac's supposed hiding spot, while Shuri could only howl denials worthy of a cartoon villain. Right as Shuri was about to blurt out that Isaac was the architect of his own confinement, a cacophony of banging and crashing erupted violently from behind the closed door. The white-haired man instantly bolted toward the sound, shouting with genuine worry, Isaac, were you currently waging war in there? He pressed his ear firmly against the wood, his features tightening like a drum skin as he concentrated on the ruckus emanating from within. In the blackness, the performance commenced, featuring Kim Yesuk's utterly pathetic wails echoing around like a poorly tuned musical score. The senior lady rushed over, shaking Shuri accusingly while simultaneously coddling the child. Oh heavens, Isaac, look at the poor dear, totally terrified. The distinguished man carefully lifted the supposedly distressed infant, noting with satisfaction, the little chap is sound, stunned, but thankfully no visible structural damage. He gazed down upon the small bundle in his arms, his countenance a mixture of relief and deep contemplation, like a chess master finishing a tough game. He then turned his stern gaze upon Shuri and lectured him severely. You ought to feel utterly ashamed, tormenting a child like this, pausing the boy to protest weakly. But it wasn't me. I swear, he did it all himself. As he was being marched away, Kim Yesuk managed a hidden, utterly sarcastic smirk in Shuri's direction, signaling an unseen, silent thank you for the distraction. The sugary innocent facade melted away, replaced by a truly evil grin as the infant pondered to himself, thanks for setting up the buffet. Shuri wrestled with a monstrous headache while the nearby adults, completely clueless, scratched their heads wondering about the sudden spike in the boy's blood pressure readings. Snugly nestled in the arms of his savior, Kim Yesuk secretly tabulated his gains, thinking, that little escapade netted me a century's worth of pure magical energy. The potent, concentrated power pulsed visibly in his tiny palm as he continued his internal monologue. With this magnificent influx of juice, he cemented his decision about proceeding with a grand scheme, his malevolent expression totally misread by the gentleman as residual trauma effects. The setting then morphed dramatically, showcasing a gleaming, unbelievably opulent residence bathed in glorious sunshine, marking the start of her new story arc. Kim Yesuk was now seated with Zen-like calmness next to a hefty tome, looking up as a voice, presumably Arlai's, announced, Isaac, I have a fascinating introduction planned for you. Arlai Eshua then materialized beside a smartly dressed young lady, presenting her with, this is Ashley, my friend, she has been assigned to be your full-time minder. The woman stepped forward, delivering her title with almost formality. I am Ashley Lark, serving as Eshua's devoted holy guard. She dropped gracefully on one knee before the tiny form, pledging her unwavering loyalty until her dying day. Young Master Isaac, my allegiance is yours. Kim Yesuk's eyes narrowed suspiciously, a silent query forming. Did they deploy an observer to keep tabs on my every move because of that recent ruckus? He promptly emitted a sound similar to a confused, purpling duckling to gain the new attendant's immediate focus. Hey, do there. The baby then instantly escalated into a full, long-armed, flailing toddler meltdown, roaring at the top of his lungs. I absolutely do not require your services. Chew now. The genuinely terrifying, dark aura burst from the child, instantly locking both Ashley and Arlie in a comical tableau of sheer, wide-eyed bewilderment, with Ashley practically melting down and calling her manager, Kim Yesuk. Conversely, just fixed Arlie with a fiercely challenging stare, clearly spoiling for a confrontation. Amidst the new maid Esra the dramatic shrieks, Kim Yesuk merely rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated, silently questioning why this particular household seemed to double as a convention for peculiar personalities. Arlie Eshiwer smiled, kindly announcing the young boy's name. Isaac, almost as if presenting him. This, my dear, is my present, the man announced, popping open a small case to reveal what looked like a perfectly ordinary ring. Kim Yesuk, barely suppressing a disdainful snort, mentally scoffed at the Eshiwer family's apparent descent into cheapness, offering what seemed like $1 sore bauble as a birthday token. Then, like a surprised opera singer, Ashley Large shrieked in absolute awe, gasping, "Good heavens, is this truly the legendary treasure of the Holy Maiden herself?" Arlie, with a casual pat on the child's head, confirmed it was indeed a hand wave, down, straight from the elder's personal collection, specifically for his new little buddy. Kim Yesuk's eyes flashed a dangerous crimson, and he abruptly understood. So this humble trinket is, intact. The genuine article. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of past life memories came crashing down, revealing this was the very same dreaded elder's ring that those pesky holy maidens had once wielded against him in epic fashion. Cradled in his surprisingly diminutive hand, the millennial-old sacred trinket began to pulsate with a rather comforting, gentle radiance. Kim Yesuk's lips curved into a sly, knowing grin, acknowledging that while its current charge only allowed for a couple of uses, he possessed the perfect, undoubtedly mischievous, method to supercharge it. Suddenly, he detected an undeniable new presence, heading straight for the impending drama. In the distance, a man loomed, arms defiantly folded, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack walnuts, and his eyes practically spewing lasers of pure, unadulterated loathing. Kim Yesuk shot a quick glance, his internal monologue confirming, "Well, that's Gallon, tough, that expression clearly isn't just for show. This fellow means business." Real life, turning with a sunny grin, practically chirped his greeting. "Ahar, my favorite nephew." Isaac, Dol Eshiwer, the man in question, instantly underwent a personality transplant, plastering on a smile so unnervingly bright it could both blind you and give you nightmares. Then purred, "You just get cuter with every viewing, darling." He then bent low, conspiratorially murmuring something into the child's ear, a move so utterly unsettling that Kim Yesuk visibly recoiled in utter revulsion. The boar, utterly horrified by Gol's bizarre antics, could only muster a silent, internal scream of protest, realizing things had indeed taken a decidedly strange turn. Apparently, Gol had previously, and rather clumsily, tampered with the blessing device, and was now positively fuming, erupting into a volcanic rage upon seeing the precious treasure once more land in Isaac's tiny grasp. During an early confab, I had rather earnestly explained this elaborate process was designed to guarantee impartiality, a revelation so shocking it had utterly dumbfounded the elderly lady present. Gol had desperately pleaded, "Kindly let my own son have one too," but it appeared his fervent begging had fallen on entirely deaf ears, yielding no success. During a brief flashback sequence, a high-ranking lady icily brushed off Gol's whining, stating, "Yes, already had his blessings, dear, so let us not be grasping, shall we?" Gol, now grinding his molars with visible fury, seethed with utter indignation that his master plan to swipe the coveted treasure had been thoroughly thwarted by a mere toddler. Returning to the present, Gol sauntered up to Riley, sporting a smile so utterly insincere it practically screamed fake, then proceeded to criticize the gift, as per usual, while meticulously faking indignation. He then pivoted to face Kim Yesuk, a predatory smirk stretching his lips. "And oozed, my dearest Isaac, how on earth could you possibly entertain accepting such an utterly worthless trinket?" Gol, not to be outdone, dramatically unlatched his own box, unveiling a truly splendid ring, and pompously declared, "Witness this marvel, an artifact personally imbued with innumerable divine blessings directly from the hallowed Holy See." Rilaf, caught off guard, physically stiffened as Gol's snarky comments registered, immediately realizing his rival was gleefully attempting to publicly humiliate him right in front of the impressionable youngster. Observing Kim Yesuk's hand extend, Gol erupted in a premature burst of triumphant cheer, absolutely convinced he had clinched a decisive victory. However, in a shocking twist, a rather forceful, resounding slap echoed through the room, connecting precisely with Gol's face, instantly followed by the child's brutally honest mental command, "Sram." Kim Yesuk snagged the box with a face of utter disgust, silently grumbling about the foul stench that smelled suspiciously like the Pope's laundry. The kid yanked his arm and chucked the pricey present with zero remorse, barely noticing poor Goal tripping over his own feet backward. The shiny ring soared skyward, then plopped right into the fountain with a sickening splash. Quiet as Goal let out a very dramatic wail. Rayleigh froze, mouth agape, completely dumbfounded that such a priceless heirloom had been tossed aside while Kim Yesok stood there preening like he'd won the lottery. Dabs, there is absolute bewilderment. The youngster beamed while proudly displaying the modest little ring Rayleigh himself had given him. Rayleigh practically overflowed with joy, emotionally yelling out the name of his beloved nephew who had just declared him the favorite. As Rayleigh and his accompanying knight cheered for young Yesok, Goal's nervous lackeys were splashing around desperately in the chilly depths. Kim Yesok internally smirked because he magically weighted the ring down, earning heaps of praise from his shadowy entourage. He commanded his trusty underling to fetch it under the cloak of night, receding a begrudging, slow nod of assent. Observing the pathetic mess, Kim Yesok was already figuring out how to fence the treasure for cash, while Goal just sagged over in utter defeat. Pure ire boiled up inside. Goal balled his fists, utterly despising that insolent little whippersnapper for making him look like a fool. Back in his private study, he slammed onto his desk in a fit, howling about the massive fortune that had just taken an unexpected swim. Goal Escher tried to calm himself with a sneer, muttering, "Well, fine. That old relic's power wouldn't have done him any good anyway." A nervous guard delivered word that the artifact required some sort of absorption from actual divine energy to switch on. A wicked grin spread across Goal's face as he mentally tallied up the small crowd, figuring, well, maybe 10 people will grace his first birthday bash. Right, the very next day, the Escher residence officially kicked off the grand celebration for the boy's first year. Carriages and streams of aristocratic guests clogged the entrance, creating a turnout that spectacularly blew past every single prediction. Ashley Larch excitedly announced the figures. "Sir, it's absolutely unbelievable. We have 148 aspiring saints present, plus 4,000 nobles and their staff." She kept rattling off the attendance of dukes, marquises, and even the emperor himself, but Kim Yusuf just scowled at the excess. The child inwardly groused, "Seriously? Are the heavens so short, staffed that they're just tossing saints around like confetti? It must be true." Arlia Yesir was equally astonished. "Same. What an absolute shocker. I truly believed everyone would smell a rat and skip this gathering." Suddenly, the bright, chirpy voice cut in from behind them. "But come on, my dear fellow, they wouldn't dare miss this spectacle." Count Simon Regis, who ran a colossal trade organization, swept in and warmly greeted his long-time companion. Arlia was taken aback, but Simon elaborated. "Naturally I am here. The entire empire is vibrating with chatter about this event." He let out a hearty laugh. "Same. Everyone heard that the supposedly feeble Escher clan was hosting, so they all showed up, assuming it couldn't possibly be a trap set by them." Simon cheerfully added, "Furthermore, the mistress of the Escher household put up a truly magnificent prize, so why on earth would anyone decline an invite?" Kim Yusuk glanced up with genuine interest, keen to discover what prize had drawn such a massive crowd. When Arlia hypothesized that even the esteemed papal lineage might attend, Simon scoffed loudly at the boastful Barrett family's arrogance. Arlia attempted to quiet his boisterous friend mid-sentence, but Simon loudly boasted that his own son was also among the candidates for sainthood. "That is precisely why you ought to mind your tone," Arlia warned sternly, his hand gripping the doorframe with surprising force. Arlia groaned silently as he swung the entrance wide, lamenting his noisy pal Simon who kept yapping like an in-tune radio. Old sayings apparently possess a pesky habit of being right. A mysterious voice boomed from the nearby entrance. Arlia Escher froze in terror, seeing Cardinal Barrett. That holy man offered a grin so oily it could fry potatoes, making zero effort to mask his wicked plans. He mused that the scrawny Escher kid was celebrating another year of existence, wishing him luck and not embarrassing himself in the loot room. I felt quite intrigued to finally lay eyes upon the supposed holy champion from that prestigious but crumbling lineage. However, the little squirt was nowhere in sight, until his eyes locked onto the tableau tucked under Ashley's arm. Such a lucky break. Clutching his chest with fake sincerity, he announced loudly that he hoped the Escher poster boy would actually bring home some pride. Chills raced down Arlia's spine as he realized with a cold shudder, they might have walked straight into a church-sanctioned ambush. It dawned on him that the list of holy hopefuls exploded to 148 names recently, meaning the church let every random hobo join. Should that rowdy mob infiltrate the gold storage, they will surely feast upon the most pathetic victim to grab some shiny prizes. These villains likely intend to use all that screaming and confusion to pull off a truly nasty bit of business. Consequently, this suggests, Arlia reached a terrifying conclusion within his frantic thoughts. Isaac was essentially a sitting duck for those vultures. Rumors suggested that the male heirs of the Escher clan, besides having pretty faces and a fancy last name, offered zero utility, apt for greedy people hunting for noble genes, or those suck-ups wanting to please the church that despised the saintess relatives. Escher youngsters made for ideal victims. A command echoed from the dark corners, saying they should have a little fun messing with the Escher squirt. Murder is unnecessary. Simply turn him into a human vegetable who can even tie his own shoelaces. The instructions spread quickly, telling someone to spike the kid's drink with a dash of that fancy blessed toxin. Their objective was to give the Escher toddler a very rude awakening about how cruel life can be, converting the youth into mock saint, proving to every citizen on Earth that no Escher brat could ever handle being a divine representative. However, Kim Yusuk chugged the toxic cocktail with a look of pure bliss, exclaiming that the beverage tasted absolutely divine. The surrounding wannabe saints watched in horror, while a shaken kid wondered aloud how many jugs that boy had already finished. Kim Yusuk celebrated internally and demanded another round, since a tiny bit of venom couldn't stop him, before tossing the glass at Shuri Escher. While the other toddlers sobbed in absolute terror, the greedy child kept shouting for refills, transforming the celebration into a total disaster. The villains started sweating through their robes, wondering why his stomach wasn't exploding and if they accidentally served him premium spring water. Shuri Escher buried his face in his hands, absolutely flabbergasted. How could anyone possibly keep guzzling the drugged water? With his family's code name on the line, Shuri charged forward, trying to convince himself a real saint candidate wouldn't drink something clearly laced with drugs. He aggressively knocked the bottle from Kim Yusuk's grasp, demanding loudly, "Quit chugging that stuff, have you lost your mind?" Kim Yusuk simply responded by offering up a different, perfectly harmless bottle of water. Shuri waved it off, oblivious to the fact that Kim Yusuk was internally scoffing. The specific one isn't actually poisoned. The child suddenly clung to Shuri's leg, crying hysterically for the return of the poison drink, thoroughly alarming the surrounding crowd. The blonde boy frantically blurted out, "Mine was actually holy poison," prompting a girl nearby to shriek in genuine terror, "Have you lost your mind? That will kill him." When the phrase holy poison registered, Kim Yusuk's eyes sparked. He rose into the air, and let out a thundering command, "Give it here right now." Faced with the dark, almost demonic energy radiating from the youth, the other children simply stared in amazement, whispering, "Wow, did he really achieve complete self-detoxification?" While the saint candidates were completely perplexed, Shuri Escher simply thought to himself, "What in the world is going on here?" The child visibly recoiled when an odd, unfamiliar voice abruptly resounded. A white-haired individual materialized, leading everyone present to immediately assume Kim Yusuk was performing a self-sacrifice. Shuri Escher cried out in genuine alarm, "Kina Barrett, why in the world is he here right now?" It turned out to be Kina Barrett, the immediate heir from the Pontiff's house, making an appearance as an unexpected intruder. The remaining candidates immediately began to murmur, wondering aloud why a representative of the Pontiff's house was present in the Saint's treasure vault. Kim Yusuk calmly finished off the bottle of poison, thinking to himself, "Great, yes, actually going to succeed." The candidates were all convinced Keener was the chosen one, even though his hair shade was entirely different from the established Barrett family lineage. Images of past Pontiffs with their signature unkempt brown locks suddenly came to mind for comparison. Keener sneered dismissively, "There's nothing strange about the Pontiff's house being present inside the Saint's treasure vault," he declared with extreme arrogance. "As a matter of fact, the Saint's treasure vault is actually the exclusive property of the Pontiff's house. I am merely here to retrieve what belongs to us," Keener announced before spinning around and walking away, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. Kim Yusuk just offered a significant smile, nodding, "That really proves he is one of the Pontiff's people." All at once, a brilliant golden holy energy erupted from Keener's body, revealing a power level that exceeded the capabilities of even high-ranking bishops. "I suppose that's the reason he's called Saint Candidate Zero," Kim Yusuk muttered, feeling disdain for those who sought to inconvenience the host. Keener turned around and reprimanded them, "You all are absolutely subpar individuals. What exactly do you hope to achieve by frightening a small child?" He moved closer, calculating that a child simply couldn't have the capability to regulate a true toxin immunity. He knelt in front of Kim Yusuk, thinking to himself that this entire family line must simply be genetically unintelligent. He then smiled gently, bringing forth his holy power, "You poor thing, everything is fine. I shall heal you immediately." As the other candidates started whispering about Keener's amazing abilities, Kim Yusuk simply observed with disinterest, Look at that spectacle." Keener Barrett bubbly encased the boy in holy energy, internally musing, "Well, look at that. That's actually quite clever." Out of the blue, the Sask fellow aimed a moist gust of lung breath at Keener's startled mug. The radiant divine orb performed a magic trick, making Shuri's family and company completely mute. Everything vanished, and Mr. Barrett just stood there, failing to comprehend the mystical robbery he observed. He gobbled at the smirking run, finally grasping that this tiny human had dismantled his consecrated shield. A spooky realization struck Keener, suggesting this miniature person might actually be packing more heat than himself. Through the thick fog of tension, Shuri's relative sprinted over to stand guard beside the Yusuk boy. Keener Barrett howled in frustration when he saw the Escher kin attempting to act as a human shield. The Yusuk kid remained stubborn, clutching his glass container while his gaze asked if the man wanted a photo. In a heartbeat, Keener grabbed Shuri's clothes and yanked him upwards, forcing every drawer in the room to drop. That men stared at both victims with contempt, questioning if Shuri's relatives realized they were picking the wrong fight. "You think you can shield him?" Keener mocked, adding that without him, Shuri would have eaten that bottle. He finally let go while pretending to be nice, claiming the kid was just rattled since he is small. After that, Keener turned around and gave a snarky wave, wishing the Escher toddlers some much needed good luck. The guy kept tossing verbal garbage, whereas Shuri tried his best to hold back a snarling Isaac. Regardless, Kina bragged with a smirk, claiming the top prize was already his property. The Escher family will never touch the king's dusty skeleton, he shouted, before suddenly freezing like an ice cube. Shuri Escher just scowled, thinking what a truly miserable and smelly person that man was. The Escher man gripped his young companion while hollering, curious why he was acting so weird about those old bones. The small boy started weeping, mentioning the old lady promised greatness to whoever hauled those royal ribs back. An incredible secret power would be mine, and that specific sentence felt like a mental stabbing for Kim Isaac. Shuri Escher hit the floor, desperately mumbling a random girl's name repeatedly. Meanwhile, Kim Isaac ground his teeth together, wondering why these idiots were fighting over his old dead limbs. Throughout the lobby, the other competitors were gossiping about the drama that just went down. Kim Isaac sat by himself with a faraway look, silently plotting a strategy for his upcoming moves. He remembered his legendary might, knowing that centuries of martyr farming made reaching top rank a total joke. However, a frown appeared on his face, pondering an escape route while all these brats were chasing the goal. Eventually, he reached a firm decision, promising to bowl over anyone who tried to stop his progress. The scarlet eyes belonging to Isaac glowed, followed by a sudden command for the group to assemble nearby. The dusty senior citizen shuffled to the front, declaring that departure was imminent, so folks should listen up, as the elderly man began some ancient storytelling. Desk sighed, realizing he had to endure a very dull speech. Ignoring all the chatter, the boy slithered away like a sneaky lizard, sending Shuri Escher into a total meltdown. Page, wait up. Shuri Escher hollowed at empty space, wondering where that little rascal thought he was escaping to. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed, making Shuri Escher jump nearly as high as the ceiling. He pointed a trembling finger, screaming, "Elder, look at Isaac." He's doing it again. Kim Isaac bolted like a caffeinated lightning bolt, thrilled to finally test out that shiny new holy magic he just learned. The old man could only shriek in pure terror, yelling, "Not that way, Isaac. That place is strictly for authorized personnel only. If you step in there, every single deadly trap in the treasury will activate." The elder screamed while losing his mind. "Patch that little menace," he bellowed, chasing him pointlessly while the other children scattered around like panicked ants. Meanwhile, inside the fancy Escher Manor ballroom, a completely different set of dramatic events was starting to unfold. A lady fretted about the young master's safety, though the silver-haired guy nearby maintained a frosty and indifferent expression. The glowing magic sphere flickered to life, and the announcer declared, "We have successfully tapped into the treasure vault feed. I will provide a play-by-play narration through the magical beast currently stalking the kid in the third place spot." The silver-haired gentleman seemed a bit rattled by the news, noting the first chamber doors were officially wide open. Currently holding the bronze medal is Aegis, pausing his proud father to start bragging about his amazing genetics. In second place we have Shuri Escher, whose dad looked baffled before shouting that he always knew his boy was special. The announcer stared at the board in total confusion, stuttering while trying to find the winner. "It is actually Isaac," he shouted, causing the silver-haired man and his lady friend to freeze in absolute disbelief. Isaac Escher was the name that echoed as the boy zipped forward like a tiny tornado with a smug expression. The elder wailed in desperation, begging Isaac to stay away from the path to doom. However, it was far too late, as his own clumsy foot had already triggered a hidden pressure plate on the floor. "Elder!" Shuri Escher shrieked in absolute dread, just as a massive wave of roar power blasted the old man backwards. Total pandemonium erupted throughout the hallway, with a high-pitched crying of children filling the air. Shuri spun around and barked at the culprit. "You absolute lunatic, why did you go in there and ruin everything?" He watched the tiny disaster zone helplessly, muttering that the exam was already hard enough without dodging lethal security traps. Disregarding the lecture, Kim Isaac figured he found the level 2 entrance, and triggered more traps while Shuri cried hopelessly. "Excellent work, boss. That Marner snack allowed me to level up too," the shadow chirped, making Kim plot even more ways to exploit the poor thing. "Now go fetch the guy," the boy ordered, and his shadowy servant zipped away to follow the command without hesitation. Right in the middle of the frantic mop, some random kid remarked that he never anticipated the test being this intense. He kept babbling about the secret strength of holy maidens, leaving his nearby companion looking like he had lost his mind. A voice from the spectators shouted out when they spotted Shuri dangling in midair, asking if that was the Escher boy. Someone else barked, "Direct, his name sounds like you or something," which left the poor lad wobbling around in a daze. Listening to gossip about his flight being a scam, he grumbled internally that they were total morons with no clue. Clutched by the spooky darkness, Shuri Escher wailed that he was soaring against his desires and demanded a drop. "Bust, I snagged the snitch," the ghost announced while tossing Shuri directly onto his snout near the Isaac kid. Even though he hurt, Shuri warned that this lunatic would perish in the next chamber without exercising extreme caution. While Shuri explained the test goals, Kim Isaac stopped him cold by stating that he was being way too loud. The kid stared at the moaning heap on the tiles, deciding he wanted facts about the upcoming area rather than boring stories. Summoning his final breath, Shuri delivered a vital tip, saying that attacking anything in the second room was forbidden. Kim Isaac thought that sounded silly, but Shuri screamed that survival required waiting 3 minutes for the threats to vanish. Even with the frantic warnings, The youngster dismissed it as a boring patience trial that felt like a cheap trope. Chiri pleaded that death had already struck, but Kim Yesok skedaddled while dismissively chanting that it sounded like a total breeze. Scrambling ahead, Kim Yesok whispered that staying peaceful for a few minutes was easier than resisting a fresh donut. Tiny fingers brushed the portal, triggering a booming announcement that he had entered the realm where nobody speaks. Within the fresh enclosure, card symbols flickered to remind everyone that being patient was golden and they should be quiet. Kim Yesok remained still while a voice declared that those who wait would eventually find the light. Meanwhile, those lacking any restraint bolted. The Barrett fellow and his squad hung back using calculated laziness. A twitchy teammate questioned if they were safe being the last ones in line while biting his nails. Tina Barrett grinned like a villain, noting there was no point in being first when they could use sacrificial lambs. A different fellow chimed in that the speedsters would probably get jammed at the doorway like a bad internet connection. The Barrett guy gestured ahead. Behold, a massive explosion of brilliance occurred, which sent the dark-haired kid into a state of shivering panic. That exam finally kicked off. The Barrett kid giggled. A bright golden flash erupted ahead, confirming that someone had successfully triggered the very first deadly prank. The speaker repeated that they should not be rattled, while Kim Yesok and a fellow hopeful shared a look. The golden phantom arrived, smiling like a cat with a secret. Opening his arms wide, the ghost reiterated that staying calm was the only path toward the sun. You jerk, an angry guy yelled, sprinting forward to bash the spirit into 1,000 tiny sparkles. The cost was his physical form crumbling into ash while he screamed, leaving Kim Yesok staring in shock. A different lad fell to the ground, gnashing his teeth and spitting out a frustrated swear word. Enormous gory appendages sprouted from the dirt, as some panicked loser shrieked that someone was a complete moron. Kim Yesok cringed while biting his tongue, wondering why he should behave when those deities have faces only a mother could love. The chilled machine voice announced that the user was a complete failure. For people lacking any chill, Kim Yesok balled up his knuckles, choosing to toss the rulebook into the trash. The rock boss roared about them getting hit by a celestial fly sweater. A random kid shook like a leaf, crying about their impending doom, while Kim Yesok started charging his internal batteries. Spooky crimson sparkles exploded aggressively from his tiny frame. A massive electrical bolt smacked the oversized bouncer right in his face. The kid with mud-colored hair inhaled sharply, questioning what kind of sorcery just happened. That nasty strike went straight through the pebble monster's juicy center. Kim Yesok scowled at the deja vu, asking why this specific annoying dude keeps popping up. To the shock of many, the supervisor turned into a pile of gravel. Kim Yesok mentally scoffed, doubting that such a pathetic level 8 hunk of junk was for real. It was obvious, as his own underlings clearly built this oversized garden ornament. Flashbacks of the 14 hellish captains, the Bone Monarch's varsity squad, rushed into his brain. He pondered if the Escher clan was pulling the strings, or if his own celebrity status triggered it. Seeking answers, Kim Yesok skedaddled on all fours, ignoring some brat asking where the heck he thought he was headed. Out of nowhere, a distant chuckle rang out, mocking how those Escher toddlers actually turned out to be somewhat handy. Someone shoved the thick bushes out of the way. A new gang of munchkins arrived with Nigel Seffett acting smug, bragging that he knew an Escher squirt would find the exit. Nigel smirked, thanking them for killing the bouncer before telling them to beat it so his crew could enter next. Kim Yesok judged the crowd, noting many people were still breathing. Nigel Seffett wagged a finger at Kim's sidekick, mocking the Escher lineage for being a bunch of scaredy cats. The accused boy stuttered, asking if he was realer with it fellow. Dismissing the excuse, Nigel looked at his buddies, pointing out that everyone saw the renovate every single landmine. Suddenly, Nigel's peepers widened when he saw the jewelry on Kim's neck, shouting that they had found some shiny loot. He grabbed the trinket without a second thought, claiming the circular piece of metal was a secret to everything. Flaunting the treasure, Nigel boasted that the band would keep them safe, while the other kid realized Nigel was totally delusional. Kim Yesok being so chill creeped his friend out, since normally he wouldn't let a thief walk away with his lunch. Feeling like a winner, Nigel barked that the Escher kid was now redundant. Wearing a wicked smirk, he proclaimed that the Red Faith's Seffett lineage had dibs on the Bone Monarch's carcass. I shall personally retrieve the prize, Nigel Seffett roared before lunging forward like a caffeinated rhino. However, that Nigel fellow only managed one pace before a radiant explosion from the dirt knocked his socks off. Gigantic waves of heat swallowed the whole front line while everyone started screaming for their lives. Watching the chaos, the brunette kid finally understood that Isaac was actually a total menace. Through the inferno, Kim Yesok wore a smug look while his peer figured out they were bait. The flashy display died down, leaving behind only soot and thick smoke. Kim Yesok hoisted his pal over his shoulder and strolled past the charred losers to reach room 2. The teenager smirked at the defeated bunch, thanking them for volunteering as professional human shields. After bypassing the hurdles, Kim Yesok scrunched his face while plotting how to handle the next mess. A fresh headache surfaced when he saw a pack of survivors still sniffing around his heels. In the huddle, a youth with violet eyes claimed the guy had holy powers from the Saint's residence. At the same time, Kim Yesok looked annoyed because he really didn't want their fanatical worship. Dangling from his back, Cherry Escher prayed for the others to run from the monster carrying him. The Escher youth tried kissing up, saying that if a saint existed, it was definitely this scary guy. Suddenly, the golden-haired youth introduced himself as Prince Paris Julius, eager to meet the young Escher heir. Kim Yesok immediately thought that this fancy royal brat might actually be worth keeping around for once. glancing at his human vehicle. Cherry Escher timidly spoke up to get the boy's attention. Ultimately, the Isaac fellow declared their rival. The grand doorway stood right in front of the group, heading directly into the third chamber. A powerful tone resonated from the shining sphere, greeting the new challengers. Some feathered dude appeared, stating that the next area was meant for deep thinking. An official ordered everyone to show off their guts and willpower. The trailing pack cheered, happy they followed the winner instead of that loser Nigel and his bones. The cloaked official explained that the trial was easy. Just clobber them and take the glory. Kim Yesuk squinted his gaze, feeling like something was fishy about this weird sentinel guy, who gave a little chuckle, feeling totally certain that his theory was actually right. The devious expression stretched across the kid's face as he anticipated the upcoming chaos. A sudden shout from Kim Yesuk sent everyone else spinning around in a total panic. Cherry Escher froze when he realized that Isaac was correct about the sentinels telling lies. First was the choosing room, where Kim Yesuk sprinted ahead without a single brain cell in sight. Then came the quiet zone. Yet he continued his noisy rampage because impulse control clearly was not in his vocabulary. Thoroughly reaching the thinking spot, Kim Yesuk figured out that the secret source was hidden in the previous messy events. Seeing the truth, Cherry Escher yelled a warning that they definitely should not punch the scary things. Instead, Kim Yesuk just gestured at the stone guys, rambling orders to move out while everyone stood there totally confused. Cherry Escher tried to cope, convincing himself that the holy genes were finally kicking in to lead them to victory. Maybe I was too harsh, Cherry mused, failing to notice that nasty grin or the glowing ball of doom Kim held. Right then, Kim Yesuk hyped the glowing ball of power straight at her stone guard's face. Cherry Escher turned into a human popsicle, his brain completely failing to process the level of stupidity he just witnessed. Drenched in bad vibes, the guard roared loudly. You definitely lost. The voice boomed while the beast grabbed its stick for a big smash. The giant red wave of death flew out, making all the other kids shake with pure terror. Scary yells echoed when many kids were hit by the magic blast. While chaos reigned, Kim Yesuk sat on a kid's spine and ignored the crying for assistance. Cherry Escher looked like he saw a ghost, sweating buckets as he realized he was teamed up with a lunatic. Listen here you absolute nutcase, he screamed, but only got a creepy and happy grin from the chaotic menace. Kim Yesuk shut his eyes and vibed, thinking that this disaster felt like a lovely park work. The guards showed they were actually cursed wooden dolls, laughing at how dumb these little humans really were. Smash those little toddlers, Kim Yesuk cackled, as the poor guy giving him a ride muttered curses at his own life. Frantic screams were followed by a huge explosion that turned the room into a spicy lake of fire. The surviving duo looked around wildly, asking where those Escher people went since they were just there. Turns out, Kim Yesuk was chilling on Cherry Escher's skull while hiding under a high-tier cloak of being sneaky. Suddenly, Prince Paris Julius spotted the duo, leading Kim Yesuk to believe the kid used his holy buff at the perfect moment. The prince sweetly thanked him for the stealth buff, while Kim Yesuk just shrugged and said meh, wanting to be nice. The prince offered a gift, having zero clue that this nice gesture was actually his funeral. Held in his hand was a basic silver band. Perhaps I suck at fighting monsters, Paris thought, while Kim Yesuk watched him with a greedy stare, thinking he got some legendary loot. Paris cheered his thanks, right as the ring started glowing like a mini-sun. The fun stopped fast, as the prince shrieked when the jewelry started sucking his holy soul out like a vacuum. Watching the disaster, Kim Yesuk died laughing at his new snack, while his lackey kissed his butt with a yes sir. Cherry gaped upward at the hideous beast piggybacking him, stuttering, Dear uncle, where on earth did you locate the ugly thing? Somewhere else, a desperate hopeful bellowed. Everyone huddled together. Does anyone here actually know a protective spell? One courageous lad advanced, sparked a glowing orb of divine energy, and announced, hide behind my glorious backside. The overseer morphed into a hellish creature, brandished an enormous blade, and thundered, time to swallow your painful medicine. Strike him now, the different participant commanded, while grabbing the chance to act. The boy funneled every ounce of vigor into a massive beam of pure radiance, shouting, eat some sparkling justice. Sally, that flashy move got cancelled instantly, tossing him away while his allies watched in absolute disbelief. He remained perfectly still on the dirt, making his buddy scream in terror. Buddy, were you dead or just napping? Floating high above, the circle pulsed with a spooky crimson light, prompting the confusing Thorpe. What kind of sorcery was that? The boss landed a savage punch, launching some poor guy through the air while his friends shrieked like banshees. Weirdly enough, the bony marionette stopped moving, cocking its skull sideways as if it lost its manual. It drifted lazily, pondering, well now, where did all those gullible little brats disappear to? At that moment, the dark lackey told his boss, we sucked up all the local divine batteries. Moving to the next snack, standing a distance, Kim Yesuk smirked with joy, enjoying the sight of his sword breaking everything in sight. He chuckled while the victims freaked out. Don't take it personally, you pathetic little fragile nobodies. My lying puppet quits once you collapse. Plus I deserve that energy more than your clumsy hands do. Hurt your souls, just as the minion claimed. Boss, I am nearly finished. A fresh power spike exploded nearby. A shimmering yellow orb materialized out of thin air, forcing the shadowy creep to ask, what is the shiny nuisance? That force burst into a blinding vertical beam, making the villainous henchman howl in absolute fright. The pair of dark phantoms got punted into the distance by that overwhelming, scary force. As the gray clouds cleared, a fresh face showed up, and the antagonist muttered, "Finally located it." The pale, haired lad with shiny yellow eyes, burning with divine flames, shouted his name. "Am Isaac Escher." Kino Barrett stepped out, staring right at the new guy. "I was hunting for you. So this is your hiding spot." Nigel Safet stood paralyzed, sweating buckets. "I figured he was smart, but this is just ridiculous." Two massive, burning, radiant wings of sacred light sprouted and opened wide from the boy's spine, calling a divine entity at his youthful age as completely insane. Nigel shrieked while losing his mind. Kino Barrett confronted the restored Kim Ye-seok, saying, "It truly shocked me that a human could actually stomp a devil." He grinned wickedly while outing him. "Or maybe you just tricked these toddlers into a pit again." Similar to the first floor, confronted by the villain's sneaky facial expression, the group he rescued quickly shouted, "Absolutely not." The super excited holy applicant spoke up. "That little angel saved our skins and even acted as our personal navigator." Watching the mess, Ye-seok wondered if these idiots had developed a crush on their kidnappers. The Kina girls smirked mockingly, questioning if they lacked any dignity while claiming to be holy recruits. The kid with ebony hair snapped, asking why a coward hiding in the rear was torquing so much trash. The small fry grouped up to shield the boar, yelling that Isaac was way more saintly than her. In that moment, Escher grasped the horrifying reality, yelling that the weird kid was sucking them dry. Elsewhere, some other survivors felt thankful, knowing they'd be in a massive pickle without those guys. Instantly, the pair of lads looked upward, feeling totally petrified. An enormous flaming rock dropped from above, causing the dirt to shake like a scared puppy. The living folk huddled by a giant door, gossiping about it being the path to the third area. The spicy meteor announced grandly that they cleared level 2, introducing itself as the vault's ultimate bouncer. Decide, looking at the gasping runts. The protector suggested they grab some jewels and quit the test immediately. One kid almost blurted out a choice, but a chilling threat stopped him, demanding he weigh the risks. The girl kept her composure while the heavy ultimatum was restated among the terrified group. The warden noted that winning meant getting the third room's gold, but losing meant game over. "She'll be dead." A harsh outcome that left the hopefuls looking like they saw a terrifying phantom. Only Isaac didn't panic, while his spooky phantom friend noted that the speaker was actually a dragon. He narrowed his gaze, figuring out that the danger of expiring was totally for real. Ignoring the peril, one brave soul yelled that grabbing the prize would surely make him holy. Every other hopeful screamed in agreement, wanting to rush straight into the next chamber. The doorman gave a frosty alert, saying they must risk their lives to beat this challenge. Hanging off Shuri, the boy named Isaac just whispered that he understood the deal. "Go tackle that ordeal," the voice roared, just as some unseen power nudged the crowd ahead. The sentry started his declaration, addressing the crowd that showed up hoping to join the holy ranks. "You need to undergo a challenge," he concluded, just before a brilliant flash swallowed the group. Once relocated, the fell grimaced while sensing a huge wave of nausea. Meanwhile, Isaac smirked when the gatekeeper claimed the final part would be a total cakework. The gigantic pebble person materialized, followed by an order to pay respects to the boss. "Tobar, more masonry," one kid shouted, spotting the likeness of that fancy cardinal guy. The gravelly tone explained that just those who suck up to the sculpture get inside the final area. These hopefuls mumbled about how bending down and chanting seemed way too easy for this trial. To Kim Ye-seok, such a request felt like a slap in the face, making him grind his molars at the lunacy. Recalling his hated rival, he screamed internally about the sheer audacity of bowing to this absolute piece of garbage. One different applicant figured it was merely a quick chant, so he decided to perform. The lad dropped onto his knees without any stalling. He pressed his palms together, praising the stone figure as the greatest deity in existence. The granite figure grunted back that the child finally understood how to suck up. Approval granted. The lad bounded away happily, causing the rest of the group to start buzzing with newfound optimism. Shuri suddenly yelped for assistance because a creepy wave of pure murderous vibes radiated from the kid nearby. Just as the leader tried preaching about holy rituals, he received a swift boot directly to his unsuspecting gut from the angry boy. Skidding across the tiles, the angry teen gripped the other guy's limb like a barnacle while crawling ahead. "Over there," Kinbart strolled toward the carving, mentioning he would use that fancy chant the church folks taught. "Pay attention," he remarked, before gradually pressing his palms against the dusty floor like a dramatic actor. Dropping into a flawless squat while glowing like a cheap lamp, he proclaimed this was the right way to praise gods. Seeing the shiny display, the rest of the applicants began shouting their desire to join the holy floor party. One shaking kid folded his fingers and started chanting that the statue deserved every gold star and participation trophy. Swashed by a heavy magical weight, the boy shrieked that he would definitely comply with the demands. Those remaining types scrambled to imitate him, desperate to mutter some holy words before the scary rock man. The giant hunk of rock vibrated slightly, letting out a very bored-sounding hum. The statue asked Kim Ye-seok why his knees were still locked, but the teen figured only morons would bend down. People started gossiping about his weird behavior, questioning if his religious engine was missing a few spark plugs. Jury Escher mentally raged, telling the jerk to stop ruining their reputation and start chanting already. Kinbart grinned while realizing the cameras were rolling, wondering if the idiot actually wanted to fail this holy audition. Skill means nothing without the religious juice, Kinbart noted, feeling smug about having one fewer competitor to worry about. Glaring at the stone face with fiery spite, The angry teen silently challenged the entity to take action. He internally screamed that death was better than bowing to a lorn ornament. Yet the monument offered no reply. Battling a horrific horror, the boy shook like a leaf but challenged the entity to merely end his life instead. Right away, some creepy shadows exploded out, covering every single corner like a broken fog generator. The ghost inside the carving bellowed its verdict, stating that anyone lacking manners was about to meet their maker. Completely lost in fury, he yelled at the entity to finally finish him off. That moronic slab is history, the man shrieked, as a gloomy henchman desperately attempted avoiding total catastrophe. Chief, say away. Zero hesitation occurred as he toasted his sidekick with a sudden inferno, murmuring for the fellow to go find a coffin. Suddenly, a grave tone boomed from the glowing monolith as it sparkled with divine rays. Jobbing out top tier, the boy stood paralyzed, squinting at the crispy pile of ash formerly his friend in his palm. You succeeded, little applicant, the rock announced, leaving Tina Barrett gasping at the total nonsense she was hearing. You claimed respect was mandatory. Tina fumed while gesturing toward the toddler. How can he win without even a tiny prayer? Ridiculous. The monument answered that only this brat demonstrated true loyalty to the heavens, leaving Kim Music standing there like a confused penguin. Are you truly the dense? The sculpture questioned with a voice dripping in mysterious intentions. Your knees hit the floor for a hunk of mineral rather than the creator. The harsh reality hit Kino like a truck. The rock kept roasting their mistakes, asking if their religion actually encouraged worshipping fancy garden ornaments instead of actual gods. The different hopeful shouted in disbelief, claiming a carved stone remains a forbidden icon. Everyone else started whispering in fear, seeing they had worked right into a massive theological prank. Observe this small human. The sculptor boomed, noting how he maintained his cool even when the Reaper was knocking. Belief, Kim Music muttered, then puffed his chest like a proud bird. Everyone just be quiet. Tina Barrett gnashed his molars, refusing to swallow the facts, claiming this whole situation was completely trash. He argued back aggressively, pointing out the kid is a diaper, wearer with zero evidence of holy vibes. The boy folded his limbs and gave a relaxed nod to support his hater's logic. Keener screamed his ultimate argument, wondering if the little guy actually possessed such intense spiritual power. Why is there no glowing tattoo on him? Causing Kim Music to twitch awkwardly. Keener's interrogation sparked a riot as the others finally saw the stupidity, asking how a holy person could lack divine ink. Through all the chaos, the kid just grinned like a villain, clearly finding this entire circus quite entertaining. Keener kept pushing, noting the brat was the sole loser without a magic stamp, telling him to just go home. Out of nowhere, the rock rumbled again, its words shaking the floor, talking about a chosen one without any branding. The logic it dropped stunned the crowd. Even the boy was floored by the age excuse. The sculptor spoke smoothly while everyone looked lost, explaining that toddlers do not require divine stamps just yet. Tina Barrett yelled in a fury, calling it garbage and noting that the statue was mobile the whole time. Triggered, the rest of the gang started whining about fairness, insisting that if the baby enters, they deserve VIP access too. Sensing their obvious thirst for prizes, the monolith inquired if everyone was dying to sneak into the next room. After a very tense pause, the stone figure appeared to have finally made a choice. Fine by me, it announced, sparking a wild celebration from the kid and his rivals. You can all advance now. Tina Barrett froze solid, his gut screaming that he messed up big time by letting those guys waltz right inside. That stone figure suddenly sounded like a creepy villain, mocking them for flying toward the flames like suicidal little insects. Have it your way, the hunk of rock concluded, as a nasty wave of dark mojo started oozing everywhere. The spooky door creaked open behind the sculpture, showing off a black hole that looked like literal death. The petrified contestants stood perfectly still, dorking at the terrifying new tunnel that just creaked open. A blast of weird energy smacked them, leaving Keener and his buddies gasping for air like they were being crushed. The rock monster hollowed, asking if they could sense that smelly old magic coming from the dead king's bones. Plenty of wannabe heroes hit the floor because the vibe was too heavy, wondering what kind of funky sorcery was happening. And like all the other losers, Kim Yesok smirked happily because his shiny pin started sucking up the power. Kim chuckled like a total maniac since he knew that power, whispering that this was precisely the good stuff. Internally he was throwing a party, yelling that his actual physical remains were finally within reaching distance at last. His eyes were glued to the pitch black entrance, knowing his old dusty skeleton was stashed away just past the threshold. He never expected a reunion with his own corpse, especially after blowing himself up back in that fancy holy place. The boy hilariously panicked because a ton of magical juice was leaking out of the gate. The dude with snowy hair pointed at Kim, shouting for everyone to admire the kid's courage and his surprisingly heroic mug. Sure, yes, you kept his mouth shut but thought that the kid wasn't brave. He was just a certified lunatic. The glowing ball of flames popped into existence, its voice booming that there was still time to turn back now. The fire ghost used Kim as a gold standard, telling the group that if they couldn't grin while dying, they should just scram. Some other guy yelled out in pure frustration, cursing and wondering how they were supposed to survive such insane mystical pressure. A couple of other wimps huddled together, talking about quitting before they ended up as permanent decorations in this dungeon. However, the white-haired teenager marched forward boldly, stating that he didn't give a damn about the loot in the next room. He made a grand announcement to the survivors, claiming that every single one of them was going straight to level 3. Then he stared at the flaming orb and made a nuts request, asking it to turn on every single death trap inside. Jury was stunned by the total madman, while the fire spirit seemed entertained, asking if that was really his wacky wish. The pale-haired kid explained with total swagger that even the legendary Saintess Melissa failed to retrieve the old king's stinky remains. He gave a sneaky smirk, guessing the fireball was just a safety feature since the Saintess wouldn't let kids get murdered. With a look of pure determination, he declared that he refused to let anyone claim he took the cowardly, easy way out. He grinned while issuing a challenge, demanding the third room be set to its original, hardest difficulty level. Some kids sitting in the back watched the whole drama and realized that the new challenger was definitely missing a few brain cells. The gatekeeper announced that since he asked for it, his request would be granted. Truthfully, the situation helps identify the real holy person out of all these wannabe participants. As the snowy, loft kid grinned, the different participants shrieked that the brat should have come solo. The man kept howling in total misery, wondering why every person present got dragged into this disaster. An enormous limb gradually lowered itself through the thick, smelly clouds of dark energy. Directly inside that room, one skeletal limb sat upon a rocky platform, losing wicked energy. The rest of the losers fell down, wailing because the scary pressure felt way too heavy. Unlike the quitters, Isak was thrilled, whispering that the place looked exactly like his old home. The kid focused his sight on the detached skeletal fingers, the cause of all this trouble. The voice chirped happily, claiming those bones were actually the master's majestic body. Isak giggled about how attractive his corpse looked, before realizing he was talking about himself. Jury's jaw dropped, questioning if the tiny palm truly emitted more corruption than a toxic factory. Kim rolled his eyes, thinking the idiot didn't realize the power came from just his thumb. The boy debated whether this object was a unique fragment, suspecting the others were mere replicas. The hand kept pumping out scary vibes, making everyone feel quite overwhelmed. Suddenly, the giant tiger-shaped guardian monster began to crawl out from the dark corners. Some participants howled, wondering why a beast showed up when that middle chamber was the final monster. Kim looked down, casually reminding them they were the ones who voted for the hard mode. The beast stumped its paw, growling that the little humans were very annoying. It screamed a deadly warning, asking who gave them permission to touch the king's royal bones. Escher flipped out and blamed the brat, demanding to know his plan for saving them now. The kid grabbed her and promised that everyone would eventually leave this place with a shiny treasure. He chuckled at the thought of her top tier general, trained by the king himself, getting snagged by church idiots. Facing the monster, the boy bragged about his secret holy moves that would win him the prize. The kid's eyes started shining like flashlights, pumping out a crazy amount of sparkly divine energy. He hollered at the creature to get down, using his sparkling aura to force its submission. Onlookers cheered for the church's golden boy, while Kim just watched the show from behind. The pale kid felt smug, celebrating because his little act actually went as planned. He scanned the area for royal bones, doubting if that specific object was a real deal. That beast wobbled upright, fixing its gory stare on the pale child with intense, murderous loathing. The creature bellowed, asking if this tiny human real authority could steal the master's skeleton. Meanwhile, that spooky rock door guarding the stash of goodies remained looking quite grumpy. Some fancy folks led by a yellow-haired fellow panicked, wondering what went wrong since their spooky pet stopped texting back. Out of nowhere, the sweaty guy sprinted over while flapping a memo, screaming that things were going south. He hollowed the terrifying updates, stating the third room SPs broke loose, which left Arlie and his goons totally frozen. An assistant looked at Arlie with pure terror, asking if that basement monster was actually one of those 14 supervillains. Arlie started sweating buckets and whispered in agony, questioning why a top-tier creep was loose and endangering every soul inside. Thereby, the sentry dropped more bad news, saying the bosses in the spy room vanished past the traps, putting the kids in peril. A different watchman yelled that the kiddos couldn't fight the beast, so they had her kill the party and evacuate everyone. However, as he bolted for the entrance, a shiny glow popped up, ruining any hopes of a heroic rescue mission. Right by the loop room, a crazy flash of brightness exploded, causing Arlie to freak out and demand an explanation. Over in another spot, Cole felt nervous, wondering if the vault was finally opening up. The blinding wave of holy glow swallowed the whole rocky entrance. The Eshir warrior barked at everyone to move away from the door before hellish fumes escaped, but a boss stopped him. That old guy pointed ahead in shock, noting he didn't smell any stinky demon breath. Hearing this, another geezer faced Cardinal Barrett and cheered that the elite monster was toast, praising Keener for the victory. The soldier shook Arlie while stuttering, suggesting one of those tiny humans actually won, and asked if it was possible. Within the huddle, folks started guessing it was probably Keener since the kid has those fancy holy genes in him. The Barrett groupies crowded their leader to offer high fives and praise, claiming the favorite choice definitely lived up to the hype. Poire flashed a sneaky grin and pretended to be humble, saying the little guy just put in some decent effort. The leader's eyes sparkled with mischief, as he started sketching a naughty scheme. He privately mocked the Escher group as idiots, thinking that owning the bony king's remains would force everyone to kneel. Wearing a slug smirk, Barrett decided that their reputation and pride were officially flushed down the metaphorical toilet. Suddenly a shout erupted about the kids returning, which made Jorge look smug while Gol looked like he saw a ghost. Gol mashed his teeth together upon spotting two familiar faces, specifically the youngsters Isaac and Shuri. Out from the gloomy portal, The small silhouette slowly appeared, bearing the heavy hopes of everyone standing around, watching folks grip their chairs in suspense while the first batch of hopeful contestants worked out from the woods. A lady helper let out a big breath, noting they were banged up but fine, which was a huge weight off. The two living kids muttered to one another, hurriedly asking where the third room group won and if they got eaten. Arlai moved up silently, looking like he was failing a very difficult and depressing math test. Vibes and shouts broke out as Arlai spun around anxiously, seeing the final group of kids finally making an exit. A frazzled mob of hopefuls wobbled outside, with Ammon and Shuri fronting the terrified, sweaty parade. Anxious guardians sprinted toward the chaos, with Goel and the dads screaming for their offspring. Terrified, the old man hugged a vibrating Ammon, whose sole vocabulary word at that moment was simply, "Died, please tell me you are not broken," the father begged, while Goel and Henner finally reached Shuri. During the covels, Arlai Yesur turned into an ice sculpture, sweating buckets while realizing Isaac was gone. He bolted toward the kids like a frantic malcop, screaming about where Isaac had vanished to. The loudmouth Cardinal Harry Barrett barked Keener's name, causing Arlai to spin around and nearly trip. Harry Barrett blocked Keena like a brick wall, staring intensely at the mystery object in her palm. Thrilled about the dead royal bones, Keena turned into a stuttering mess, pointing and saying, "Well, who authorized this bony souvenir?" Harry bellowed, before a glowing disco ball of light interrupted his tantrum. From the big bosses to the tiny tots, everyone craned their necks to see the weird sky show. A nerd with glasses solved the puzzle first, pointing a shaky finger and yelling, "Paige, look over there." Floating high up was a massive shiny dog, and its latest chew toy happened to be Kim Nesau. "Hold your horses," Arlai yelled, lunging forward until a very confused knight tackled him to a stop. Looking closer, little Isaac was not even blinking. Instead, he looked like he just won the lottery. The sparkly wolf touched down and bolted, leaving Arlai and his crew to sprint after it. Screaming, the assistant beside Arlai gasped, "Fast, that overgrown puppy is actually that fancy unholy dragon thing." It clicked. The thing with the legendary beast supposed to be watching the family's pile of gold. Arlai stared blankly. "Same. She is correct. That is the winged security guard from our vault." Arlai Escher felt the vibes and realized this ore definitely belonged to a genuine holy dragon beast. At that moment, a weird crunchy noise filled the air, forcing everyone to turn their confused heads. The noisy offender was just Kim Yesuk, who was busy treating some object like a giant lollipop. The knight shrieked, "Hey old man, look at what the kid is tasting. Is that really it?" The shocking truth hit them like a truck. It was the actual remains of the dead Bone King. "Stop eating the trash," the elder wailed, while a priest yelled. The kid literally fetched a corpse. Somewhere else in the crowd, Herr Barrett hissed Keener's name with the warmth of a freezer. He acted like a scary detective, asking if she handed the skeleton snack over to the toddler. Herr burned a hole in the girl with his eyes, thinking his scheme was a bit messy, but pretending everything is fine is a holy requirement. He joked, making Arlai want to explode nearby. The tiny dragon roared, "Quit lying, you fools. This toddler is the one who dragged the bones out." The celestial creature basically called everyone idiots, which totally fried the brains of both Herr and Keener. Keener shuddered while picturing that vault disaster, questioning why the universe hated her. During that mental replay, she panicked because her fancy golden magic did absolutely nothing to the monster. That massive security beast screamed like a banshee, calling everyone pathetic heaps of garbage. The towering brute exerted such heavy vibes that the holy trainees felt like wet noodles. "Pick the bucket," the monster howled, while winding up a haymaker intended to flatten them. Every single one to be sane, Keener included, shrieked in terror before getting tossed like discarded laundry. A giant blast of purple evil juice swallowed the scenery, mercifully stopping the terrible memory. Keena Barrett snapped back to consciousness among the bricks, looking like she saw a ghost. The shiny sapphire magic bubble popped up, protecting the shaking students from a painful demise. The boy stared at his palms, asking himself how this weird Asher magic actually worked. Keener suspected that the sparkly energy actually came from that little Escher brat instead. The sentinel monster barked, asking how those stinky monks dared touch the skeleton king's dusty bones. The beast lunged forward to punch them, screaming for everyone to die. However, Isaac's blue flaming punch intercepted the hit, while he called the demon a jerk. Waves of power erupted everywhere while Isaac yelled, asking the beast if it forgot its boss. Returning to reality, the onlookers gossiped about the baby dragon's story, feeling quite doubtful. Arlai Escher worked out, nervously grilling the lizard about how close they came to dying. The tiny divine reptile just gave a smug little grin instead of answering the queer. He abruptly gestured toward Keena Barrett, claiming the pale, "Hey kid," requested the seal be broken. Right away, the other students tattled, saying he dragged them into room 3 and nearly ended them. Flame circulated like a viral meme, with everyone gawking at the Pope's particular offspring. Herr Barrett clenched his jaw, annoyed that his kin got totally schooled by their biggest rival. Tucked away, Arlai Escher grinned like a proud parent, whispering that Isaac performed wonderfully. Elsewhere, some old geezers hovered around Kim Yesuk, begging him to drop that dusty old bone. One senior tried grabbing it but got shoved aside, wondering how the kid became so buff. Kim Yesuk swatted away a hand, thinking about how tasty the magic was as he slurped it. Seeing the display, the different elder beamed at Arlai, noting the matriarch would love Isaac's performance. But then his face went creepy, gloating that they finally possessed that specific magical item. He growled about his goals, excited to track the Skeleton King's spirit using a GPS spell. Kim Ye-seok froze solid, the big bone still clutched firmly between his teeth. He let out a confused little huh sound. The poor kid finally understood the terrifying reality. It turned out his perfectly normal body was apparently in high demand around here. A crowd of elders with disturbingly cheerful expressions stretched their hands out toward him. Hand over the item now. Sucked, they cooed in unison, as those grabby, almost demonic hands prepared to seize him. Kim Ye-seok mentally shrieked that these people had completely lost their marbles. The head elder grandly proclaimed he was finally going to resolve the ancient 150-year old feud, but Kim Ye-seok simply swallowed the bone right in front of him. A truly deafening burp reverberated through the air, causing every single elder present to completely freeze where they stood. Kim Ye-seok gripped his gut with a pained expression, staring at the elders' collective anger and furiously pointing fingers. The quick, thinking unholy dragon took advantage of the distraction, grabbing its master and quickly soaring into the clouds, leaving the insane individuals far behind. The setting changed to a solemn hall, where the atmosphere was almost unnervingly quiet. A masked elder asked if the missing item had been located, receiving the disheartened response, "I really don't believe it's in this area." As the entire group of mages collapsed in despair, Kim Ye-seok observed them with perfect calm, thinking to himself, "You can search for weeks. You'll never locate it." The boy pondered deeply, letting his mind drift back to the bizarre series of events that unfolded in the treasury. The memory started with the wolf skeleton king roaring at an enemy, questioning, "How dare you not recognize your master?" Due to the sheer, overwhelming power of the attack, the enormous guardian demon was left with nothing to do but scream in agony. But then, through its immense pain, the creature realized something shocking. This Marner's signature, rage, could it really be my master? The guardian demon in the flashback bellowed, "I assumed the whole world ended when you perished, but I always knew you would find a way back." My master, thoroughly overpowered, the demon mumbled a promise of total loyalty. "I have to serve my true master." Kinnabart screamed in frustration as the memory disappeared. "Darn it all, why didn't you stay here to chat? I still have a pile of questions for you." Returning to the current moment, Kim Ye-seok considered the rumor that the papal palace itself had captured the group. "I should investigate this whole affair later," he thought, as the baby drinking milk from a bottle suddenly stopped moving entirely. Yes, desperately shrieked, "Please just take a big number 2. Sucked." While the strange shadow beside the baby burst into hysterical laughter. Through the menacing laughter, Relay bellowed for additional, stronger lassitives, while Kim Ye-seok ground his teeth together, swearing to dismantle this entire family. An elder nervously warned, "If the matriarch discovers what's happening, she could literally gut Isaac." But Relay simply tried to calm his nerves. The elder continued in a state of terror, claiming, "She cut open her very own son's side once, which left Arlie completely stunned. She actually disemboweled her kid." Kim Ye-seok pondered this terrifying discussion, wondering if Melissa hadn't already left on a pilgrimage trip with the head of the family. He felt confident, planning, "I only need to quickly absorb all the Marner here and then escape before she gets back," when a man suddenly appeared in the doorway. The man called out, "Arlie, you need to come with me immediately," causing Arlie to turn around with a look of total bewilderment. He dropped the bombshell, announcing, "The matriarch wants to see you," which left Kim Ye-seok completely flabbergasted. "Arlie, yes," he sputtered in disbelief. "My mother is already back. She has never once returned from a trip this quickly before." Kim Ye-seok clenched his teeth, a wave of cold dread washing over him. "Darn it. Did this happen because of me?" The young boy gripped his stomach, feeling the volatile, undigested energy churning inside. A truly dangerous magical indigestion. He clearly hadn't finished processing all that Marner yet. Sheer terror gripped his thoughts. Knowing Melissa's usual methods, he was certain she would probably just slice him open to investigate. Suddenly, a voice shrieked in shock from behind a massive pile of glistening presents. "Oh my goodness gracious." The elder pointed at the towering stack of gifts, asking in complete confusion, "All these things, they were truly all intended for Isaac?" Yes, he exhaled a huge sigh of relief, admitting he had panicked and assumed the matriarch had returned, causing his friend to laugh and call him a spineless coward. The brown-haired man shuffled, clarifying that it was just a simple message announcing the matriarch was on her way, which only made Isaac grind his teeth in exasperation. Just then, the knight rushed in with new information. "Sir, the papal palace has also sent a significant offering." Hearing this, an elder spat on the floor in disgust. "They can go sell the garbage somewhere else like stolen goods." While the knight anxiously reminded him the envoy was standing nearby, an envoy from the papal palace strode forward, declaring, "His Imperial Majesty is extremely concerned about this situation, so I have brought tribute from the papal palace as a formal apology and a gesture of profound gratitude. However, it appears our initial offering did not quite suit the refined palate of the Yes-Your family. Nevertheless, I am certain this next item will make you change your minds immediately," the envoy said, dramatically opening a new box. A blinding flash of light from the present temporarily stunned Riley and the others, as the envoy gravely announced it would be of great benefit to young Master Isaac. An elderly man gasped in astonishment. "That's actually the Triple Crown itself." Isaac looked completely bewildered, having absolutely no idea what was happening. While the shadow spirits scoffed that it was just a cheap metal stamp with a Pope-S emblem, the onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves, unable to believe the Pope would actually present such a high-status medal to Isaac specifically. An elderly lady called out in a sharp voice, "Sir Riley." The envoy approached Riley, extended the container, and said, "Please accept this. It belongs to young Master Isaac, but I must give it to you." Isaac thought to himself, "Why pass it to my uncle if it's supposed to be mine? He should just hand it directly to me." Riley narrowed his eyes and pressed the envoy. "If he truly told you to deliver it specifically to me, and not to Isaac himself." The envoy replied in the affirmative with a truly nasty smile, confirming the order was to hand it to Sir Riley, making Riley grit his teeth in building fury. The elder completely lost control, grabbing the envoy by the collar and roaring, "How dare you hand Isaac's medal to a family member? Have you completely lost your marbles?" He jabbed a finger directly in the envoy's face, yelling, "Do you have any idea what it signifies to present a medal directly to the family instead of the intended recipient?" Kim Yasak froze in shock as he finally comprehended the medal's true lethal significance. The envoy from the papal palace continued to flash his false smile. "Please do not in any way misunderstand the Holy Father's positive intentions." The Escher elder let out a mighty bellow, pointing directly at him. "What about the ribbon that came with it then? The sunflower medal? For deceased soldiers, Kim Yasak thought, intended to be placed directly in my coffin. This old pope truly is a completely insane sociopath." The elder ground his teeth in rage. "You villains actually dare to openly mock us about the your family curse." Bull Escher quickly stepped in, pleading, "Please calm down, elder." But he was instantly yelled at in return. "How can you possibly tell me to calm down, Bull?" Bull persisted in attempting to inject some logic, trying desperately to extinguish the dangerous flames of conflict that threatened to annihilate the entire family. One more haughty noble chuckled under his breath, remarking that he never imagined they would stoop to such a contemptible present just to show them who was boss. Definitely a masterstroke from the ancient cardinal, he mused. He silently celebrated, figuring that with Riley and that little rascal out of commission, his own life was about to become delightfully drama free. A personal victory indeed. Bull spun around, practically shoving his little brother, Riley, demanding what on earth he was dawdling for and to just grab the blasted present, completely ignoring Riley Escher's feeble protests. Annoyed, Kim Yasak decided this situation absolutely would not stand, resolving to take immediate, decisive action. Out of nowhere, the diplomatic messenger visibly recoiled when the package clutched in his grasp initiated an eerie, cerulean luminescence, or power burst forth with uncontrolled fury, quickly consuming the entire container within a mystical azure sacred fire. The fiery container launched itself from his grip, leaving the startled messenger only enough breath to let out a truly panicked, this shriek. Bull Escher, completely aghast, witnessed the spectacular energetic eruption unfolding directly in his field of vision. Right in the very center of the magnificent chamber, the colossal sphere of divine flame materialized, effectively silencing every single person present. Poor, who would even consider wielding sacred fire alongside a mere trinket, the shaken messenger stammered, practically vibrating with abject terror, under the utterly bewildered stares of the venerable elders. The tiny, blazing hand rather impishly materialized from seemingly nowhere at all. Behold, it was Kim Yasak himself, sporting a truly cheeky grin, as he jauntily lifted the very hand that was effortlessly commanding the sacred inferno. The representative from the pontifical residence bellowed in outrage, hotly interrogating the Escher household regarding what he vehemently labeled as upright insurrectionist behavior. One elder lady snorted derisively, reminding him that a mere baby had done it, then asked if he truly planned to fume at an infant. Attempting to salvage his dignity, the ambassador announced he would simply overlook the present's delivery, but Riley Escher, ever the interrupter, instantly put a stop to the charade. Feeling utterly trapped, the poor envoy's complexion drained of all color. He certainly hadn't anticipated such stubborn obstinacy from the opposing faction. Riley defiantly brandished the mangled medal, his voice oozing with utter sarcasm, demanding if he truly had her keep this deformed piece of refuse, even if it came from the esteemed holy man himself. Upon witnessing the divine relic genuinely dissolving into a puddle, both the flustered ambassador and the venerable Escher elders found themselves utterly consumed by sheer terror. In a frantic scramble to rescue the disastrous moment, the envoy stretched forth his hand, sputtering, "Hand it over. I simply must have grabbed the incorrect dude." Alas, the point of no return had passed. An intense torrent of brilliant emerald sacred flame abruptly burst forth from the very heart of the metal. The unholy blaze completely swallowed the ambassador, his truly blood-curdling howls reverberating ominously through the opulent main chamber. Concurrently, the delighted elders joyfully squeezed Isaac's adorable cheeks, blissfully ignorant that the tiny tot was, in fact, the mastermind, who was internally muttering, "Release me now, before I set fire to all your posterior regions." The unfortunate messenger crumpled to the ground, his form badly scorched and writhing in unimaginable torment. He sprinted away in sheer terror, bellowing obscenities, with the gleeful cackles of the Escher patriarchs echoing merrily in his wake. One ancient statesman gestured toward the shimmering relic, declaring, "Splendid work, Isaac. Simply dispose of that pesky contraption without further delay." He let out a booming chortle, quite pleased with himself, boasting that he had successfully shown the Vatican's little laptop exactly who was boss. Nevertheless, for reasons utterly baffling, their admiration shifted to Arlai, commending him. Bravo, Arlai. Deploying the sacred flame was a stroke of absolute genius, which left him utterly flummoxed. The old man clapped Arlai firmly on the shoulder, insisting, "Stop playing core, my boy. We all know you were the true master who unleashed the divine power upon Isaac." Arlai, completely dumbfounded, gestured at his own person, wondering aloud, "Weren't you gentlemen responsible for that little stunt?" That utterly innocent queer caused all three venerable elders to halt dead in their tracks, exchanging profoundly puzzled glances among themselves. A tiny disagreement erupted, as nobody admitted to firing off the sacred spell, leading to a truth so shocking it needed a witness protection program. They all spun around at the exact same moment, their terrified eyes glued to a single point, realizing none of them had actually pulled the trigger on that divine miracle. Every single gaze immediately locked onto Kim Isaac, strongly suggesting that the suspiciously powerful toddler was the culprit who summoned the heavenly blast. The incredible energy originated from the legendary secret skill scroll, basically a cheat sheet artifact allowing immediate mastery and deployment of forbidden spells. Kim Isaac mused inwardly. Grabbing this from the family strongbox was a solid decision, because even if its power dipped since the days of the BunRv monarch, it clearly still works like a charm. The senior council remained utterly unconvinced. One old fellow speculated, perhaps Isaac's mom pulled off the trick, but a colleague instantly refuted him, pointing out her complete lack of fiery magical tendencies. An elder with a seriously magnificent beard bellowed, "This talent level is utterly unprecedented, considering even Saintess Melissa needed basic literacy before she could properly fling sacred spells." Out of nowhere, the helpful female secretary chimed in, "Esteemed seniors, the truly mind-boggling part is that this infant successfully cancelled the Pope's official protective aura." The eyes of two senior members suddenly gleamed, confirming simultaneously, "Absolutely correct. Your observational skills are truly top notch." The elder sporting the lengthy facial hair urgently commanded, "Produce the medallion instantly. I must verify this outrageous claim." And a youthful knight swiftly obeyed the instruction. However, the moment the container was unsealed, the knight reported with utter bewilderment, "Sir, the thing is missing," which left the elder completely flabbergasted, shouting, "Come again." While the stunned man was still whispering that it had definitely been present moments ago, Rollier Yesir casually announced, "I toss it in the bin." Rollier quickly appended a clarifying statement that immediately shut down all conversation. "After all, your respected elders specifically instructed me to get rid of it." The elder frantically gestured, shouting that even if that were true, such behavior was simply intolerable. That Pwek, dispatched search parties to retrieve the thing immediately. Lai Bailey suppressed a giggle, the terrifying realization solidifying in his brain. The baby liquefied the Pope's metal, a relic specifically guaranteed to be completely fireproof, which is a problem. He tightly balled his hand, utterly resolved to bury this evidence, realizing there was no way the boss of the entire clan could ever discover this embarrassing incident. A slightly malicious grin stretched across Lai's face, because without hard evidence, this whole story is nothing more than dramatic gossip. Several sunrises passed, finding us now in the rugged territories of the West Eshiraduchi district. Dark traveling capes highlighted by bold blue edges danced impressively in the stiff breeze, announcing the serious arrival of a rather important VIP. Patriarchally Eshur, sporting an extremely thoughtful frown, was currently guiding his contingent of soldiers while literally skimming the surface of the nearest body of water. He looked over his shoulder and pressed them. "We are nearly at this date, so maintain maximum concentration until the final second," to which the armored guards responded collectively, "Understood, sir." Abruptly, Lee came to a halt, focusing his sharp attention on something barely visible far away, murmuring an audible, "Interesting." Lee Eshur, the supreme commander of the entire Eshur lineage, detected a truly strange disturbance, forcing his vision to instantly sharpen. Blasphemy. Could this be the expected trouble? The extraordinarily opulent ancestral estate dramatically revealed itself beneath the glare of the bright afternoon sun. Then currently, within the lavish interior of the home, the gathered elders were soaking in absolute misery, with one wailing loudly, "Tell me what went wrong." Timir, Suf, reclining happily among a ridiculous pile of empty baby formula containers, patted his full little tummy smugly, pondering, why one tea that bony royal shell shed, what a delightfully filling snack that was. The senior committee utterly deflated, understanding that hundreds of potent stool softeners and costly farce berries had achieved nothing more than a deeply satisfied baby burp. The infant flashed a mischievous smile, mentally noting, developing kinship with mystical creatures is definitely beneficial, as I will certainly require their help when crushing annoying deities in that ovalid cheerful Pope later. Immediately after the dangerous thought formed, a massive, powerful energy tail whooshed terrifyingly close right behind him, prompting the immediate realization, "Oh dear, the Eshur clan certainly possesses their own massive magical pet." Kimir, Suk jerked violently, whipping his head around in sheer terror at the abrupt and imposing appearance of the new entity. The Eshur family's very own guardian divine beast, Tarin Bloom, made a magnificent entrance, manifesting in a bright stream of holy light. The baby broke out in a cold sweat, stammering desperately, "Rage. Hold on. Maybe we should just go straight to the party first." Just then, Lee Eshur suddenly burst into the room, announced by a frantic knight shouting, "The family head is here." All the elders and really immediately bowed their heads respectfully as the head of the family dramatically strode into the chamber. Kim Yesuk covertly observed him, thinking, "So this is the Eshur family head, who also happens to be my grandfather." The baby sensed a familiar energy surrounding the man and found himself feeling surprisingly comfortable with him. Willie Eshur hastily stepped in front of his father, pleading, "Father, please give us some time first. Cutting open Isaac won't do any good right now." But Willie Eshur merely swept coldly past his son, not even bothering to spare him a glance. He pointed directly at Kim Yesuk, his eyes blazing fiercely, delivering his cruel command in a ringing voice, "Go ahead and burn it." Willie Eshur cried out in utter despair, "No, father," while Kim Yesuk froze in place, screaming internally as his plan fell apart. The baby gnashed his tiny teeth together as he heard Willie plead, "The baby is much too young to be burned." Wondering what kind of twisted logic was at play here, another noble also rushed forward to intervene, worrying, "The reward is far too much for the baby," which made Kim Yesuk want to scream because apparently getting burned alive was a prize. Kim Yesuk just stared blankly, trying to process why being burned alive was being referred to as a blessing. The logic completely escaped him. Meanwhile, Willie Eshur desperately pleaded for time, suggesting, "Perhaps we could disembowel it instead of burning it." He continued in a panic, stammering, "Warata, please, just go ahead and drown Isaac in water instead," Willie suggested, which made Kim Yesuk want to scream. This crazy family needs to just collapse already. Willie Eshur coldly dismissed the ideas, explaining, "No, the temple's fire and water are specialized secret techniques used specifically for raising saintessi. We cannot waste them on an infant with no abilities," Cole asserted, prompting Kim Yesuk to realize, though, it seems being useless is actually a good thing sometimes. Cole then suggested Cherry was better suited for the blessing, but really roared, "Isaac was the one who defeated the demon." The holy dragon confirmed it. The dragon must have been mistaken. Cole sneed back, to which Willie yelled, "Don't be absolutely absurd." Willie played his trump card, declaring, "Furthermore, Isaac burned the Pope's medal with holy fire." Cole immediately retorted, "Who knows, perhaps you conspired with the elders to make that up." Cole was just about to add, "More importantly, there's absolutely no proof." Suddenly, Willie Eshur held up a small, melted golden object, asking, "When you say medal, were you referring to this specific item?" It was the sacred gold, a holy relic personally blessed by the Pope himself, supposedly the only object directly connected to God. Kim Yesuk was completely stunned, his inner thoughts raging, even as the Skeleton King, melting that wouldn't he have been simple. "So how on earth did I do it?" The boy began to seriously wonder if he had somehow become even stronger after being reincarnated into this new body. Cole stammered, How did you find it?" Lee calmly replied, "I simply picked it up from the bottom of Lake Elisfer." Seizing the opportunity, Arlai turned to his father, exclaiming, "Loft, father, the boy can burn the Pope's symbol, proving that the Eshur family can gain the upper hand." Arlai and an elder were highly excited, declaring, "The boy will actually be able to resist the Skeleton King's fire. He was born specifically to hunt the Skeleton King." They continued to discuss all the recent losses caused by the Skeleton King, leaving Kim Yesuk entirely bewildered, thinking, "Wait." Thor, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, sounding exasperated, "They re-gossiping about you again, Master. Apparently someone is truly doing a terrible impression of you." The shadowy figure continued to speak, dropping a truly inconvenient bombshell. "In fact, the particular incident happened exactly 70 years ago." A flustered knight burst through the door, shouting in a panic, "The Skeleton King has appeared at the Eshur mansion to spread his awful curse." Kim Yesuk was utterly bewildered, struggling to understand exactly what in the world was happening around him. The enraged knight continued, "We attacked us," declaring his intention to eradicate the entire Saintess' bloodline, and he didn't even send an invitation. Kim Yesuk quickly performed the mental calculations, realizing, "Wait, if this happened 70 years ago, it couldn't possibly have been me, since I died a full century ago." The boy smirked confidently, internally scoffing that a petty demon's curse was truly nothing more than child's play for someone like him. The knight described the horrific effects of the curse to the terrified elders, specifically mentioning everything from impotence to premature baldness. Kim Yesuk gnashed his teeth in annoyance, equally angry at the impostor and disdainful of the truly ridiculous hair loss curse. Just then, family head Willie Eshur appeared, fixing his unnervingly sharp gaze directly onto the small child, who declared icily, "Considering those red eyes, he must be affected by this terrible curse, because that's just basic logic." Willie Eshur dismissed the archaic purification methods, stating that fire and water were simply too weak, which left the elders in shock. Then he made a truly shocking decision, announcing, "I will bestow a Holy Spirit upon him immediately." Kim Yesuk was completely stunned, his eyes wide at the completely unexpected news. "Our Holy Spirit? Seriously?" He remembered that it was the ultimate divine grace, a direct shortcut to transcendent power that even the gods were constantly trying to steal. A cunning smile stretched across his face, and Kim Yesuk was overjoyed. "Japas, now I can go give those miserable gods a real good beating." Willie Eshur, the fifth son, immediately rushed forward to vehemently object, "Our Holy Spirit, that's far too much for this child, father." He angrily demanded to know. Holy spirits are only for those who have achieved great things. But what exactly has he contributed to our family? Dole continued to disparage the boy, claiming that burning the metal only managed to irritate the papal family, which made Kim Ye-seok look visibly dejected. Lee Escher coldly interrupted him right there, saying sharply, "Listen to me, Dole. When the papal family sent us that humiliating gift, what exactly did you do about it?" The Daver Char question left Gull completely speechless. The family had roared, eyes blazing. They dared to make trouble right here on Escher land. Yet you let them go and now you're redefending their honor. Confronted by his father, Gull Escher was speechless. Besides criticizing my nephew, what exactly have you accomplished? You're even trying to take away his lifeline. Family head Eli's gaze was sharp. Even simple beasts protect their young within the pack, let alone the Escher family, the bloodline that protects even the most insignificant members. He declared grandly, while Isaac was inwardly gloating. The one we had to protect actually protected our family's pride instead. Is that not true, Glory? Dole collapsed to the floor in defeat before the stern verdict, and the order was given, gather everyone in the household at the main building immediately. Standing before the entire family, Lee Escher announced grandly, "We shall formally bestow a blessing upon Isaac." A few days later passed by at the magnificent Escher mansion. Lee Escher hurried after his father, his heart filled with worry. "Father, aren't you simply going to give him a Holy Spirit? What do you actually mean by bestow?" Lee explained gravely. "Don't you understand? The boy will be completely crippled if I use the temple's fire or water to purify the skeleton king's body." The sacred forces of fire and water were excessively strong, essentially vaporizing anything demonic before Isaac could even attempt an exorcism lesson. He concluded coldly that if this were true, the young man would never advance past level 4, destined to wallow in mediocrity for eternity. Instead, Lee presented an alternative proposal, stating that Isaac could select either fire, water, or genuine Holy Spirit from the choices offered. A relation scoffed loudly, declaring it was clearly a test, since Lee would never just hand over a valuable Holy Spirit without some catch. Isaac faced 3 shimmering spheres of energy, while his family instructed him firmly to make his selection from the trio. Lee Escher held his breath tightly, silently wishing Isaac would select the white orb, which represented the Holy Spirit, instead of fire or water. Everyone in the chamber grew absolutely silent, fixed on the child's tiny hand as it prepared to make a potentially life-altering selection. Then, much to the universal shock of every person present, that hand suddenly closed around the bright red orb of fire. Isaac proudly lifted his newly acquired prize above his head, letting out a joyful shout in celebration. The individual who had previously scoffed turned to his now deflated companion, urging him not to completely lose heart over the choice. He was preparing to suggest that level 4 was perfectly fine for an Escher to maintain family honor, when they were interrupted by a blinding burst of illumination. The small orb of fire in Isaac's grasp started to fracture, unleashing a completely unrestrained gush of raw power. The sacred flame exploded unexpectedly and with great force, alarming the older members, who wondered aloud if this was truly the legendary temple fire. A lovely form with fissured skin slowly came into view, rising directly from the intense conflagration surrounding them. Lee Escher stood frozen in complete disbelief, staring at the sight before him and realizing it had to be something unbelievable. A formidable Holy Spirit had been released from inside the supposed gem. Even Patriarch Lee Escher found himself taken aback by the overwhelming force and incredible power of the being. Dole anxiously pressed his father for answers, only to receive a harsh response telling him to calm down immediately and stop being so dramatic. Lee revealed quite casually, "I never specified there was only one spirit in the selection," leaving Gull utterly dumbfounded. He elaborated further, noting that while the Escher family traditionally centered on water, the child had utilized fire to melt the special papal gold. I successfully laid a trap, and he managed to pick the perfect solution. Chalich ground her teeth in frustration, her calm demeanor rapidly dissolving into intense rage. Noting that this turn of events was completely unanticipated, she let out a fierce bellow, her gaze filled with burning hostility, declaring that Lee Escher must have completely gone insane. "How could you possibly dare call me a king into this world of mortals?" she challenged, causing the elders to shiver in fear under her dominant presence. The murderous ore poured from her blood, red eyes, indicating that a destructive outburst was about to occur. A powerful torrent of angry flame rushed through the main hall, pushing back everyone present. As the pandemonium started, the elders desperately screamed, demanding that someone create a sacred defensive barrier. Gull yelled at his father from inside the fiery blaze, asking if he was attempting to completely incinerate their entire territory. "I did not summon this thing," Lee answered calmly, before directing everyone's attention toward the table. "The boy summoned it," he declared, completely shocking Gull into silence. That fellow sported a knowing and quite amused little grin. "You see." Meanwhile, Isaac, the chap who caused this mess, started sweating bullets, muttering, "Heavens, I might actually kick the bucket right here." Amidst the fiery pandemonium, the fire spirit floated about with royal flair, while Lee Escher just watched with a thoughtful, interested gaze. Isaac totally freaked out, thinking, "Geez, I was aiming for a small time spirit. How in the world did I pull a king? Devil one?" The youngster broke into a nervous sweat, a wild scheme sparking in his head. perhaps using every bit of his sacred energy. The shadowy companion right next to him finally caught on, observing, a flame that resists magic. Precisely. It is a fire that converts raw magical energy into pure holy power. How neat. The shadow chap was thrilled, exclaiming, Master, this will be incredibly useful. The which Isaac only managed reserved. That is certainly the case. Deb. He pondered how one could possibly compel such a powerful being to comply. As the massive fire spirit just incinerated the entire main hall, the boy nervously folded his arms, understanding that her spirit of such magnitude likely had divine ties, which was precisely what he wanted to dodge. The shadow entity silently pleaded to the cosmos. Dear ancestors, please recall these visitors forthwith. An elder shrieked in utter terror. Dagspt, that is the deranged holy spirit the very gods decided to shun. Lee gently stroked his chin, recalling the utterly silly justification. They actually complained about its shade of hair. Honestly, how small-minded, silenced, your insignificant morals, Chalip bellowed, unleashing a blast of intense fire directly at the elder. She pivoted to question Ali, but he calmly stated, I was not the one who called upon your fiery presence. The Shalak stood there quite perplexed. Lee coolly gestured toward the tiny infant. That little one is the culprit. Ussert, singled out abruptly, could only muster a rather weak and artificial smile. Were you utterly bonkers? You used an actual baby to summon me. Sherlock roared, but Illy remained perfectly composed. She continued her lecture. Your lineage might be fading, but resorting to such an act against an infant is beyond the pale. Instantly, Isaac launched into flailing his arms and spouting gibberish, flawlessly portraying an unsuspecting toddler. However, within the boy's inner thoughts, the truly wicked strategy was brewing, one strong and hostile to the heavens. I absolutely must claim you. Fine. I shall verify this Gerard myself, Sherlock thundered. If that infant is genuinely my summoner, they must weather this fiery onslaught. The colossal ball of fire hurtled straight for Isaac, who was still sitting there looking utterly guileless. Lee Yesir cried out, dramatically extending his hand as if to offer a futile barricade. That's the ticket, Sherlock sneered. I would much prefer to just put you out of your misery myself. Through the haze and the blackened earth, Isaac suddenly started babbling again, completely untouched by the heat. Lee Yesir announced with icy finality. Now you must surely be persuaded. This little Munchin is the one who summoned you. He laid down the terms with an unyielding tone. Either sign the contract with him or break it and face the stipulated repayment. Sherlock clenched her jaw, pure wrath blazing brightly in her golden eyes. The penalty? She scoffed dismissively. I think I will use this chance to obliterate the Yesir lands and finally savor my liberty. She aimed a finger right at the old man's nose, telling him to grab some popcorn and observe his ancestral holdings turn into a giant barbecue. You're utterly ridiculous. Brainless Tuboff. Her deeply offensive observation was rudely interrupted. Little Isaac had already snagged the fire sprite by the ankle, given that she had unfortunately miniaturized down to her cuddly toy size. Please remember that highly combustible entities are not snacks, shouted Rely Yesir and the others, sprinting over in sheer terror. This particular instant, the poor spirit Sherlock instantly achieved full rigor mortis, having grasped the deeply disturbing consequences of the recent alarm. You absolutely deranged maniacs. What kind of parenting manual did you use? She wailed, while Isaac cheerfully used her as a teething ring. You just wait your turn, she sputtered, struggling like a fish, promising to make a strategic withdrawal but vowing to deliver maximum payback for this utter indignity. Though dear, are we attempting to skip town by our magical shortcut? Mused Isaac internally, his gaze acquiring an ominous crimson glow. Pharrell, you're utterly foolish women, Sherlock managed to screech finally before she dissolved into a brilliant, dramatic burst of luminescence. The entire chamber descended into a profound, chilling quiet, with every single person standing perfectly still, mentally short-circuited by the recent catastrophe. With the angelic appearance of one who has done nothing wrong, continued nibbling the tiny fire sprite, as his inner shadow self-muttered, well gosh, that seems like a real bummer, doesn't it? Imprisoned within her ridiculously small manifestation, Sherlock's mind raced with dreadful knowledge, realizing her escape magic had been completely nullified. The horrifying, infernal essence from the dreaded Skeleton King felt exactly like burning. Pervy, red handcuffs clamping down, completely killing her magical capabilities. Elder Escher suddenly bellowed in utter shock. Dylan, good heavens, what in the blazing abyss is going on here? This is the foulest demonic power imaginable. Lee Escher provided a very casual summary, saying, but that, all it happens when he consumes a severed digit, totally blowing off his son's look of abject terror. During a brief mental rewind, the flaming entity remembered her one crippling flaw, since, as a pure manifestation of divine light, she was basically allergic to hellish forces. Though sure, my essential fiery mojo is fading fast, she moaned, feeling a definite urge to vomit as the horrible satanic corruption began infiltrating her system. Vol Escher desperately begged, insisting they cease this madness immediately, only to receive Illy Eston. Cold comeback, though dear, that's truly unfortunate news. An astonished relative demanded, could you kindly repeat that statement, considering you are the one who leads the charge straight in apparel any time the Lick Lord appears. Exploiting the perfect moment, Lee laid down his terms, stating she must reside inside his precious grandson and meticulously cleanse all the Lich King's evil essence, and only then would she receive a release permit. Confronted by the tiny spirit's scorching anger, Lee simply issued a mild warning, suggesting that the alternative was allowing her complete consumption. "You absolute headcases. This is precisely the reason I despise your entire bloodline," she yelled, hopelessly stating she would have terminated all professional relationships if they were related to the divine woman. Just then, she mentally conceded defeat with a harsh grinding sound, sighing, "Fine. I shall utilize this troublesome toddler as my personal weapon against that miserable Lich monarch." Suddenly, young Kim Yasek gave her a proprietary hug that squeezed hard, causing a dangerous voice to resonate right into her consciousness. "Darn, what exactly? Perhaps we need a review of your last comment." Utterly terrified, the flustered fire sprite immediately brokered a deal, requesting just 4 additional sunsets, demanding that the boy also be locked away with her for precisely 96 hours. Lee stroked his chin thoughtfully, mentioning aloud that his original expectation had been slightly longer than her measly 4-day period. Subsequently, he announced with great volume, "Unlock the entire East Wing immediately. Transfer Isaac and the tiny supernatural entity inside, and absolutely no unauthorized visitors until the spiritual cleansing process is fully concluded." Bolashir began a frantic objection, prying, "Daddy, but that awful East Wing of the estate," only to be instantaneously silenced by his patriarch's curt, absolute pronouncement, "That is sufficient." Utilizing a chilling glare, Lieshir formally shut down all future debate, making it clear that he would entertain 0 complaints whatsoever, much to the venerable man's overwhelming surprise. Young Kim Yasek was happily chewing on the fire spirit as if she were a freshly purchased rubber chicken. The young fellow covertly rejoiced, discovering his designated banishment spot was conveniently situated right beside an immense Manaka storage facility. Within the Grand Eshura Estate's eastern keep, a truly unique existence commenced. Not long thereafter, a colossal burst of infernal energy violently rattled the entire architectural structure. The household staff outside casually swapped rumors, certain the family patriarch had finally abandoned the supposedly doomed youngster. One attendant declared with certainty, "Master Yasak has decisively lost the high-stakes succession contest." Another curious soul inquired, "That particular boar, could he actually be under some terrible hex?" Naturally, one poor servant became utterly petrified after daring to secretly peek into his secluded chamber. Wild tales regarding Yasak's alleged appearance proliferated, ranging from descriptions of a bald, ancient man to a horrifying, skinless skeletal figure. The housemaid suddenly recalled, "Tor, the young lord had certainly entered that space accompanied by the spirit entity. 10 incredibly long years drifted by amidst a raging sea of flames and curses. Or perhaps, it was merely an intense personal sensation." Back in the manor's eastern section, utter pandemonium erupted for what felt like the 100th time. The determined female administrator hurried down the corridor, her progress shadowed by a maid's increasingly frantic shrieks. She gasped sharply, skidding to a halt before a massive oak portal. A visibly shaking hand nervously clutched the heavy brass doorknob. "I have made it, Lord Isaac," she announced loudly upon her entrance, with a profoundly worried expression etched upon her features. She peered cautiously into the room's interior. "My gracious lord, is everything quite all right with you?" Her immediate response was the unexpected sight of Kim Yasek serenely perched on the floor, contentedly savoring a brightly colored lollipop. The female manager mused, "Just how potent is the Skeleton King's curse that you remain such a tiny tyke?" While Kim Yasek secretly thought, "I am deliberately maintaining this diminutive stature." He firmly convinced himself that an infant's physique absorbed supernatural power with unparalleled efficiency, making it the sole viable route to ascend to a novel plane of existence. During a vivid flashback, the fire spirit Chalk convulsed in sheer agony as his supervisor nonchalantly inquired, "Did you enjoy a pleasant rest, Lord Chalk?" Chalk furiously ground her teeth, swearing with profound loathing, "Regardless of the cost, I absolutely must cleanse that accursed little rascal." Kim Yasek regarded her with a supremely self-satisfied smirk, thinking to himself, "I was practically finished with it yesterday," while Arlai Escher watched from a discreet distance. Chalk shrieked in outrage, "Page, how in the world do you possess even more martyr today?" Only to be met with a dismissive sneer from the young lad. She frantically wailed, utterly bewildered why, after an entire decade, the dreaded Skeleton King's malevolent energy within the boy continued to surge forth relentlessly. Kim Yasek gleefully unveiled the secret in his mind, because I've been diligently siphoning Marner from the Marner cores beneath the annex for the past 10 years. The absolute buffoon, following 10 arduous years, he finally amassed a sufficient reserve of Marner, causing Charlotte to collapse in utter exhaustion, while the sinister entity nestled within him celebrated heartily. Despite lacking any formal instruction, I can now expertly wield level 6 holy magic, he proudly boasted to his inner self. Presently, the female manager conveyed, "Everything will turn out fine, Master. The Pope is also deploying his considerable forces." Kim Yasek whirled around in genuine astonishment and inquired, "The Pope?" Cradling the child, she explained that the Empire planned to execute all 14 of the Skeleton King's troublesome little helpers, who had been causing mayhem for ages. The manager tried to calm the distressed child, but inside, Kim Yasek was having a full-blown meltdown, thinking, "Are they insane? Those guys still owe me so much stuff, I need all of it." As she tucked him into the crib, oblivious to his thoughts, The boy secretly cursed them all as deceitful con artists, realizing he needed to act quickly to secure his goods. Then, a faraway sound unexpectedly grabbed Kim Yesak's notice. Meanwhile, in another location, a proud father informed his son, "Pravor, Churi, you've become the youngest person ever to be ordained as a priest." He smiled contentedly, adding that he heard the princess herself would be gracing the ordination ceremony with her presence. Churi Eshura humbly responded, yet with undeniable confidence, "It was truly effortless. After all, I am your offspring." The ecstatic father gloated, agreeing repeatedly, "Exactly right. My boy has certainly matured into a fine young man. You succeeded because of," but his boasting was cut short when Churi Eshura disappeared in a rapid burst of azure light, leaving the father only time for a confused gasp. Wait, Churi. In another location, Churi yelled in terror as he was violently launched skyward. He tumbled heavily onto the ground right before a small child sprawled out on the floor. Churi stared up in absolute dread as a well-known voice greeted him. "Oh, hello there, Churi." Kim Yesak stared down at him from the railing with a dangerous intensity, asking, "Were you seeking an early retirement?" Asik sneered. Still Haven T managed to stop fibbing. "I see. Do you honestly believe getting into that academy is some kind of major accomplishment?" Churi internally groaned, recognizing the familiar voice of his tormentor. Isaac boastfully claimed that every single one of Churi's accomplishments was actually a result of his guidance. Churi tried to argue. "I put in plenty of effort myself. Do you really think it as simple to become ordained and finish first in the rankings?" But in the end, they had her concede. "You're right. None of this would have happened without your intervention." Isaac pondered aloud. "Maybe I should begin working toward that myself," while Churi explained that the majority of sacred magic spells were strictly forbidden before official ordination. "You're going to assist me, Churi?" Isaac dictated, moving quickly toward the stunned young man. Confronted by Isaac's intense desire for violence, Churi quickly altered his demeanor and asked, "How can I possibly be of service to you?" With an unpleasant grin, Isaac ordered, "Give me every single thing you possess, right now." Churi was shocked by the incredibly specific demands, which included the quiz competition prize money and everything he received from Gull. Basically all of it. He internally labeled the person before him as a true monster. In an attempt to divert attention, Churi hugged Isaac and asked, "Sir, what's the deal with the Skeleton King's minions getting executed?" Anyway, Churi clarified that ever since the Holy Artifact Vault incident, those minions have refused all orders and seemed content to simply wait death, which meant execution was imminent, leaving Isaac momentarily speechless. Isaac spun around decisively, declaring, "There isn't any alternative. I will perform this task this very year." Churi looked absolutely lost when Isaac announced he intended to conduct the priestly ordination ceremony himself. But when Churi innocently inquired, "You haven't even joined the academy yet. How on earth will you manage that?" Isaac promptly delivered a swift punishment. Isaac asked Churi pointedly, "Did I just hear you chuckle?" causing Churi to immediately deny everything. Churi explained that although a recommendation letter could achieve ordination, it still demanded specific accomplishments to prove one's worth. Isaac exploded with anger, realizing, this little rascal actually understands exactly what I am thinking. Churi also mentioned that saving a significant individual's life was necessary for the recommendation, leading Isaac to understand he only had 30 days remaining. Seeing his chance, Isaac promptly grabbed Churi by the collar, demanding confirmation that the princess would definitely be there, for which he received a hesitant, "Yes, but," Isaac immediately smiled, a cunning plan forming in his head. After all, the princess held an extremely high social standing, didn't she? Simultaneously, across town, a completely different meeting was underway at the training grounds of Joshua Manor. The silver-haired man stood sternly, ordering the two visitors to leave the premises right away. He stood with his arms crossed, firmly declaring that Isaac would absolutely not be going to the capital. The female teacher pleaded, "Sir, he really needs to attend this year's founding festival. It's where all the sane candidates receive their ordinations." The head of the family, however, remained completely inflexible, maintaining a cold and unyielding expression. Meanwhile, the aristocracy hadn't stopped gossiping about Isaac's miracle from 17 years ago, despite him being off the grid for a solid decade. Whispers of admiration and hopes to see Isaac grown up echoed through the manor, yet all this enthusiasm only earned an exasperated sigh from the family head. The female teacher continued to persuade him, explaining her lifelong dream was to educate Isaac and pointing out the ceremony happened to fall on the princess's birthday. She dropped her ultimate trump card, announcing that even the Pope would be attending, which finally caused the family head to interrupt, saying, "Wait, the Pope." The revelation that the Pope would personally bestow the hero title completely knocked the air out of him. This was an honor that could amplify one's power significantly, presenting a truly irresistible opportunity for anyone. The family head quickly fumbled for an excuse, insisting Isaac was too young for ordination, but the teacher shot back immediately. Why worry about age when talent like this is involved? Overwhelmed by the persistence of these two educators, the family head finally surrendered with a defeated sigh. The teacher happily cheered upon hearing the family head sigh. "Fine, do whatever you like." The Escher family head, however, gave a very knowing smirk and caution, "Just make sure you take full responsibility for whatever happens next." Elsewhere, Asik was quite pleased with himself, currently sitting comfortably on the lap of her completely haggard Sherry Escher. The memory of a truly terrifying explosion back at the mansion suddenly came flooding back to him. From a safe distance, a mysterious individual stood silently observing the ferocious blaze. He muttered to himself, having finally pinpointed the target. So that's where it is located. This observer obviously recognized the immense power that had just erupted. He then summoned a holy spirit, specifically one of the magic, resistant king tiers. He also identified the entity immediately. A holy spirit that couldn't become a king due to a significant personality disorder. A cunning plan took root in the observer's mind, knowing the papal family would go absolutely bonkers for this holy spirit. Considering their obsession with collecting them, he quickly decided that by stealing this entity and delivering it to them, he could guarantee himself a promotion. This person had a trump card already prepared, a very rare plant that could completely neutralize holy power. His goal was to suppress Isaac's holy power, triggering an uncontrolled eruption of the Skeleton King's demonic energy, so he could take advantage of the chaos. Back in the present, a voice from outside the chamber called out, "This is the room, Professor, right here." The door swung open, and the eager guests stepped inside, one of them saying, "At last, we'll see young Master Isaac in person." They stared in complete astonishment at the child lying in the crypt, one man commenting, "It's incredible, his appearance hasn't changed one bit since 10 years ago." Isaac's poor little rubies of eyes looked upward toward the recently arrived newcomers. The lad beamed wide, thinking to himself, "A warm welcome. My stellar letters of recommendation have arrived." Those two instructors instantly fell head over heels for the sight before them. The one lurking behind them, however, was decidedly not fooled. He shot the youngster a fierce look, silently cursing, "How dare you try that cheap trick on me, you little rarb." Young Kim Isaac quietly wished, deciding to unleash the potent holy force to ignite the Skeleton King's wicked might housed within the person cradling him. The youngster focused hard, mentally yelling at the top of his lungs, "Hurry up now, just lose all sense of order." The surrounding atmosphere instantly settled down, showing absolutely zero sign of any alteration. Witnessing his scheme flounder, Kim Isaac immediately switched to his innocent act, gently nuzzling his head against the gentleman's chest. Well now, a clear cloud of bewilderment filled his thoughts. Why is nothing happening? I definitely pumped enough sacred energy into that fellow. The little flame spirit perched on his head grew quite weary of the weight. "Hey kidder, what's the holdup? Go ahead and simply finish off that pious fellow already." "Def," the gentleman flashed a knowing grin, thinking gleefully, "A king, dear holy spirit, what a glorious opportunity for me." He firmly gripped the neatly folded piece of cloth lurking within his pocket, an object that radiated a distinctly sinister vibe. Isaac sweetly reached for a napkin to dab at his brow, only to freeze when a peculiar aroma hit his senses. "No way, tell me it isn't so." The youngster felt utterly crestfallen, understanding he had worked right into the elaborate snare set by someone far sneakier. Instantly, the fire sprite began to cough uncontrollably, and her physical form started behaving quite unexpectedly. She clutched her throat, howling in agony as the whole enchantment abruptly turned utterly wild. The violent explosion of shadowy power burst forth from the fire spirit, leaving the nearby teaching staff utterly dumbfounded. Poor Shalak lost all composure, letting out a completely unhinged shriek of pure madness. Those nearby started to panic, shouting, "It's gone completely wild. Watch out for the professor, everyone." The villain behind the plot showed his true colors, announcing with great confidence, "Fantastic. Now all we must do is capture the spirit while it's in this berserk state." He deliberately crushed the small magical circlet nestled in his hand, whispering to himself, "This is the perfect moment." The fiery sphere of intense heat materialized in the man's outstretched hand, perfectly aimed right at the unstable spirit. Employing a highly agonizing spell, the devastating burst of raw energy shot out, thoroughly enveloping poor Shalak. The magical assault erupted forward, zeroing in directly upon the now deranged fire elemental. The spectator pretended to be shocked, yet a smug little smile was hidden just beneath his polite exterior. Completely enveloped in the inferno, Shalak unleashed a truly heartbreaking cry filled with intense suffering. However, Isaac simply smirked to himself, thinking, "Did you truly believe a move like that would actually succeed against me?" Right at the juncture, the butler and a female manager burst in wildly, yelling out the youngster's familiar title, "Isaac, the master, we are here." "Very well, since a sufficient audience has assembled for the show, this ought to be adequate." Right, Isaac pondered, looking at the glowing energy sphere he held. The small child gently closed his eyelids, and the chaotic, evil energy was swiftly drawn back into the confines of his little wooden cradle. Malevolent gloom absolutely saturated the chamber, compelling the frightened bystanders to execute a dramatic backward shuffle of sheer terror. One instructor began sputtering wildly, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait a minute, our little Lord Isaac is personally gulping down that awful abyssal power." Isaac dramatically flung open his eyelids, his bright scarlet irises burning with the unshakable certainty of a seasoned gambler. The tiny chap nonchalantly clicked his digits, whispering smugly, "Well, the nasty spiritual mess has been tidied up and put away." Subsequently, employing a notably cheeky hand motion, he directed them, "Seriously folks, you should probably quit that now." Instantly, the pristine sapphire divine aura completely wrapped the fiery specter, instantly dialing down her dramatic rage tantrum. Polly blew heavenly foss. Oh heavens to Betsy, the head servant and the supervising lady gasped, utterly gassed and thoroughly bewildered. Suspended above the floor, Sherlock slowly regained her composure, her former highly damaging inferno entirely extinguished. Thank goodness. She stared intensely at her own form in sheer amazement, totally incapable of figuring out which mysterious force had just successfully bossed her around. The professors erupted in applause, proclaiming that he had both mastered the undead ruler's awful corruption and pacified the highly irritated entity. The manservant gazed upon his miniature lord, his speech shaking with powerful sentiment. This astounding event is nothing short of a divine blessing. Young Isaac, assuming the child had uttered his inaugural syllable, he began weeping uncontrollably. You have at long last articulated a thought, my boy. I could not be happier. While the celebration continued, Kim Isaac internally felt rather irritated. Confound it all, why are they making such a fuss over this minor procedural detail? Every person present celebrated with unbridled glee, blissfully ignorant of the youngster's intricate scheming. Simultaneously, the spy dramatically crumpled to the floor, absolutely refusing to acknowledge his botched mission. Blast it all, how did I manage to mess up so badly? Sherlock hung suspended overhead, her tone dripping with concentrated mockery. Funny, I was just about to inquire the exact same thing. Dedicated little employee. She let out a furious bellow, her gaze absolutely incinerating the air. Identify the despicable puppet master immediately. The unfortunate fellow rapidly attempted to clarify the situation. Puppet master? That sounds terribly wrong. I merely stopped by to greet little Isaac. However, this fabrication was immediately unveiled. You are clearly decked out in fire-proof accessories, sporting both an amulet and wrist jewelry. Now, try selling me that misunderstanding yarn once more, Sherlock proclaimed with considerable volume. Henceforth, every single fire entity shall immediately terminate all contracts with a clergyman affiliated with the high priest's lineage. She delivered a wicked little sneer. Do not get the wrong impression, because you are spot on if you assume I find your particular facial structure deeply offensive. The spy wildly extended his arm in desperation. Excuse me, hold your horses for just a tiny second. He shrieked in absolute terror. How on earth can a celestial being unilaterally cancel its arrangement with a holy man who signed a contract with the Almighty? Sherlock responded with icy indifference. Kindly discard the thought, because frankly those idiotic statutes carry zero weight. Observing this entire dramatic sequence unfold, Kim Yesok flashed a thoroughly pleased grin. After delivering one last curt instruction to depart, Sherlock thoroughly annihilated the miserable spy. Having dispatched the thoroughly vanquished opponent, she glided over to the one who helped her, specifically Isaac. You successfully rescued me using your celestial abilities, and incredibly even managed to tame the horrific power of the bony monarch. I plan to stick around for some time and discharge this significant debt, Sherlock volunteered cheerfully, completely oblivious that she had worked right into the little schemer's net. The educators cheerfully determined that they would immediately go back to the Vatican headquarters to document this utterly wild succession of events. The scheme was a perfect success, and Kim Yesok found himself unable to suppress a sinister, victorious smirk. Lieshir burst into the Patriarch's office, carrying news so urgent it couldn't wait another second. Lieshir announced in a flat, cold tone that the Holy See had already approved Isaac's ordination as a priest. Lee was completely stunned by the speed of the decision, wondering if the boy's quick approval stemmed from saving the Inquisitors and the Escher people. He quickly answered his own question, with a slightly strained realization. No, it's because he carries the King-tier Holy Spirit, which makes objection impossible. Lee continued, stating that more importantly, he had given Isaac a knowledge assessment to evaluate his true academic level. He held up the results with a completely blank expression, revealing the boy had achieved a perfect score on all 1,600 questions. The perfect score? Lee was completely flabbergasted, his face flushing with astonishment at the child's utterly unbelievable genius, who let out a deep sigh, observing that other than his truly dreadful attitude, the boy possessed no other shortcomings. Lee nodded, explaining that they only needed to finalize the results of the personality test now, even though he considered it a pointless exercise. Arlai suddenly remembered, the test utilizes holy magic to compel honest answers. Let us take a look at what he said. The first answer concerning his family actually caused them both to laugh, as he had written, conquer them all, they are mine. But the second answer instantly wiped the humor from their faces, detailing his plan to behead all the gods as soon as he became a priest. The final answer made Arlai crumble the paper in his fist, as it bluntly stated, destroy this entire country. Lee narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice significantly to state that only they were privy to these results. Arlai started trembling as the terrifying realization dawned on him. If Isaac took this test again, he would be instantly executed for heresy. Lee slammed his hand on the table, making a decisive declaration. You will take the ordination in his stead, and do not let Isaac step outside this house. He stood up, his gaze sharp and cold, ordering them to prioritize Isaac's home education from now on. Meanwhile, in a completely different room, the door slowly groaned open. The dark, shadowy entity hovered in the air, murmuring a single word. Master, have you decided yet? The shadow asked, and Isaac's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Naturally. Isaac's small hand gripped his luggage tightly, his determination visibly solidifying. With a mischievous grin, the boy hoisted his entire fortune onto his back, declaring, Well, it's about time to run away from home. The scene shifted abruptly to the magnificent Roman Imperial Academy, located right in the capital city, within the Holy Magic Department. The strange rumor was spreading rapidly. A mere 10-year-old child was reportedly scheduled to be ordained as a priest during the ceremony. In the waiting room, a group of students buzzed excitedly about this outrageous news, speculating that the upcoming graduation ceremony would hold even more bizarre surprises. Nigel Seffett, a red-haired young master with an irritating personality, said arrogantly at the suggestion. We scoff loudly. A kid who still struggles to walk. Who exactly does he think he is, daring to become a priest? This brown-haired classmate asked in astonishment, and Nigel gleefully revealed that the child hadn't grown an inch in 10 years because he was cursed by the Skeleton King. Nigel turned to address his silent, blonde-haired companion. Don't you agree with me? Jury. Another student attempted to quell the tension, suggesting this was likely nothing more than a symbolic, ceremonial ordination. This calmed the brown-haired friend, who let out a huge sigh of relief. Internally, however, he was spitting vitriol. That utterly exasperating individual. I actually thought he might remain well behaved for at least 5 minutes this time. Nigel still couldn't resist a sneer, continuing to taunt the friend. What a fantastic lie. Living under the Saintess's roof, where even an utterly unqualified kid manages to snag a priest ordination. The brown-haired friend finally snapped, mentally slamming the table and letting out an internal scream of rage. This total jerk just keeps running his mouth. A freezing voice suddenly echoed through the room from the doorway, cutting him off. You are drastically underestimating the abilities of the Holy CS priests. Nigel Seffett. Keena Barrett stepped out of the shadows, wearing a triumphant smirk. The best part? The person who actually approved Isaac's nomination was your father, Duke Ryan Seffett. Keena fixed the astonished Nigel with a look of pure contempt. I genuinely didn't realize you were dense enough to accidentally insult your own father in front of everyone. Nigel spun around furiously to confront the newcomer, yelling for them to shut their mouth. You don't even attend school here. What gives you the right to cause a scene? The other person simply replied, I am here because I received an invitation. The stranger continued, revealing their identity as an invited advisor and holy magic instructor, starting after everyone's graduation, leaving Nigel and his friends completely flabbergasted. The fresh instructor then shifted their attention to Shuri, who seemed quite concerned, offering a similar worry. I am actually quite worried about your situation. Shuri. Kinabart landed another devastating verbal punch. Given that Isaac is cursed and physically incapable of becoming a priest, it seems we must collectively cross our fingers that the Escher family holds out until you eventually inherit the patriarch title. Shuri Escher, thoroughly insulted by the very notion of becoming someone's servant, was so furious he couldn't even manage to form words. Kinabart wore a look of utter triumph, reminding himself to maintain control, as the time for action hadn't quite arrived yet. I absolutely do not require your assistance. Shuri snarled, completely rejecting the display of insincere sympathy. He spun around and walked away in pure resentment, with a single, overriding thought screaming inside his skull. Just stay out of my business. Back in the Academy's absurdly opulent dormitory, a violent eruption of sheer fury was imminent. The textbook was violently hurled to the floor, serving as a physical release for his completely uncontained rage. How dare those worthless jerks mock me in that way? Shuri bellowed, addressing the empty space in his room. He was completely beside himself with anger. My family doesn't even pay attention to my ordination, all thanks to that runaway little menace. Why did he have to create trouble right this second? That truly useless little punk. Shuri thought, gripping his head in agony. His anger drove him to utter a curse. He should suffer immediate, total hair loss. Just then, the tiny person emerged from the suitcase, and a truly chilling voice echoed, what precisely did you just say? Tim Yesek appeared with a genuinely murderous expression, making Shuri's heart leap into his throat. Hair loss? He asked icily. Were you actively trying to sign your own death warrant? I came here to be ordained as a priest myself, Kim Yesek explained in a perfectly even tone. I fled because both my uncle and the patriarch were actively trying to prevent it. The boy suddenly pivoted the conversation, grabbing a weird object as he did so. Thane, let us set that aside for a moment. Tim Shuri, just look at you. Getting incredibly sloppy. Aren't you? Tim Yesek observed, raising the object high, making Shuri instinctively cower in response. The boy's eyes were absolutely blazing with fury. How dare you allow that worthless trash from the Pope's family to suggest you become a servant? Shuri attempted to offer an explanation, but he was too slow. A loud shut up echoed, followed by a sudden, invisible force that completely knocked him off his feet. How dare that piece of human garbage disrespect the Escher family? Kim Yesek yelled, launching into a flurry of merciless punches and kicks directed at Shuri. The boy let out an irrational bellow. Escher belongs exclusively to me, and therefore, only I have the sacred right to insult and demolish them. Standing on the back of his poor, flattened cousin, Kim Yesek delivered a grave declaration. Listen well, Kim Shuri, make sure you remember this. Lying pancaked on the ground, Shuri Escher internally screamed, I am the one destined to destroy Escher, but please God, save this idiot from himself. Kim Yesek looked down at his flattened relative and gave a chilly command. Don't be dramatic, get up, and show me where we need to go. A truly sinister smile spread across the boy's face as he announced his objective, dealing with those rude individuals who dared to disrespect his cousin. Churi stumbled along behind Kim Yesok, entering a ridiculously fancy dining hall already teeming with other well-filled academy attendees. The sudden appearance of the unfamiliar child immediately drew attention. A specific girl with vivid red hair commented, "Bar, check out the gorgeous hair color, it's practically glowing." Kim Yesok hummed a little tune as he strode forward, acting as if he had no idea who was causing such a stir. Then the boy suddenly yelled out at the top of his lungs, "Which absolute idiot actually dared to lay a single finger on my cousin?" Sure, the red-paid girl spun around, her inquisitive eyes immediately searching for whoever had made that incredibly rude noise. Churi's mind raced as he connected the dots, a horrifying memory surfacing. Hold on, he's talking about the red-paid girl from Berlin. He instantly knew they were in trouble. I must absolutely stop him, or else the Inquisitors are going to swoop in and make everything worse. The situation became exponentially worse as the horrifying realization hit him. That specific girl was Naki Sefit, sister to the infamous Nigel. A sharp, jarring noise suddenly rang out across the hall as something heavy made contact with a nearby table. Churi made a frantic, last-ditch attempt to grab the boy, but completely failed to catch him. Kim Yesok was already standing with one foot planted firmly on Naki Sefit's table, looking her dead in the eye and tauntingly saying, "Pull there, prut." Dead. The boy stood tall on the tabletop, pointing a dramatic finger right at the girl's face. "You were involved in bullying Kim Churi, weren't you?" he demanded. Naki Sefit remained perfectly composed as she responded, "I have never laid a hand on Churi Eshur. This bully was actually Nigel." Kim Yesok immediately twisted her words, saying, "Barhar, so you admit that you were bullying him?" Churi, watching from behind, could only helplessly clutch his head in pure agony. Shadowy entity suddenly appeared, whispering to Kim Yesok, "Master, I recognize a very familiar kind of aura coming off this specific girl." A powerful and intense energy suddenly radiated from Naki, revealing itself as the very essence of one of the 5 truly great supreme deities. Just as things got real tense, a new voice called out from the side, speaking directly to the boar, "You must be the infamous Isaac everyone has been talking about, right?" Naki Sofet let out a sneering laugh, openly ridiculing the identities of the 2 boys across from her, a cursed child and a child of the Pope. She scoffed at the idea that the Eshur family would soon be kicked out of the 5 great faiths, while Isaac secretly noted that this girl was a textbook example of high society arrogance. Churi Eshur jumped in frantically, pleading, "Isaac, please don't mess with the red-haired family. Let us just go home immediately." The blonde boy simply dismissed him, saying, "Quiet down. I need to focus on getting ordained as a priest first." Naki coldly announced, "You will absolutely never be ordained, because Nigel will appeal to the Holy See and make sure that never happens." Upon hearing Nigel's name, Churi Eshur tightened his jaw and secretly unleashed a volley of mental curses at Naki's infuriating older sibling. "And honestly," Naki added smugly, "judging by your current behavior, the ordination will be cancelled even if Nigel doesn't lift a finger." The red-hooded escort standing just behind her spoke up, "My lady." The escort whispered a question about summoning an inquisitor, but Churi let out a desperate cry, "No, absolutely not. 70% of all inquisitors belong to that red-haired family." Overcome with panic, Churi grabbed hold of Isaac's clothes and attempted to physically drag the boy out. "Isaac, please, we have to leave right now." Just then, a shrill, piercing scream echoed through the hall, startling everyone and causing them all to jump and look around. The massive monster paw, wrapped in shadowy violet supernatural vibes, crashed down against those tiles with a thud. Right inside the ballroom, the ginormous hellspawn popped into existence, making every pupil shriek like terrified corridors. "It is a devilish critter." Through all the frantic yelling, Yesok merely displayed a cheeky smirk while thinking about his premium monster coverage. The girl froze like a popsicle, confused by the sudden devilish arrival, as her bodyguard lunged ahead to protect his boss, yelling about the peril. The poor protector barely opened his mouth before a brutal pimp slap from the creature launched him across the room. That abyssal monster hollered, jumped over the napping security guy, and sprinted right at the terrified lady. "Way too speedy." She just gasped at the scary velocity. Suddenly, Yesok raised a baby toy and yelled for Tilder. "Pull up, Tilder," and the scary brew froze inches from her, grabbing the flying object while she stood there blinking. It scurried back to its boss, slobbering all over the lad, while Yesok muttered about the slow service. The gargantuan stumper hit the ground again, reminding everyone exactly who the biggest alpha in the room was. The hellish mutt rumbled, glowing with enough sinister violet smoke to fill a room. "You absolute freak," Naki yelled at the top of her lungs, while her companion barely managed a tiny squeak. With scary red eyes, the boy simply told it to leave. Instantly, the terrifying predator started wagging its tail like a happy golden retriever and zoomed away. It gave a little whine and then just blinked away. Its departure left the place a total mess, featuring one scholar doing a dramatic floor-kissing routine from pure terror. A ghostly voice mumbled admiringly that his lord was quite the actor, summoning a beast just for the fake rescue. Out of nowhere, some fellers wearing pearly plate mail crashed the gathering, while their captain hollered, "Tell me the location of that monster." The captain roared as Naki gestured toward the exit. While people called for backup, the pious warrior stepped closer to check if she was fine, making Shuri stand there with a vacant expression. A holy cop, Shuri muttered while grabbing the kid and fake, laughing to make a runner, but they were blocked instantly. "Sup right there, nobody goes home until we check everything." And Shuri realized they were in deep trouble. Attempting to act natural, he let out a nervous chuckle and claimed they were totally clueless about everything. At that moment, Naki screamed for Terra to cease his useless behavior right now. She made a loud statement while pointing at the kid. "The boy rescued me," she said, while Yasak hung there like a sack of potatoes. Amazed by her quick personality flip, Naki walked near and inquired if the boy was called Isaac, seeking a quick verification. Turning a bit pink, the lady sheepishly confessed she was a jerk earlier and said she was sorry, though she fastly took it back, claiming she definitely was not feeling thankful or anything like that. Shuri sweating like a hog while doubting that female's mental state, just as onlookers babbled regarding the toddler's life-saving endorsement note. Surrounded by the pack, the stunned bodyguard blurted that the rumors of his prowess were factual, while a tiny lass speculated if that infant happened to be the specific youngster her kin, Princess Charlotte Alex Frickheller from the Sanctified Domain, recently brought up. At the same time, within the Eshir fortress, a noisy transmission boomed from the enchanted globe inside Ellie's workspace. "Heaven above, why must you stay so obstinate, Blue Cardinal? Isn't it wonderful that your smallest descendant gets to be a cleric?" The Eshir patriarch barked, demanding the fellow to skedaddle right away. He claimed that he didn't take care, since his kin would remain at the Eshir residence for tutoring before reaching adulthood. Lee ground his teeth upon the suggestion that the boy's spirit might get twisted. Realizing that was precisely the current headache, the orb speaker abruptly shifted gears, asking if he was aware of the recent campus developments, that snow-haired Rugrat is currently roaming campus grounds, making Lee freeze while whispering Isaac's name. He instantly bellowed for his boy, Arlige, making the youth jump before answering from the outdoor terrace. Lee lunged from his chamber, grabbed his kid, and commanded that they depart for the main city this very moment. Arlige's expression was one of pure shock after hearing the order to arrive before tomorrow morning. He tried explaining that traveling to the capital requires a full week, but Ali merely monitored his timepiece and noted they had 23 hours. Displaying a mask of stony resolve, the Blue Cardinal barked they would proceed by sprinting the entire distance. Following sunup, everyone arrived inside those training grounds. Shuri Eshur hammered against the wooden entrance, yelling for Isaac to explain what he was currently doing. He groaned in agony, questioning for what reason a toddler with a massive noggin might desire holy vestments, then demanded he exit since everyone else arrived. Next the boy slumped on the frame with a defeated tone, suggesting that folks might mock them and they should skip it. Shuri collapsed on the floor in misery, pleading for the little guy to surrender and return home. He whirled around, stretching out his palms with a pathetic, begging look on his face. Shuri Eshur went rigid, his complexion turning ghostly from a sudden surge of intense fright. Conversely, Kim Yesok grinned like a devil, telling Shuri they needed to get moving already. Kim Shuri. During the closing party evening, inside the clerical dining room, a very heavy and serious mood took over. The rookies sat down while quiet gossip floated through the air like a lingering fog. Without warning, a loud shout instructed the group to stand, causing Shuri to bounce up in a panic. Heavy thuds signaled the entrance of some extremely powerful and influential individuals. The 5 heads of the mighty ruling clans marched into the chamber with an air of total authority. Among them, Gol Eshur, the house's future leader, fixed his attire while wearing a very arrogant smirk. He secretly bragged that he would soon become the primary boss of Eshur, replacing that old Blue Cardinal fellow. Out of nowhere, the holy big shot Ili Eshur barged inside, yelling if he had missed the grand party. He snatched Gol by the collar, panicking about Isaac's location, which forced the stunned son to suggest the kid was likely still chilling at home. Suddenly, the breathless Riley Eshur dashed over, wheezing that events already concluded and the lad was likely beside Shuri currently. Prior to her concluding the sentence, the formal narrator declared with massive flair that the top leader had finally appeared. Orders for crowds to bow their heads rang throughout the hall while the supreme commander made his big entrance. Jalil Brett appeared, looking like a terrifying boss who owned the whole world. The holy man lifted a palm to sprinkle divine magic over the Hello Kingdom, while all the old leaders looked on with worship. A prayer for the country echoed just as his religious limb came down. Soon after, Julio Barrick gracefully sat his powerful self onto the massive golden chair. When the room finally became quiet, an elderly man with white locks realized the young Isaac was missing from the crowd. The official priest party kicked off, and Shuri gripped a drink, whispering to his own soul about feeling glad. During the event, someone yelled for the missing boar, making the sapphire-clad official look quite annoyed. The man grumbled under his breath about the pointlessness of summoning a child who clearly was not in the building. However, the moment his lips stopped moving, the shout of presence rang out, causing Lee to choke and spray his expensive beverage. Dole and the other Eshur family members spun around, nearly breaking their necks to see the unannounced guest. Kim Yusek appeared looking like a total heartthrob teenager with a grin, which left Shuri staring blankly while muttering the boy's name. Pure chaos erupted in the room. Lee shattered his cup with his bare hands while another old guy leaped up, screaming in confusion. An announcer kept the ball rolling by telling the Eshur boy to move his feet, and the lad marched forward with confidence. In a distant area, the man called Relay dashed toward the front. The men started crying with joy, asking Isaac how he became so tall and noting he was rocking the custom-made clothes. All the guests started gossiping, wondering if he was meant to be an infant or if the family hex finally vanished. Kids from the other noble houses were totally freaked out, questioning how the boy had undergone such a massive growth spurt. Ignoring the surroundings, Enyasuk simply flashed a very secretive grin. The red-headed leader gnashed his teeth and demolished his furniture, demanding to know what that skeleton king jerk did to the boy. Lieshur let out a furious howl, convinced the child was being puppeted because his grandson would never make that cheeky face. A different elderly candidate watched closely, wondering if the legendary Escher family jinx had just evaporated into nothingness. He kept debating with his nearby companions, arguing that the change was actually a divine gift rather than a nasty spell. The boy eventually worked all the way up to the big chair where the high leader Julio Barrett was currently sitting. He quietly judged the men, wondering if this was the boss and noting that the vibe he gave off was like a dragon. A bizarre impulse struck the brain of Yun Kim, hinting that he might simply pop the man's top off right there. Lee and Arli Escher felt their souls abandon their bodies upon hearing Kim Yasuk's violent mental comeback. Panicked, Lee Escher screamed internally that he had her stop this mess right now. He swiftly sparked a scene by shoving the ginger patriarch and whispering that his hand just got way too enthusiastic. The different elder jumped in fright, screaming about a massive roach on the loose. The brunette leader questioned his sanity. At the other swore a beetle the size of her melon was lurking. During the ruckus, the cleric attempted to calm everyone and summoned Shiri Escher to the front for his turn. Kim Yesok clawed at his scalp in frustration because the slow pace of the ceremony was testing his patience. Pope Julio Barrett watched the entire circus from his chair without saying a single word. The holy man dramatically proclaimed that the time for chatting with the divine beings had finally arrived. Standing high above, Cole Escher beamed with massive expectations regarding his boy's upcoming divine performance. The monk strolled by clutching the sacred cup while the terrifying threat of banishment loomed like a spooky ghost. Lee promised his child that a magnificent Escher deity would show up, prompting Arli to start praying like crazy. Arli Escher convinced himself that even in a worst-case scenario, no wicked demon would bother visiting him. Lee snapped back that they would just destroy any evil spirit that dared to appear. Clutched tightly by his shirt, Arli trembled while asking exactly what or who Isaac planned to demolish. Lee shouted as Shuri approached the vessel, arguing that the cup should be broken instead of the innocent kid. Inside the hall, Shuri Escher poked his finger with total determination. He raised his leaking finger, preparing for the most important part of this holy ritual. A single red bead tumbled down, splashing the liquid and shooting a bolt of neon blue energy upward. Shuri finished his turn while a glowing column of sapphire light swallowed him whole in a flashy display. Cole Escher hollowed with joy, boasting that a fancy sapphire deity had actually shown up for his boar. Ken Esserk watched with boredom, mocking the Escher family's deity for being a weakling obsessed with boring goodness. He raised his bleeding finger while wondering what annoying fate awaited him today. He decided that any visiting god would be an annoying pest, then prepared to leak blood into the cup. The lead cleric froze in pure shock the moment Kim Esserk's blood finally plummeted toward the sacred water. He mumbled in fright, feeling a very bad vibe coming from the chalice. The instant the red speck hit the water, the whole container turned into a swampy, colored mess. An explosion of coal-colored evil power blasted out of the cup like a fountain of pure nightmare juice. Lee and Ellie stared with their jaws on the floor as the terrifying disaster continued below. Lee Escher stuttered in fear, wondering what the thing was. Out of the soap, the massive pile of sentient calcium arrived, prompting Ellie to shriek about the Bone Lord. The sofa-sized closet dweller filled the main room, radiating vibes of expired milk and raw cosmic juice. His bony majesty arrived, making Ellie Escher faceplant while his corneas ignited with unbridled, crimson electricity. Kim Yasser just blinked like a confused goldfish, wondering if he missed the rehearsal for this madness. The priest Ellie Escher snarled, pulling sapphire sparks into knuckles while a gaze turned murky with homicidal thoughts. Perish, the fellow shrieked, diving ahead to deliver a truly catastrophic strike. Rather, the skull-faced monarch moved first, launching Stygian shackles to entrap Kim Yasserk. Wrapped in bondage, Kim Yasserk heard a gravelly whisper saying, "I wanted this holy saint," which was totally confusing. That bony emperor hollowed a formal challenge, promising to demolish such sacred realms, starting with a specific morsel, snared via thick metal. Kim Yasserk simply gawked, wondering what brand of mental instability plagued that calcium creep. However, the youth's spectral buddy wailed within his brain, noting that fellow resembles some ancient selfie, truly repulsive. The ghost squinted at the newcomer, wondering which bargain bin this fake idiot crawled out of. The phantom also continued mocking, stating that its specific supervisor was an unrivaled catastrophe and massive goofball. Exploiting the opening, the head cleric plus the crimson-haired leader merged their mystical energies into a deadly cocktail. A couple of ruinous rays, colored like sulfur and hibiscus, blasted quickly toward the united opponent. Inside the frantic skirmish, Cardinal Escher steadied his posture against the violent vibrations of the magical blast. The elder bellowed, telling everyone to scram. Lee's peepers turned crimson, a scary sphere of blue static dancing in his palm like a tiny sun. An enormous consecrated python broke free, screeching while it charged directly at the tall stack of ribs. The cerulean priest observed that peak performance strike while keeping his gaze sharp and predatory. Confronting that slithering spell, the calcium ruler commented dryly regarding the boss over at the Sapphire Mansion. "Personal talents are currently hamstrung by our spooky hexes, so just refrain from moving, little guy." Thereby, the silver-paid elder groaned, "I hate helping, especially since fixing the ceiling costs a fortune. Suddenly, those sockets gleamed with a lethal, carmine radiance that promised only pain. Your jaw flaps incessantly, the fellow bellowed, discharging a far scarier wave of sapphire static against the incoming jewel. Door. The undead ruler just twisted his face into a truly nasty, toothy grin. The undead freak snatched Kim Ye-seok, using him for physical cover while inviting the others to witness his execution. Kim Ye-seok yelled in panic, expressing that he totally agreed with its sentiment. Someone in the crowd screamed while the magic cobra prepared to eat everyone, yelling that the patriarch conjured a predator despite his own kin being trapped. Regardless of the danger, Lee Yesur smirked wickedly, claiming that a holy saint cannot perish from such pokes, caught in a swirling mess of total doom. Kim Ye-seok shrieked about meeting his maker in such a pathetic fashion. A massive blast painted the whole scenery in bright azure neon hues, while chaotic powers danced around him. Lee Yesur simply protected his noggin from the flying magical debris. The bony monarch got totally swallowed by the huge surge of raw mystical energy. The building fell apart into pebbles, leaving a depressing pile of junk. Peering through the gritty clouds, Lee Yesur nervously wondered if the big bad guy actually got clobbered. Some fancy rich guy yelped, "Holy moly, the Bone Daddy returned after ghosting the Joshua clan for 7 decades. A firm shout cut through the mess, stating a clear disagreement. Looking sir, covered but mostly fine, Kim Ye-seok barked that the guy was a fraud. Lee Yesur twirled with wide eyes and a happy heart, asking if Isaac were still among the living. Gossip spread as Shuri Yesur observed that youngster, confused if the skeletal dude really labeled him a holy man. The shiny, haired boss knelt down to help, as the crowd assumed the blue leader turned the Bone King into dust. Kim Ye-seok glared with a gaze that could slice bread, insisting the monster was definitely still kicking around. He boldly told the shocked group that the whole scary show was nothing but a cheap magic trick. The spooky dark buddy popped up behind him, muttering about a fake dark duplicate and checking if he fell dead as well. Squeezing his hand into a tight ball, Kim Ye-seok realized the thief was actually burning through his own energy. Kim Ye-seok wondered if his power battery had rolled away somewhere, which seemed like a plausible but annoying theory. With a wicked grin, he decided that if the fake had his battery, he would just murder him to reclaim it. Meanwhile, Lee Yesur got stuck in a messy flood of old, confusing memories. He recalled the time he fought the grumpy skeleton king many years ago. Thinking back, Pope Julio Barrick realized that without his intervention, the youngster was destined for the grave. Once the dust settled and Illy looked miserable, the holy leader tried to soothe a very teary-eyed Shuri. Tiny Shuri just cried in the holy man's arms, asking why it happened. The Pope told himself that the whole situation was absolutely unbelievable and wild. He drifted back to an ancient tale regarding the supreme deity his kin worshipped for many long centuries. The specific divine boss held a higher rank than even the 5 most powerful celestial big shots in existence. Chuck quickly turned to anger as he ground his teeth together in fury. Inside his skull, the Pope screamed that the divine being nearly picked that annoying Joshua kid for the job. The mental trip finished, letting the Pope observe Lee Yesur departing from the scene once the fighting stopped. Nowadays, Lee plus a mysterious person hiked toward the crouched Kim Ye-seok, loudly calling out for Isaac. "Get your butt over here, we are heading back," Lee muttered while reaching out his palm. Abruptly, he snatched the noggin of Kim Ye-seok with a spooky smirk, claiming his kin smashed that hex like a boss. "Gramps will buy you yummy snacks." Lee moved in close, making Kim Ye-seok worry that he was headed to a butcher shop. "Peijuk," a freezing tone resonated, slicing right through the local vibes. The lad with the metallic mane moved ahead, shouting that Isaac really ought to stay put for the time being. Earth trembled aggressively when a fountain of obsidian mojo suddenly burst forth from the dirt. Out of those dusty remains, ugly critters screamed, indicating they were ready to throw a massive temper tantrum. Inside the ring of enemies, Lee Yesur coolly mentioned that he had some unfinished business to resolve in the stump. In another spot, the holy guys watched the mess, one blubbering that they were totally cooked. "Dear leader." All at once, Kim Ye-seok grinned, suggesting they really should not hurry back. He marched ahead, confronting the shocked kid who looked like he had seen a shiny ghost. The shiny-haired brat growled, calling him a cocky loser for thinking he was holy just for getting taller. "I am going to demonstrate who the actual holy man is." Kim Ye-seok barked back with immense pride. A glowing ball of concentrated divine juice spun around inside his open hand. Kim Ye-seok triggered his technique, shouting for a purification blast. Heavenly brightness wrapped around the group, forcing those hellish schmutz to yelp like they stepped on leggers. The watching big boss shouted with joy, praising the top-tier cleaning magic and noting it was a century since such shine appeared. However, the 4-eyed priest questioned why he stuck to the laundry spell instead of actually hitting things. At the same time, the evil critter survived the blast, causing everyone to wonder what he was actually planning. Kim Ye-seok reminisced about his female teacher, thinking he had no choice since Salk was his only source of magic tutoring. He contemplated, knowing that once this holy car wash move hits the 6th rank, things change. Wearing Adidas grin, he spilled the beans that it would slowly melt everything nearby over a long period. Instantly, the shadow monsters started twisting and screaming like they were stuck in a bad disco. The chrome-haired teen attempted to haul him, yelling to move because that weak magic would never finish them off. That boy thought that despite being a rare prodigy, the guy was stuck at level 5 and could not possibly win. He boastfully told Kim Ye-seok that his tiny bit of skill was pathetic, so he should observe a real pro. Yet the glowing orb in his own grip crumbled into pathetic flakes while he watched in total disbelief. Seeing the failure, Kim Yesok chuckled and mocked him, suggesting he should try aiming at more than one spot. The shiny-haired kid spun around fuming, asking if he missed the lesson about these creeps healing themselves instantly. Nevertheless, his long-winded lecture was completely lost in the sea of Kim Yesok's non-stop giggling. Kim Yesok folded his limbs with a smug grin, informing the brat that he lacked even basic common sense. He mentioned chillingly, they were all just pathetic distractions. The hero, Kim Yesok, inspected the trash floorboards for the central node, seeking its location. Radiant sapphire energy leaked out of his hand, scouring every inch of the massive room. I located the specimen, the man muttered while observing a minuscule radiant insect. The white-haired teenager felt doubtful, questioning how a minuscule beetle could cause such trouble. Keeping silent, Kim Yesok punctured the pest immediately using a sharp needle. Instantly, black smog erupted out of the pest, slamming into the porcelain-skinned boy and making him faint. He grinned while displaying the broken mechanism, stating it rots people through a gradual process. Simultaneously, every other trainee hit the floor, their frames twitching while suffering through immense torture. The boy jolted into consciousness, remembering the monster's claim that the lift planned to annihilate the kingdom. Kim Yesok squinted with a wicked expression, noting the Zen trainees are the country's only hope. During the panic, the senior cleric barked commands, whereas Kim Yesok stood still watching the results. Kim Yesok felt stunned when a mediator suddenly crashed his party. Floods of sparkling holy ore rushed across the grand chamber. Hold on, if you scrub them all at once like that, Kim Yesok yelled, seeing the massive cleaning. Briefly, obsidian vapors continued to wrap around the fallen pupils. His ghostly servant muttered that the time was ripe, so Kim Yesok grinned, calling him brilliant. His Holiness, Jalil Barrett, hoisted that scepter while releasing a supreme level of sacred magic. That holy power sucked up the poison, making the room cleaner than a surgical ward. Kim Yesok and the pale teen looked behind them, amazed by the spectacular view. Smiling kindly, the Pope stated that concerns about the venom were officially over. These ancient relics in the church are utterly incompetent, Kim Yesok grumbled, seeing his scheme fall apart. Out of nowhere, the monstrous spore slammed violently against the hard tiles. An enormous canine monster appeared, howling that those who challenge the monarch shall face certain death. The creature shrieked wildly, promising to bring a companion to hell during its final moments. Kim Yesok's crimson pupils sparkled with an extremely murderous glint. A hidden wall of sheer force surged from his body, crushing the hellish creature. The canine stood paralyzed, yelping in terror at the magnitude of the ore. Effortlessly discarded, the beast only core Kim Yesok's mocking comment about its pathetic attempt to look tough. As the crowd swept away the mess, the frosty-haired kid just stood there like a decorative lawn ornament, his brain basically short-circuited because he realized some dude just evicted a demon using nothing but a grumpy stare. Squeezing his fists in shock, the shiny-headed lad felt like his worldview just did a backflip because it seemed totally impossible. Snatching a random classmate by the collar, he shrieked that such fancy tricks are usually reserved for the big boss Pope. Just like a spicy viral meme, the story of the Bone King getting smacked around zipped across the kingdom, sparking mass panic. During the fancy council gathering, Julio Barrett admitted that their sacred jug was acting funky, so they were currently checking for leaks. Some old guy questioned if the tour search caused the glitch, but the reply confirmed that visitors were only a tiny slice of the pie. The real kicker was that the dragon-powered shield around the city was losing its mojo and starting to flicker. Lounging at the family estate, Kim Yesok scanned the daily gossip while trying to piece together this chaotic puzzle. He grumbled that since the demon attack cracked the shield and the lizard belongs to the royals, the church folks are just passing the blame. A shocked voice chirped from the doorway, marveling that the little rugrat could actually decipher the big words in the news. With a fake clap, the uncle congratulated the boy for joining the Holy Man Club. Lee beamed with joy now that the brat was vocal, as they could finally command him to interpret the Skeleton King's message. The wooden entrance flew open as the Asher-robed Ilyesir marched inside with a face like a thunderstorm. Scanning the room, he noted it was convenient both were present, then kicked Isaac out so the adults could gossip. Once the kid left, the heavy barrier banged shut with an aggressive thud. With hawk eyes, the man immediately got down to business. He activated a top-tier holy spell for total privacy, wrapping the place in a bubble of absolute orc quietness. Arlaya looked startled, asking why on earth he needed to use the mega-hush magic just to have a chat. The uncle stood there looking baffled, so the relative clarified that Isaac was the source of the trouble. Wearing a face like a funeral director, Arlaya dropped the bombshell that the boy had likely been picked by a very naughty deity. The analyst argued that Isaac definitely didn't call a normal god, since that weird logo he summoned was completely unique. He disclosed a massive secret that only the Gold Cardinal and the Pope witnessed, leading to the latter trying to murder Isaac. The official insisted that the boss wouldn't resort to murder unless the boy had accidentally summoned a total celestial jerk. The uncle stroked his chin, wondering if the summoned god was actually a good guy. Gold proposed a scary theory which caused Arlaya to shout, questioning if it was the legendary emblem of the Golden Cult. It was noted those guys are hygiene freaks about bloodlines, and they definitely wouldn't be happy about their god hanging with his family. Judging by the Pope's reaction, Lee deduced the kid had summoned a deity that only the fancy golden folks own. He added it might be a god even the snobs haven't met, leading Arlaya to cheer that Isaac totally nailed it. The uncle instantly killed the excitement by saying it was impossible. causing Arlai to look like a popped balloon. Lee barked orders while dangling a shiny holy trinket to bribe Shuri, then told Gol to spy on the Pope's cousins for a reward. He spoke with absolute finality, stating that Isaac would remain under heavy guard until his first day of vocational training arrived. Lee squeezed his hand tight, sounding terrified that Isaac might flop his religion exam once more and cause a disaster. Their scariest nightmare finally took shape, resembling a creepy cult leader from a film. The trio of mighty dudes from the Yesir clan stood frozen, completely rattled by such a nasty future possibility. Gol and Arlai flipped out, picturing the whole gang getting charged with rebellion while the kids got kicked out forever. Preventing the catastrophe is our top priority, Lee muttered through clamped teeth while looking like he wanted to punch something. The setting shifted as a teacher informed Isaac's group that their corporate slave training was about to commence. Lee started rambling about old times until Isaac cut him off, complaining that his stories sounded like mandatory soul-crushing service. A fellow student offered some heartfelt guidance, suggesting they work hard since this grading window basically seals their destiny forever. Isaac just shrugged when reminded about selling his soul to cosmic entities, acting like he barely remembered the whole thing. The uncle chirped happily, wondering if his nephew felt curious about the art of killing things for gods. Isaac flashed a creepy grin and said he was stoked, particularly about the actual stabbing. His relative shouted with joy, noting how wonderful it felt to watch young Isaac become such a pious little boy. He offered to lecture them on slaughtering offerings, speaking with weird excitement while Isaac and Shuri stayed quiet. The man started a massive, boring speech about ceremonial philosophy, eventually confusing himself with his own illogical rambling. Isaac felt incredibly sleepy, noting his uncle seemed way too thrilled about murder while the lecture continued on and on. The youngster muttered to the monster at his side, saying those puny guts should start begging, since he intended to rip them into confetti, getting it totally wrong. The uncle chuckled, praising Isaac's eagerness to participate and his impressive desire to get messy. Dol Ashur notified his offspring that the squad with the most points gets the privilege of ending them, then wished Shuri the best of luck. Hearing the terrifying phrase, "Team assignment," Isaac stiffened, his face losing all color from sheer dread. His uncle gave him a nice pat, saying he hoped Isaac would win and finally get whatever his heart wanted. "Sure thing, uncle," Isaac answered half-heartedly, realizing he was stuck with no other choice but to play along. The kid instantly hatched a fresh scheme with a wide grin, deciding to wipe out the competition before rescuing his loyal henchman. Witnessing that sweet expression, the uncle relaxed, thinking such a cute kid could never turn into a menacing Dark Lord in a bathrobe. Out of nowhere, some guy nervously inquired which specific deity showed up to greet Isaac during his big religious debut. Surprised by the question, Isaac lost his voice for a moment, only managing a dumb noise. He envisioned a screaming shadow monk, then remarked that he saw a disgusting icon that made him feel like puking. Both grown men lost their color, and the uncle shakily whispered that it must have been a very naughty deity. They both tried to act cool, claiming that having faith is the only thing that matters, though Isaac just mumbled that he really did not give a single hoot. Upon learning that the glittery church official wanted to torque, Isaac just glared, asking what the dusty old man desired this time. In that heavy silence, Willie Escher barked the identity of the grumpy kid sitting with folded limbs, called Isaac Escher. Both Willie and his brunette friend turned to stone when a random gatecrusher suddenly appeared without any invitation. Keener Barrett booted the entrance open, his sharp eyes announcing that he had a few choice words to dump on them. All the men panicked, fearing Keener intended to harm the boy. The intruder sprinted toward them with alarming speed. Keener abruptly snatched the kid's fingers while barking out his name. He leaned in close, whispering provokingly that he initially thought Isaac was a total loser. Keener kept blabbering about being serious, while Isaac gnashed his teeth, wondering if this annoying clown was actually begging for a beating. With a punchable smirk, Keener explained that Isaac had been hiding for a decade to avoid catching germs from other lesser humans. "The holy ritual proved you have God-like powers," he claimed, making Isaac worry that this freak was truly insane. Keener offered a hand, proposing they go apprentice under his grandpa so they could skip the line and become instant professional legends. "Just take my hand," they added, envisioning them decapitating the skeleton king and ruling the entire empire as one. The brunette bystander stood there vibrating, wondering if the church was testing new bullying methods or just offering amazing perks. While that fellow was still lost in thought, Isaac smacked Keener's palm aside and growled for him to scram. Keener looked shocked by the continued rudeness, while the brunette guy just smirked, knowing Isaac was always a total loose cannon. Keener kept trying to convince him to bypass the usual training, but Isaac just looked bored and stated he truly did not care. He then gestured toward the brunette fellow, making a mean comment about how they should just take that thing. "The guy is on a completely different planet of power than you," Isaac mocked, making the brown-paid man boil with rage. Keener finally lost his cool, shouting that Isaac was a natural prodigy who could scare off demons with one look. A spooky shadow spirit hissed in agreement, suspecting this jerk only wanted to steal a secret technique from him. "That news makes me want to decline even more," Isaac yelled while shoving Keener, complaining that the Pope's lesson sounded barf-worthy. Timir Talk's spicy remarks left Keener Barrett speechless, questioning if his grandfather was truly that nauseating to behold. Before he could finish his threat to chop off the old man's head, a large hand muzzled Kimmy, Doc's mouth. That sudden and very rough intervention caused Arlie Yesur and the nearby crowd to stumble around in total confusion. A commanding shout erupted from the fresh arrival, announcing that the boy was currently occupied. Arlie Yesur, the Blue Cardinal, tossed Kimir, Doc over his shoulder and warned everyone to stop loitering around him. Keener Barrett shouted at the top of his lungs as his rival was lugged away, warning about the dangers of playing with him. Arlie squeezed his chaotic grandson harder, muttering that the kid's trashy nature would eventually rub off on him. Left in the dust, Keener and his friends could only blink in confusion, not understanding a single thing that happened. Deep inside Kimmy, Sok's soul, the dark promise formed to eventually wreck every single member of the Yesur bloodline forever. A fresh hurdle loomed ahead, specifically that 5-sided exam which every rookie clergyman needs to survive. High-ranking prelates representing the 4 major religions, Tinted Ivory, Gilded, Asher, and Charcoal, managed the assessment. Timir, Doc made a firm bow, stating he would definitely ace this trial to get ordained, regardless of the price tag. Flipping on his apprentice garb, he boldly asked if his squad mates had shown up yet. He quickly grasped that squads were built on bloodlines, an obvious ploy designed to spark petty domestic squabbles. Timir, Doc caught Shiri Eshira's arrogant tone from a distance, bragging about handpicking a squad filled solely with buddies. Wearing a cunning grin, he swung the entrance open and whispered, "I shall train these clowns then save my underlings." They beamed, feeling the prey close, noting the target was finally present. Paradoxically, Shiri looked confused when a loud voice commanded the assemble, yelling to bind the jerk tightly. Before Kimyu, Doc processed the situation, several goons cornered him, claiming they knew he was Shuri's personal bully. The pair of bosses grinned while making threats, calling it a minor match and warning him about tattling to Shuri. Kimyu, Doc folded his limbs, silently judging that these blokes were definitely bad news. Some adolescent offered a plastic infant toy, mocking him by suggesting they view this as a friendly mixer. The entire mob exploded in derisive giggles, joking that rumors about him being a literal toddler were correct. Without warning, that toy smashed square into the facial features of the boy who held it out. The azure-haired chieftain looked shocked when his buddy hit the floor, drenched in a sudden crimson spray. Every person present shrieked in terror, wondering what on earth was wrong with this absolute maniac. Timir, Doc nonchalantly grabbed his tool, remarking that the vital goal was for everyone to bond more intimately. He gave a brutal grin as the infant toy glowed with shadowy power, suggesting they all snuggle up. Through the frantic wails, Timir, Doc hoisted the noisemaker as if it were a holy relic for retribution. Shuri Eshir showed up, questioning the scene in bewilderment, saying, "Asuk, I am honestly asking because I am clueless." An incredible vision greeted him, featuring Kimmy, Doc perched on a fleshy mound, asking if this qualified as a party. The flattened victims wailed for assistance, begging Shuri to rescue them from the wrath of his younger sibling. Shuri turned red, stuttering sheepishly while thanking the men for entertaining his brother as they begged for salvation. He screamed hopelessly about the requirement being teamwork. Kimmy, Doc simply responded with a naive question about harmony. "Look at this fleshy triangle, that is plenty of togetherness." Timir, Doc noted, causing Shuri to shout about forced submission. Timir, Doc disregarded the outburst, passing Shuri a small document and telling him to check the contents. Shuri glanced at the record and felt shocked, realizing these individuals were merely trying to sponge off him. Timir, Doc elaborated plainly, stating that these specific people had been bleeding him dry for almost a decade. The violent-haired fellow attempted to protest, claiming his kin lacked assets. But Kimir, Doc interrupted to ask if he was positive. Gazing with spooky scarlet peepers, the man muttered that because those body parts are connected and those insides are pristine, things are fine. And the thick, heavy are, Kimmy Sock remarked that he didn't need much from such garbage, just a friendly trade of favors. Sounding like a haunted radiator, he demanded they function as a unit with pure hearts and unwavering devotion to his cause. Printing wildly, we snarled a quick check. A shaky, scared voice from the ground confirmed it. "Fine. The social hour is through," Timmy Sock bellowed, forcing the villains to flee like ants from a stumped hill. The brunette lad chased him while panicking about failing the test, but Kimmy Sock told him to zip it and just keep up. The kid fretted about the teamwork evaluation. Kimmy Sock smirked and claimed he had a foolproof scheme ready to go. He joyfully opened a big locker to show it off. Tucked away was a rival hero hopeful, bound with rope and muffled by cloth, looking like a very distressed burrito. "The price," Timmy Sock chirped, laughing at the sheer terror painted across his friend's stunned face. The brunette guy snatched his shirt and screamed that he was a lunatic for kidnapping their own cousin and teammate. Kimmy Sock shrugged and showed a note where the guy basically admitted he was quitting his side gig as a secret mole. They both stood still, staring down the traitor who was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Tim Yesa paced forward and exposed the traitor's rat. Nearly instantly, the brown-haired boy asked if that snake Nigel was the one behind this whole mess. The prisoner started bawling, wailing that he had zero options left. Isak looked bored while hearing the shaky admission about the plan to totally wreck the Escher squad's reputation. The mole kept blabbing about the evil strategy of asking for crazy stuff because they knew Shuri was too nice to say no. Next, the peak. With tremors, the informant named Nigel Seffet is the primary culprit behind his attack and the planned demise of his group. Kim Yesak wore a wicked grin, his gaze sharpening with a lethal intent to show the jerk some real discipline. Later on a fancy estate, a loud scream erupted, asking if the person really just tried to quit the job. The man Sefik released his wrath upon a peon, asking why acting as a secret agent was proving impossible for them. The worker stammered that the group meeting was just too weird to handle, making Nigel explode with even more anger. Completely fed up, Nigel flicked his wrist and told the loser to disappear before he lost his temper entirely. The lady Helba tried to calm him, noting that 3 members of the rival squad still worked for them and would soon ruin everything. Chewing his cuticles in a fit, Nigel muttered that the pesky kid was truly irritating and should have been deleted ages ago. Thinking about his dad's weird interest in the guy made him fume, especially the ridiculous idea of inviting him over for dinner. Nigel rose suddenly with a fiery gaze, deciding to finish this whole charade immediately. Only, text, and, grinning like a feline with cream, Nigel marched ahead, convinced the Escher losers were eventually getting ousted. Every hopeful applicant assembled inside a grand chamber, famously dubbed Pentagon of Togetherness. As the manager blathered endlessly regarding cooperation, Kim Yesok just let out a massive, sleepy gape. However, the moment he discovered the initial benchmark relied on ballots, he instantly transformed into stone. Nigel folded his limbs, detailing that Siki regulation where a single soul rejecting the group flunks everyone. The scheme was locked. Those backstabbing Emerald Squad members might actually avoid total destruction. Kim Yesok identified those hidden infiltrators. As Nigel displayed a smug expression, convinced regarding their upcoming disaster, with deep seriousness, the manager informed her subordinates about presently broadcasting their score. Eyes locked onto the parchment, she announced loudly, "The Emerald Squad has made it." That Sefik guy barked arrogantly. "Every member here shall remain together without objection." Our manager broadcast a shocking conclusion. "You folks successfully cleared the Pentagon of Togetherness challenge." Kim Yesok spun around while wearing a victorious, deep expression of absolute satisfaction. Right then, a Pira's frantic shout rang out from the distance. "Hey Isaac, hold your horses." The chestnut, main kid arrived breathless, puffing out a query about how everyone agreed to pass. Kim Yesok nonchalantly mentioned a prior event, recalling how that wealthy golden priest begged for a meeting lately. He disclosed his price, rendering his pals mute. He requested a shiny miracle potion for an audience. The guy actually delivered, Kim Yesok confirmed. Pensai utilized the bribe to sway the others. The buddy's anxiety spiked upon discovering the medication was distributed prior to any voting occurring. Kim Yesok halted, showing off a wicked grin. "No worries, I have complete faith in my partner." Observing such pores, the companion noticed a small flicker, wondering whether he was eventually transforming into some holy man. The optimism vanished instantly when agonized shrieks began erupting from the interior of the building. Those jerks were whittling on the tiles, holding their bellas and screaming. We followed every single instruction. They scrambled forward, pleading for a cure, but Kim Yesok just acted clueless, asking what an antidote was. He gestured with a thumb, heartlessly stating, "I knew they would stay loyal," making his friend wail. Regarding any inquiries about toxic substances, Kim Yesok coolly answered, "I actually delivered a genuine gold, cola medication." The guy dissected the trash components. Mostly cheap flour, some diarrhea meds, plus a microscopic speck of gold. Those parasites must compensate for exhausting all Shuri resources. Kim Yesok remarked icily, disregarding that weeping companion standing adjacent. Those thugs sobbed, whining in agony. "Hand over the medication, since our group already finished the trial." Amongst a twitching crowd, Kim Yesok relaxed. "Fine, I shall honor the agreement. Now where is the remedy?" He excitedly hoisted a small bundle. "Here is the stuff." The partner stood shocked, thinking this nutcase hid medicine inside a filthy nappy, which is just foul. As the thug scrambled away like a pathetic crab, Cherry Escher shrieked because the scene was pure nightmare fuel. Nigel Seffet smashed the entrance wide, bellowing for the jerk to return his lackeys immediately. Gesticulating at his shaking crew, he accused the man of using weird bribes to snatch his loyal idiots. However, Nigel got interrupted when those goons turned into scary monsters, sprinting to eat their old boss for lunch. Cherry Escher dashed to intercept the strike, though Kim Yusk secretly hated this annoying and pointless meddling. Kim Yusk stared at the dazed Nigel, mentioning he heard folks crave massive strength during life or death situations. Nigel gnashed his pearly whites, snapping that saving their own miserable hides is actually their biggest goal. Mortality is unavoidable. Kim Yusk grinned, while his crimson eyeballs flickered with a creepy and ghostly light. Nigel started sweating buckets, as a truly chilling thought finally began to sink into his thick skull. He babbled, planing it was impossible. Feeling the heavy killing intent, Nigel questioned if those peepers actually belonged to a real living person. Simultaneously, inside a very serious room belonging to the religious bigwigs, the fancy priest, chilling at his workspace, barked a command for the visitor to come inside. He felt grumpy, thinking that waiting a full week to see a lowly trainee was incredibly obnoxious. The assistant worked in, saying very quietly that he was sorry to bother the holy man. Isaac basically told us no. That shaking worker verified that Kim Yusuk gave them a hard no. Quivering like a leaf, he added that the guy wanted to send a specific note. He requested a giant pile of shiny money next time, which immediately made the cardinal explode with rage. The wave of hatred blasted out of the priest, making the poor assistant terrified. "Fetch that little jerk right now," the rich cardinal bellowed, losing his cool completely and utterly. Elsewhere, Nigel Seffet stomped through the hall, feeling extremely pissed off. Thinking about his cursed minions, he vowed to reveal whatever sneaky tricks Kim Ye-seok was hiding. Nigel stopped brooding when he noticed a bunch of random strangers hanging out in a weird pack. The guy from the crowd shouted, asking what those idiots were doing there. Nigel asked sternly why they were hanging around the sleeping quarters like creeps. The boss answered shakily, hating that he bumped into a rival from that annoying House of Red. The worker felt irritated, hoping the bothersome guy from the Red House would spontaneously vanish forever. Right then, Kim Ye-seok showed up, asking why they were taking forever. Move your butt faster since my fancy afternoon tea supplies one tea fetch themselves. The little brat remarked with pure snark. The hired help bobbed their heads in panicked agreement, stuttering about how they were definitely hustling for their tiny Overlord. Nigel stood motionless before clenching his jaw, sensing the inevitable pull of yet another ridiculous theatrical performance. Just as the staff prepared to exit, Nigel let out a massive yell and released a scorching wave of heat. Waves of damnation fire swallowed an unfortunate worker, who began shrieking like a tea kettle in distress. Looming over the crispy remains, Nigel gave Kim Ye-seok the death stare, stating he had a few choice words to share. Nigel's holy spirit smirked while glowing with godly energy, asking if a delightful test of belief sounded appealing. Cheery Escher flipped out internally, worrying about barbecue executions with the possibility of the whole bloodline getting deleted. Nigel adjusted his crimson belt while grumbling, offering a handy gadget that triggers upon contact, so just take it and pipe down. From the darkness, a freezing and powerful tone emerged, demanding to speak with Isaac Escher. A fancy church official loomed over Nigel, expressing shock that some playground annex were enough to make him ignore a direct invite. The shiny golden cardinal bellowed with a face as red as a tomato, asking if he looked like a tour. He grabbed Nigel's shirt and yelled, asking if he looked like some village idiot. His glowing buddy went rigid, gasping Albert's name. The wealthy priest scoffed, noting his surprise that a member of the Red family would actually touch his lowly employees. Nigel whirled around, staring at Kim Ye-seok as if he had grown a second head. The ginger youth took a dive into a bow, cursing his luck regarding Barrett and begging for the big guy's forgiveness. Kim Ye-seok clutched his heart like a drama queen, claiming that little Nigel instructed him to avoid all the shiny gold themed folks, hence my lack of a prompt reply, the trickster concluded, leaving the red-haired boy staring in total silence. Nigel exploded in a fit of rage, asking when on earth he ever uttered such nonsense. You absolute jerk. Attempting to fix the mess, he questioned why a big shot would call a newbie since high priests usually ignore trainees. Kim Ye-seok hid a grin while murmuring secrets to the Golden Cardinal, eventually flashing a smile and calling the situation a hoot. The gold-plaid leader glared at Nigel with freezing eyes, suggesting that the third red child clearly had way too many hobbies. I gave you a pass because your dad is cool, he stated, ignoring Nigel's desperate attempts to clarify that things were misunderstood. The shiny priest dropped the hammer on Nigel's happiness, promising to bury his squad in extra paperwork from the Holy See group. Cardinal Bureau ordered him to his chambers, but Kim Ye-seok performed a masterful dodge, offering his sincerest apologies to the Golden Boss. But I really should visit the Crimson Priest before anyone else since he also invited me, the fibber stated, making Nigel jaw drop. Kim Ye-seok casually made up a total whopper, prompting the suspicious Golden Cardinal to ask if the red guy really just called. Correct, he just pinged my phone, the fellow chirped, while the young master scratched his head wondering how the secret meeting leaked out. The boy began perspiring heavily, sensing extreme danger and worrying that the old priest might view him poorly, necessitating a quick escape. Panicking, the guy threw a friendly limb over Ye-seok's shoulder, claiming he arrived to fetch Isaac and would escort the specimen away. But the Golden Cardinal delivered a look so chilling that the boy flinched, realizing his sneaky little plan was failing miserably. The man fumbled for words while trying to concoct another tale, but ultimately just surrendered to the cold hard truth. Since you possess a previous commitment, just beat it, the wealthy leader stated with a flick, pretending he was actually being kind. The elder mumbled while leaving, even though his subordinate felt relieved that the nuisance had bothered the entire Golden household. Starting tomorrow, your chores will be doubled, and upon hearing the extra labor, the poor guy roared with silent rage. He tried to stay calm, but when he turned around, the target had already pulled a vanishing act without any trace. Where did that little brat disappear to? The man barked, and a bystander just pointed, saying the kid was napping. Told the child needed rest to grow taller. The cleaner fumed, since it was barely 2 in the freaking afternoon. He hammered on the wood, but the boy was snoozing away, totally ignoring the fresh batch of guards outside. After 72 hours, the solitary noise remaining was a depressing screech of a cleaning tool being wrung out repeatedly. Sefik polished those tiles with absolute fury, muttering through his molars that Joshua was basically a walking corpse now. He flopped onto the ground, sobbing about the cruelty of being forced to work for 18 hours every single day. Fail and use us, the failure whined to his father through the magic orb, complaining about his mistakes and his family's coldness. The man made a firm decision. He had to bring that child home, so he would have to trap him first. He felt quite certain that his prey would eventually show his face inside the sanctuary for some holy business. I shall strike here, Nigel thought while mapping his strategy for the upcoming confrontation. The quarter-day passed until his tolerance for the situation totally evaporated. Suddenly, a comrade rushed in shouting about his laziness, since there was still a mountain of chores to finish. While being hauled away, The worker screamed that he absolutely needed to locate Isaac before losing his mind. At that moment, he stopped mid-stride when he spotted a familiar silhouette standing quite some distance down the hall. That mischievous kid stood there, wearing a massive grin and gesturing like a champion, watching his rival get hauled off in total misery. Isaac let out a joyful cackle full of pure delight. Someone asked if he was being a bully by teasing him, and Isaac admitted it was great entertainment. The spooky ghost pondered why a meeting with the Crimson Leader might be more helpful for their current situation. Isaac clarified the logic, saying that the High Priest would never be generous enough to grant top rankings. When the talent board appeared, showing everything from godly monarchs to worthless bones, the spirit started swearing like a salty sailor. Pure reason that pile, or bones rating would get them kicked out. Plus that powerful fellow simply desired his demise anyway. This partner dropped a bum. Apparently the boy's mother was previously betrothed to that very same high-ranking official. That young man turned to stone, finally grasping the long-standing grudge since his old man had swiped the priest's intended wife. He nearly jumped out of his skin when his shadowy alter ego suddenly decided to peek its head out of a regular paper bag. His friend frantically whispered that an alliance with the Red Cardinal was the only viable way to restrain Cardinal Barrett. The proposed plan was deceptively simple. Ensure Barrett's faction didn't totally flunk the Red faction's evaluation to forge an unspoken agreement. Kim Yesok nodded confidently to himself, deciding, this brilliant scheme seems perfectly acceptable. But just as he started to speak another word, a mysterious, the bloody hand suddenly clapped over his mouth from behind. His teammate spun around in confusion. Thasvin, wait, what exactly did you just try to say there? He sat alone in the quiet prayer room, softly calling out the name. Besic. Meanwhile, in a truly magnificent chamber, the Cardinal of Gold was interrupted by a knock on his door. No sooner did he utter permission to enter than the door exploded into a spectacular inferno of fire and smoke. Kim Yesok emerged from the debris, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Pelor, Pin never, were you having a pleasant day? He gave a disdainful sneer. You act so proper and refined, yet you send your servants to abduct me like a common criminal. The Cardinal retorted with a freezing glare. You insolent little brat. I have something I wish to discuss with you, the Cardinal said, but Kim Yesok quickly cut in. Dorf, I am sure, isn't that why you summoned me here? Because I've been completely ignoring you all this time. The Cardinal adopted a stern tone and used his full name. Isaac Jushir, I wish to formally adopt you into the Golden Family. Kim Yesok was absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer audacity of this unbelievable proposition. We sank into deep thought. Wait, what did he just say? Adopted into the Golden Family. He actually expects me to join the Golden Family. Immediately after, a surge of pure anger flared in his mind. What kind of ludicrous game is this? Is he trying to belittle me, or is this just another strategy to crush the Joshua family? The Cardinal quickly assured him. There are genuinely no tricks involved here. I propose you leave the Joshua family and join the Barrett family. A statement that only made Kim Yesok even more skeptical. He pondered the possibility. Could this be happening simply because the ridiculous fake skeleton king decided to call me a saint? But then, he quickly dismissed those speculations. No, I truly don't care about their specific intentions. But first, Kim Yesok raised his head, immediately getting straight to the point. What exactly do I gain if I actually become your adopted son? A question that visibly startled the Cardinal. Kim Yesok flashed a smirk. If we are making an agreement, shouldn't we clearly establish the terms first? The Cardinal of Gold couldn't suppress a knowing smile, thinking to himself, look at this mere child trying to negotiate with me. We extended a tempting offer. We will give you everything that the Joshua family cannot possibly provide, but received only a contemptuous laugh in return. Kim Yesok confidently declared, the Joshua family lacks absolutely nothing, but I hear they were trying to confine you. The Cardinal countered, momentarily causing the boy to freeze. But continued, his voice echoing, the Vatican's sacred faith demands restraint, and you will undoubtedly face countless restrictions in their service. However, the Golden family will absolutely never interfere. We will fully support whatever you set out to achieve. Kim Yesok narrowed his gaze, naming a steep price. That's still not enough of a benefit, unless you plan to install me as the very next head of the Barrett family. The high-ranking church leader stood there like a glitching robot, because he assumed the kid wanted a holy badge, not the crown. The elder wondered if swapping sides would assist in snagging the heavy crown. Yet Kim simply shrugged while claiming to be a Vatican lifer, tempted by a massive pile of shiny coins, lounged, and skipping taxes like a pro. The boy finally gave a tiny nod of interest. This sounds perfect, so let us commence the paperwork now, the red-robed boss muttered while strolling away with a satisfied face. Hold your horses and do not leak this to those Joshua folks, the youth begged, which made the grumpy man grumble a fine, that small lad smirked like a fox, carefully stating that he would be the one guarding their spicy little mystery. Down at the hallway corner, a rival holy trainee stood as stiff as a frozen turkey after hearing the whole scandalous business deal. The poor guy let out a high-pitched squeak when he noticed the giant shadow of the rich cardinal looming over him like a ghost. Gripped by total panic, he hit the floor and started vibrating like a broken cell phone. I heard absolutely nothing. The boy screamed while running away as if he were being chased by a hungry lion. Viewing the runner, the boss just sighed quietly, showing he did not care about the escaping trainee at all. The golden grumpy man stumped off, loudly declaring that the brat's tiny little thwarts were worth less than a pile of dirt. I mentioned I would ponder the idea but omitted any vow regarding visiting. The kid barked back with a very cheeky grin. The kid kept poking the bear, swearing that even if he kicked the bucket, he would never join that holy church gang. Suppose you actually kick the bucket? The leader asked once more, receiving a very blunt affirmation from the defiant youth. The high priest ground his molars together, feeling his blood pressure rise because of how annoying the kid was being. You truly mimic that lady's appearance and vocal style perfectly. The old man growled while wearing a very wicked expression. The big guy warned that her single sentence could result in a permanent ban from the faith, wrecking the boy's career, snatching the boy's shirt like a bully. The man growled that the kid was aware of the danger but still had a loud mouth, not bothered at all. The boy smiled and said he would just build a new nation where holy men were totally banned. There is no point in having a duo of rulers when the whole realm belongs to me, the boy claimed, causing the elder to freeze. Explain the sort of creature inhabiting that buddy. The golden boss sputtered while losing his cool like a falling tray of eggs, switching moods like a light. The boy grinned and noted that beating a spooky bone king requires a whole lot of guts. Let us simply ignore that we request to join your family, as doing so helps your reputation and my own sanity, who suggested, while the golden boss attempted to restrain him. The boy noted that the situation actually spiked his curiosity to new levels. He shifted closer to the man's ear and whispered, asking what really went down during that fancy promotion ceremony, which catastrophe forced them to create the main successor of an enemy clan. The queer smashed into the boss's brain similar to a heavy mallet. Our young actor finished his little show by wearing a winning grin, believing that all imperial citizens would crave the juicy details. Inside the expensive Joshua estate, a loud voice screamed with shock because the boy successfully completed the difficult magic trial. Eshua's relative howled with fury, questioning how the child succeeded when every original strategy required him to fail miserably. Eshur spun around, grumbling about how his religious mojo was apparently malfunctioning today. The man slumped upon the carpet, feeling completely and utterly defeated. The big boss lifted the sacred cup, chanting some fancy words to the big guy upstairs. Then his temper exploded, and he barked at his grandkid to scram before things got ugly. Benjamin Joshua, the Baha pair, wondered aloud what kind of circus had moved in during his vacation. He let out a dry, sassy chuckle, asking when church prayers became a weapon for verbal assault. When asked if Isaac was a little monster, Eshur swore the kid was a literal angel with a brain. He whispered to Benjamin as their old man kept swearing, claiming Dad was just being a paranoid grandpa. Benjamin pondered that while a new air was neat, his gut felt like it was doing nervous backflips. Lee remained baffled that the magic failed, though Rely suspected the boy was actually cursed from birth. Rely watched his father, noting that the small brat was now the center of the old man's universe. Suddenly, Lee Joshua strutted in and shouted a hello to the boss and her uncle. The young lady poked for details on the exam victory, but Lee just gave her a grumpy grunt. The sapphire-robed official mumbled that the holy big shots were sniffing around the boy way too much. Rely realized that the kid was so talented that they couldn't possibly push back his promotion ceremony. The thick cloud of stress choked the three Joshua dudes, making the room feel like a crowded sauna. Benjamin caught sight of her bizarre envelope and asked his father who sent the mysterious message. Well, yes, you're just released a long, dramatic, and mournful sigh. He dropped a truth bomb on his boys, revealing the note came from their long lost fourth sibling. Lee Esur gave them the icy news that the parcel was actually for their big brother. Lee Esur froze, wondering if his distant relative Noel had finally decided to reach out via mail. The rude words in that message poked at the old man's ego like a sharp, annoying stick. Fuming with anger, Lee snarled that the kid needed some serious re-filling. He glared at Lee, warning that if the kid failed, Lee would be stuck running the show. Benjamin Esur played peacemaker, suggesting that since the boy passed the exam, things might actually work out. The robot bird in Ellie's grip suddenly yelled that hoping was totally pointless. It turned into a spicy fire spirit named Chelach, and Ellie asked why she was throwing a fit. Chelach screamed that the little jerk was currently using a noisy toy to beat up other kids. She kept yelling while Benjamin simply groaned, noting that such antics were typical for Isaac. Arlie Esur lost his voice after learning the kid used toxins and extortion to win the competition. While Ellie attempted to soothe his jittery nerves, Chiri Esur burst inside bearing a heap of terrible updates. That lad let out a terrified squawk. Since Cardinal Barrett formally asked to claim Isaac as his own, the chamber became quieter than a graveyard. Arlie pushed for info, yet Benjamin shielded his friend, insisting that the kid is a loyal Esur who won T-Quit. Chiri stuttered while sharing that Isaac simply called the whole thing wonderful. Arlie snatched Chiri by the collar while howling about how that sneaky man managed to bamboozle poor Isaac. In a quiet corner, the staff whispered that heaps of cash solve everything. Lee bellowed at top volume that the kid's grumpy old grandpa is still kicking and standing right here. The leader's murderous aura flooded the room because he couldn't believe those thieves tried to snatch his own relative. The glittering box of gems was unlatched, which made the nearby crowd howl with genuine shock. The rival holy trainees grumbled that the Barrett clan supplied this massive pile of shiny coins just for Isaac. A holy apprentice hissed about the boy's papal links, though Isaac knew the gold was merely bribed cash for silence. The tiny mastermind eyed the mountain of wealth while cooking up some spicy new plots in his clever brain. Another student hoisted a banner for Isaac of the Azure Faith, leading the boy confused since the gold was enough. An envoy delivered a note, causing Isaac to grumble about the cheapskate grandfather of his sending a formal delivery. Isaac concealed the envelope with trembling hands, feeling his brow get all sweaty from the sheer stress of it. That note contained a picture of Liesir making heart gestures and claiming the boy as kin, which absolutely petrified poor Isaac. A different holy hopeful jumped out of his skin when a mysterious person suddenly popped into view. Isaac twitched in fear once he spotted his sister, Liesir, standing right there in the flesh. The kid went white as a sheet and shook upon seeing the head lady was also there, which was terrifying. Isaac freaked out, wondering why on earth Melissa showed up after he spent so much effort trying to dodge her. He snatched a pair of nearby trainees while frantically searching for a back door to run away. The brunette student jogged Isaac's arm and remarked that the magical orb projection looked incredibly lifelike and quite impressive. Isaac swung a furious fist at the guy's mug because he had been frightened nearly to death by the trick. He growled at the confused man on the floor, telling him to focus since he actually thought the woman arrived. A very bossy voice suddenly boomed from the magical sphere, asking if he was indeed the famous young Isaac. Portraits of the Yesir women flickered into view as Melissa remarked that the stories about his rapid growth were true. With a knowing grin, Melissa noted that she was quite shocked he actually managed to break that nasty undead hex. The boy exhaled with comfort since the magical broadcast prevented her from spelling his undead identity. While she brought up his recent kidnapping, Melissa Yesir offered some chilly compliments while her icy stare suggested she knew he suffered through a rather rough ordeal. In a different spot, some lady with mossy hair unexpectedly shouted the name Isaac. Isaac turned into a human popsicle, wondering if she actually sniffed him out via the crystal ball. The vegetable-petted girl leaked pure murder vibes, asking why the kid smelled like Isaac's mojo. Our boy Isaac did some mental math, blaming that bony monarch digit he ate a decade back. Snapping back to his senses, he saw the Escher sisters pop up like annoying advertisements. Melissa grinned at the finger-beating lad, mentioning the lie said Isaac was currently busy elsewhere. Isaac ground his molars, his noggin swimming with plans that were both mean and incredibly dumb. The different wannabe holy girl watched from a distance, confused why the Vips decided to show up. Nigel Saffet whined to his buddy about those holy ladies ruining the local atmosphere. Melissa marched right to Nigel, announcing her fascination with the third brat of the Red family. She wasted no time roasting his failures, which somehow slapped him onto the floor with ghost hands. As Nigel hit rock bottom, Lee blew a raspberry to mock the totally confused Kim Isaac. Melissa glanced at the Isaac-tended guy, grinning about a fancy prize she had cooked up. Isaac's pupils turned into dollar signs, asking if this reward involved a heavy bag of cash. The prize was actually a horror show, her secret move that once wrecked the Skeleton King himself. The guy holding the skeleton juice gasped at the prospect of receiving such a terrifyingly expensive lesson. Chained and totally beaten, Nigel screamed like a toddler while his crew hauled his carcass away. The sour-haired lady scanned the mob, her eyes turning sharp because the situation was unacceptable. Melissa's voice boomed at the kneeling guy, asking if he thought she enjoyed teammate poisoning annex. This guy named Moloch dropped to his knees, screaming that he would expose everything to get Yeslock kicked out forever. Wearing a creepy grin, Moloch, the spy son of a broke nobleman, kept up his theater, claiming Yeslock served them a toxic cocktail. Melissa stood there blinking, hearing the claim that he used toxins to cheat the friendship exam. Right in the main lobby, Moloch doubled down on his lies before the Vips and every other trainee. The dude faked some crocodile tears, acting shocked that a holy candidate would resort to chemical warfare. Melissa looked properly weeded out by the news, while Yeslock just stood there looking bored as usual. Nigel sickered from the sidelines, promising Moloch a spot on his squad if he finished the job. The mossy-haired chick barked out Yeslock's name, making him spin around and jump like a cat near a cucumber. Melissa S5 did a complete 180, knowing whether the guy thought simple toxins were sufficient. She scolded him harshly, saying poison is a garbage way to boost Marner, so his efforts were pathetic. Moloch grabbed her hand in a panic while changing his story, claiming Yeslock actually just pummeled them, leaving Melissa dazed once more. Melissa turned to lecture Kim Yeslock with truly unhinged reasoning. Listen closely, Yeslock, just bruising the meat achieves nothing. Next time, make absolutely sure to snap their bones instead. She actually considered snapping her own bones as a teaching demonstration, until Lee intervened. Please, stop. You traumatized the poor child. Moloch shrieked in absolute terror. Lee extended her hand toward the petrified Moloch, asking with mischievous amusement, care to borrow a hand? The girl's smile became even more frighteningly bright. I can snap them cleanly in a single attempt, she offered, causing Moloch's desperate scream to ring throughout the entire chamber. Kim Yeslock stepped in to take charge. No worries, I got this, he announced, as Melissa simply observed the scene quietly, leaning close to the trembling Moloch on the floor. Kim Yeslock whispered, you really should have taken my early threats more seriously. Kim Yeslock grabbed Moloch's collar, let out a malicious laugh, and declared, from this moment forward, you're my personal servant and a human shield. The spy could only mutter curses, realizing the Joshua family was completely insane. The view transitioned to a majestic structure illuminated by brilliant sunlight. Inside a chamber, Kim Yeslock wearily scratched his head while a voice echoed, Kim Yeslock, do you wish to lead the family? He replied with a casual shrug, absolutely. Whatever. Melissa Escher cut directly to the most important question, What specific actions would you take as the family patriarch? Kim Ye-seok responded with an outrageous proposal. I'd get rid of all the saintesses, causing Moloch behind him to let out a horrified shriek, while Melissa asked follow-up questions. Kim Ye-seok clamped his hand over the mouth of the panicking Moloch, who was desperately trying to protest. The blonde boy confidently proclaimed, I fully intend to destroy the Skeleton King. He then pivoted to challenge the matriarch directly, suggesting, you should also quit being a saintess. Franmar. Lee Escher was absolutely floored by his words, while Melissa simply pondered his sheer boldness in silence. Melissa offered a cryptic smile, starting her story. Nar, I actually committed a terrible sin that absolutely nobody else should ever repeat. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing a youthful Lee holding a wooden sword, listening intently as Melissa spoke of the one chance to finally defeat the Skeleton King. Melissa kept confessing about how she failed to take advantage of her once inner age, thousand years opportunity. However, I simply couldn't bring myself to finish the task, she confessed while gently caressing Yun Li's head. With a heady, sorrowful expression, she concluded the memory, I really don't know, but God still hasn't forgiven me for it. Returning to the present, Kim Ye-seok was absolutely speechless upon hearing the concluding confession. The Jusher family curse exists entirely because of my actions. An image of Melissa battling the Skeleton King flashed by, and she confirmed, this burden is mine to carry forever. Kim Ye-seok pushed hard, demanding to know the complete, unvarnished truths. Exactly what sin did you commit? Melissa simply offered a smile, skillfully avoiding a direct answer. Lee quickly jumped in to defend her. I am absolutely positive she had valid reasons for not slaying the Skeleton King. Melissa stood up, offered a small box, and announced, Kim Ye-seok, this particular item is precisely why I asked you here today. Both Kim Ye-seok and Moloch were left completely speechless by the item revealed inside. It was a Saintess' rosary, a fabled and ancient artifact. Kim Ye-seok carefully pondered the item, fully grasping its massive importance. The single symbol of her saintess. There is only one in existence. Kim Ye-seok stared thoughtfully at the artifact, a single thought echoing in his consciousness. It's the very symbol of her saintess, the one and only object of its kind in the entire world. Meanwhile, a peculiar character with silver hair wore a self-satisfied smirk, pondering a baffling mystery. Why on earth would she hand this off to me? He elaborated. I stuffed my abilities into this thing because word on the street is your offensive magic couldn't frighten a fly. Getting a playful wink, he advised, ditch those attack spells and use this instead, or else you'll be joining the dearly departed rather quickly. Just before vanishing, he vowed, I'll be popping by the holy kingdom of Helen soon to tutor you on vanquishing the Skeleton King, which sent Kim Ye-seok into a full-blown rage. Dilling, Bazosh, don't ever darken my doorway again. Melissa declared, I suppose I should be off as well, before spinning sharply on her heel and exiting the premises. The moment he found himself completely isolated, Lee materialized out of nowhere, nearly making Kim Ye-seok jump out of his skin. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She leaned in close and posed a heavy question. Kim Ye-seok, confess right now, you've got a manicure, haven't you? She stated plainly, and the crude question, much like a dagger to his deepest secret, completely mobilized the young man. Kim Ye-seok went into full-scale freak-out mode, beads of icy perspiration forming on his brow, thinking, how did she possibly find out? Even Melissa was clueless. For one fleeting second, he considered making her disappear, but Lee started murmuring, maybe I misinterpreted the situation. Grabbing the sudden opening, Kim Ye-seok rapidly clarified, what in here is actually the manicure artifact I found outside the building. He performed an absolutely terrible impression of innocence. The manicure, exactly right. Clutching the manicure tightly, he spun a tall tale, planing, I completely forgot I couldn't absorb it right away. I tried to shatter the seal with a spell, but my magic just wasn't strong enough. Taking him at his word, Lee instantly unclasped her necklace. The specific necklace can actually break that seal, she informed him, leaving Kim Ye-seok's door hanging wide open in utter disbelief. Upon receiving this fantastic artifact, the young man celebrated internally, thinking, incredible, she not only recognizes these manicures, but she also has the key to unlocking them. Lee offered him a soft smile. It makes perfect sense that you're reattempting to revitalize our family's ancient secret methods. The boy stared at the necklace with a puzzled expression as Lee pressed on with her questioning. So, once you've successfully eliminated the saintesses, what's your next move going to be? Kim Ye-seok responded with a twinkle in his eyes that looked suspiciously like a dollar sign. I plan on becoming a wealthy, jobless loafer. The declaration that caused Lee to completely crack up laughing. Melissa Escher let out a hearty laugh as she waved farewell. Catch you later once your internship finally wraps up. Feeling utterly dominated by the woman's presence, Kim Ye-seok mused internally. She clearly isn't just some regular character herself. The accompanying knight stood next to her, maintaining an exceptionally grim and serious facial expression. My lady, perhaps we should depart, he suggested as they made their way toward the opulent horse-drawn carriage. He reached out to stop her, his voice heavy with anxiety. That necklace is exactly what he needs to uncover all the family's hidden techniques. I am fully aware, Melissa responded sharply, brushing off his concerns as she climbed into the luxurious vehicle. Once inside the carriage, the knight continued to fidget anxiously. That item is a sacred family heirloom, and every single direct bloodline wants to get their hands on it. Melissa simply offered a knowing smirk. If someone actually manages to steal it from that boy, I guess he's not quite as brilliant as I initially assumed. He fretted about Isaac possibly taking over as the next family head, but she nonchalantly stated that it was still preferable to him venturing into the Holy See. Just moments earlier, Kim Ye-seok had made a dramatic pronouncement. I'll take out the saintesses and defeat the Skeleton King all by myself, which sent Lee into an absolute fit of laughter. Absolutely? You go right ahead and defeat him. Sucked. Lee dipped and, dripping with sarcasm. The truth was, Kim Ye-seok's pupils had transformed into dollar signs, and he was practically drooling over the valuable artifacts he had just acquired. The scene dramatically jumped to an ancient, ominous mansion getting absolutely hammered by torrential night rain. The strangely joyful voice echoed from inside. My goodness. Master Gull, it's been so long since we've seen you. Sir, Goleshir worked inside, met by an elderly woman, and his returning greeting was decidedly frosty, a true contrast to her enthusiasm. How exactly is Joshua doing? He inquired. The woman replied with a scathing, dismissive sneer. Yes, still a useless pile of trash, just like always. Bull flashed a sarcastic smirk, thinking what a magnificent collection of fakes they were. Honestly, he mused, I am genuinely worried I might start caring about them. But then, his entire focus shifted, and his gut screamed a dire warning. Something must have gone terribly wrong at the recent investiture ceremony. A truly horrific image flashed across his mind, reminding him exactly what happened to the priest responsible for Isaac's scare. Dole vividly recalled the priest who led the ceremony being found dead in the monster forest, which suggested foul play, not her simple hunting trip. He muttered to himself, it got so serious they had to take out the witness. The Barrett family wants to adopt Isaac, which suggests they've completely lost their minds. Dole clenched his jaw, realizing there were far too many strange occurrences, but knowing full well that investigating this could easily get him killed. I need to rest, he commanded sharply. Do not interrupt me until I specifically call for you. He then slammed the door shut with finality. Standing there in the dark, he questioned himself. Attached? We've, the very person who handed over the Joshua family rights to Cardinal Barrett. Nonsense. I can't be attached. Per conceded that, yes, there might have been a time or two when he felt perhaps a bit too close to the Joshua family, but then he quickly realized with bitter resentment that he felt absolutely no sense of kinship in this accursed place. Determined to uncover the real story, Dole immediately headed into the family's hidden information archive. He quickly scanned through the records, muttering the name, Isaac Joshua, the newly invested young man. He found the file at last. Here it is, Isaac Joshua. This is the specific mark of the god this boy actually chose. But when he truly understood the meaning of the mark, he instantly froze solid. Everything is, he whispered in disbelief. A literal divine light seemed to ignite in Gole's brain as he screamed. Everything is with me. It is the greatest god. He snapped the notebook closed. The terrifying truth finally revealed. I get it now. He gasped. This explains exactly why the papal family did all of this. Gole rushed away, realizing this was no longer simply about the Holy See, but rather the very existence of the Barrett family itself. He clenched his fist tightly, his gaze burning with new determination. No, the situation threatens the survival of the entire empire. Elsewhere, a trainee priest's uniform lay crumpled and abandoned on the floor, suggesting a sudden wardrobe change. Surrounded by a massive pile of treasure, Kim Ye-seok excitedly demanded, is all this cash enough to acquire a weapon capable of destroying the binding orb? The shadow Endi replied, gesturing toward a glowing stone. The real problem here is this anti-demon stone. It is completely immune to every form of energy. Kim Ye-seok roared in fury. You turned my subordinate's binding orb into an anti-demon stone. You completely unhinged maniac. Kim Ye-seok let out a heavy sigh, deciding to attempt removing the seal on the manicure instead. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he muttered to himself, according to Lee, doing this will release the seal. Right. Hopefully. He considered to himself that he had truly never seen anything remotely like this specific blue pendant. The moment the two objects made contact, Kim Ye-seok joyfully exclaimed, Arhar, it's actually starting to open. Then, black magic waves erupted violently when the fresh Marner battery finally popped open. Chow down, the guy ordered, while the Inkai blob pounced like a hungry stray dog. Gloomy swab filled the chamber while his minion swallowed that energy snack whole, quite greedily. Isaac felt absolutely giddy, sensing enough juice here to finally level up his wizarding credentials. He felt certain that fancy, pipe, tier incantations were now within his clumsy reach. Fortunately, he cackled like a maniacal hyena, thoroughly enjoying the spicy jolt of mystical electricity. The shady pet let out a happy, vibrating burp. Isk's unhinged giggling bounced off the walls, sounding incredibly creepy. However, the chuckling stopped instantly, his face twisting into a very confused, baffled knot. He gazed in horror at his mitt, which had suddenly become a pale, calcium-filled skeleton. What on earth is happening? Isk shrieked while flailing his bony arms. The room became suddenly, awkwardly silent. Shortly after, he flopped onto his mattress, feeling totally defeated and very tired. Honestly, lifting clicking fingers, He grumbled about being a literal bag of bones once more, saying, blast it all, fast. Knowing this was a price for his spooky, cursed lifestyle, that ancient bone monarch sex, which flips the mortality switch, was definitely acting up again. My frame is packed with divine perks, so I won't turn into dust just yet, is Clyde. He figured the massive spirit, fuel dump wrecked the fragile peace between holy vibes and his hex. Chanting takes forever, while breaking expensive god trinkets is risky, making every option look totally pathetic. No other choice remains, they signed it. So let us use that weird fire-sided geometric shape. Is a plan to attempt the Crimson Gauntlet, the Nordy ritual, to boost his holy mojo significantly. The boy giggled, swaddling a bony mid in gores, deciding on keeping those skeleton bits private. Out of nowhere, shouts of "Yo Isaac," spewed the poor feller. The rival student crashed the party looking terrified, yelling that things were going south fast. Isaac tried acting normal, but the kid asked why he was giggling alone like a creep. Is your hand broken or something? The boy queried, while Isaac stuttered some very bad lies, ignoring the excuses. The nosy brat grabbed for the hand, demanding a quick look. See? Immediately, the cloth flew off, exposing a calcium core, causing the kid to howl about seeing actual bones. Boss, wipe his brain immediately. The blob screamed, but Isaac knew that was a terrible idea. The intruder froze, theorizing that Isaac's trash personality was just a side effect of his decomposing corpse. Kim Yeslot felt quite flustered by the sympathy beaming from the other fellow's gaze. You really ought to have mentioned something, as everyone now assumes you're the villain here. Inside the young man's head, the shadow of the Joshua family's supposed floor manifested. Namely, the great abilities always arrive tethered to some physical bummer. He gripped his cranium tightly, feeling quite staggered, for he recalled an ancestor who had wrestled with that very same unfortunate predicament. Spotting his opening, Kim Yesak instantly manufactured a look of deep sorrow, while the other lad wrestled with his inner demons, perhaps pondering, maybe I should just silence him permanently. The youth with brown locks seized Kim Yesak's arm, completely frantic. Hurry up and inform your grandpa so he can work his magic, or you'll be checking out prematurely. Kim Yesak, ever the actor, quickly intensify his pretense, worried his true identity is the spooky skeleton king might accidentally surface. Please, keep this hush from Grantor and those uncles. He brought his bony hands together in a pious gesture, putting on the most guileless face he could muster. I really have no desire to stress out my entire lineage. You see. Furthermore, Kim Yesak declared with the gravity of a world leader, this whole Pentagon situation is the top priority for the moment. He announced with dramatic flair, I absolutely insist on personally laying waste to the Skeleton King's goons before my time is up, leaving the other boy utterly stunned by the sentiment. Kim Yesak pivoted and strode away, tossing out an irresistible whisper, Don't sweaty, kicking the bucket won't be happening anytime soon, and his nascent buddy instantly bit the hook, saying there is indeed a way to survive, so please enlighten me. Seizing the moment with ninja-like speed, Kim Yesak spun back around sporting a grin that could curdle milk. Well then, his crimson orbs ignited with an internal fire, and he unveiled his mission details. I require your assistance in delivering a certain package to the Cardinal of the Crimson faction. Exactly 20 days subsequently, the bellow of pure fury erupted throughout the vast assembly hall. Sucked, you absolute fiend. The remaining hopefuls, looking thoroughly battered and worn, started cataloging their recent near-death experiences. One barely escaped a timed explosive in the facilities, another had their pillows stuffed with noxious fumes, and a third found their supper laced with something unpleasant. Meanwhile, the architect of all this case, Kim Yesak, was serenely munching on a roll and musing to himself, are they perhaps not fans of my novel training regimen, thereby thoroughly irritating the entire collection of candidates. One aspirant brandished a piece of paper detailing various ridiculous manners in which one might expire, to which Kim Yesak calmly retorted, those are merely suggested performance goals for you law. After finishing his snack, he rose to his feet and gestured toward a stack of enormous session bags. Right then, strap these babies on your backs immediately. The entire assembly gaped in synchronized disbelief when they recognized those enormous sacks were, intact, filled with heavy ballast. They shouted their collective objections in perfect unison. We're supposed to be theologians, not armored brutes. Or you attempting to turn us into weightlifters through rigorous physical labor? Kim Yesak offered an explanation that they needed to bulk up for the forthcoming Pentagon event, but someone else piped up that the next challenge was strictly mental acumen. Tor, he confessed in a completely casual manner while strapping on some hand weights. I took the liberty of shuffling the schedule around a bit. Kim Yesak happily flexed his bicep, proudly proclaiming, the subsequent hurdle is the Crimson Pentagon, which demands pure brawn. To the collective astonishment of everyone present, he flashed a wide smile. That's the truth. Our entire master plan is also getting a makeover. Leaving the whole assembly momentarily struck dumb, Kim Yesak suddenly barked a command. Cease all this idle chatter. Every single one of you grab a sandbag right this instant, and we are pounding out 50 laps around this entire perimeter. The candidate with brown hair grumbled his outrage. What preposterous drivel are you spouting now? How dare you reorder the official trials? And 50 rounds? Have you totally lost your marbles? Kim Yesak held up a rolled document, responding with a nerving calm. My apologies, I misspoke earlier, with a grin that promised future suffering. He corrected his previous statement. Make that 100 laps encircling the entire grounds. Then, he flashed a toothy grimace, enunciating every syllable sharply. If we don't snag the top spot, you are all going to deeply regret ever meeting me. From a considerable distance, Kim Yesak's bellowed encouragement pierced the air. Brung, you poor unfortunates. Following the grueling marathon, one utterly spent candidate shed their weighted gear with a grunt, shouting, blast it all, forget this whole endeavor, we don't need to push ourselves quite this intensely. Within the waiting area, someone complained that having a pair of monarchs is plenty for their geometric club. Since they possess one, the Azure Corner will definitely yield the sequel. Yesak yanked the hopeful guy by his shirt neck and barked, stop joking around. Our little party requires a minimum of 5 souls to function. The golden-haired youth struggled against his pals while shouting, those crimson and lemon shapes 1T grant us royalty. Plus the following exam is the sunny side, so why practice like lunatics? Some traditionalists voiced support for the ancient ways, claiming the shape sequence is a legendary imperial custom, then asked who authorized such reckless meddling with established protocols. Right then, another contender sprinted inside, yelling that he had some spicy gossip to share. Gasping, who spilled the tea? Revealing the next challenge is the bloody 5-sided zone. Every single person stood frozen after the reveal. Apparently the Scarlet Priest chatted with a mustard-colored boss, and they decided to flip the script. Pure dread washed over the crowd upon realizing that the Crimson Zone means dueling solo, which implies if they botch this trial, their whole career goes poof. The entire assembly swiveled their heads toward the protagonist while a voice noted, since the future ordeal is finally set in stone. Standing with his limbs folded and wearing a wicked grin, Isak asked, can we actually begin our workout session now or should we keep chatting? A few sunrises later at the Regal Athletic Facility for elites, the group of students waited quietly, the air feeling as heavy as lead bars. Nisa Sepet complained crossly, I cannot believe father actually listened to Isaac's dumb request. Simultaneously his dad, Leon Sepet, pondered how Isaac promised a fascinating spectacle. It somehow evolved into a giant group brawl. Ignoring the shift, Nicer wore a cocky expression, thinking there is nothing to fear from that Sapphire squad commanded by Shuri Joshua. The boy felt absolutely positive that the brawling experts at the Ruby Manor would never suffer defeat against such a pathetic bunch of amateurs. Ending his speech, Nisa motivated his crew to attack, and the entire gang sprinted wildly toward the center of the fighting pit. Flaunting a very smug look, he shouted that they would mop the floor with their opponents in less than a heartbeat. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, Nicer and his buddies felt their grins transform into masks of total disbelief and shock. In the bleachers, 2 priests sat watching, totally oblivious to the absolute chaos about to unfold. The Scarlet leader, Leon Sepet, wrinkled his brow and grunted with confusion. From the far end, the Indigo squad appeared, and working alongside Yesak was that famous lady named Keener. Yesak claimed innocently that his drink assistant had a sudden tummy ache after his morning meal. Then he beamed while gesturing toward the lady, saying he found a sup, and since this is just practice, nobody should really care. Nisa Sepet stood perfectly still, his face turning pale from the sheer absurdity, while the spectators whispered frantically. The woman worked out with serenity, radiating an aura comparable to a top-tier holy official. Leon Sepet looked at his shiny colleague and growled with annoyance. Hey Mr. Golden Priest, the situation has officially crossed the line. He started demanding why she was assigned to the Sapphire group, but went silent upon seeing that his rival looked equally confused. During a memory, Esop bargained with the girl, offering to handle the annoying weaklings if she would tutor him in some epic secret moves. Returning to the now, Nisa Sepet could do nothing but gork, while fury and the sting of being played were written all over his mug. His furious bellow reverberated across the massive stadium, making it clear this whole situation was clearly rigged. Liza Sepet protested vehemently, claiming she was hardly an apprentice, so what business did a highly advanced participant have meddling in this match? But Kina Barrett icily responded, stating she formally declined the advancement. She declared resolutely that she had relinquished all the advantages bestowed upon her. Her goal was simply to dedicate more time to being an apprentice. Just like Isaac Joshua, this announcement left both the audience and the authorities completely speechless. Every single person looked at the official, who stood anxiously between the opposing groups. Tina Barrett stared directly at him and queried him, has a ruling been reached yet? The referee nervously dabbed his brow and struggled to explain that because Kina Barrett was technically still categorized as an entry-level priest, having never actually taken any Pentagon exams, there were no regulations preventing her from participating. The verdict that caused Niza to scream furiously about the ridiculousness of it all, while Kim Yesok cheered and began to mock him. Niza clenched his jaw tightly, muttering to himself, this is hopeless, the team is completely outmatched by Keener, and we will be up against Isaac later, this is a certain defeat. Meanwhile, on the blue team, Captain Shuri Joshua was shaking in fear, but he thought that in a Captain versus Captain duel, perhaps we could actually pull off a victory. Kim Yesok calmly surveyed the obvious panic of his companions. He smiled broadly in an irritating way, asking why the long faces. Did someone forget their morning constitutional? I warned you about visiting the restroom before things started. Don't worry, your hands will be perfectly steady by the time we finish. One day. Then he boasted further, there, Once I managed to gain more spiritual energy, but Shuri was dead serious as he stared straight at Kim Yesok, declaring that he should be leading this team. Truthfully, Shuri continued, we only reached this stage because of your efforts. A statement causing Kim Yesok's mocking grin to instantly disappear. Shuri's suppressed anger finally erupted, explaining that being elected class leader, jumping ahead in school, and scoring perfectly on all my tests, even achieving the harmony score was all you're doing. Not me at all, Shuri cried out, clutching Kim Yesok's lapel in absolute desperation. Kim Yesok responded factly, I am an excellent instructor, but not every single person can actually follow my instruction. He icily dismissed Shuri's self-pitying sentiment by noting that you still succeeded in the end. He went on with his evaluation, that said, Niza should not be completely discounted, but if your claims are legitimate, then vanquishing the ginger fellow will present no challenge whatsoever. With a surprising shift in attitude, Kim Yesok happily cut off Shuri. Same page. While we re on the subject, this feature's twisted into a truly terrifying grimace. When you inevitably fail, I am personally going to take you down myself. You worthless excuse for a person. The brutal warning rendered Shuri totally silent. He could only manage to stutter. Bart, Kim Yesok snarled. Do you understand? In the arena, the speaker system broadcasts loudly among the nervous competitors. The countdown clock shows 5 minutes remaining. All participants must get ready to engage. From the stands, a young woman sporting a green ribbon watched from above with concern. Master Isaac, the solar, main gentleman next to her contemplated aloud. Tina has joined their group. However, he gave a distinctly pessimistic evaluation. This current state of affairs benefits neither Isaac nor Shuri. His eyes narrowed as he observed their adversaries. Those wretched individuals representing House Red. He assessed the situation instantly, concluding they had already unleashed some sort of devastating magical attack on the group. But down on the competition field, Kim Yesok, looking like a little boy, grinned maliciously while tightening invisible chains in his grip. Not yet, hold still, he murmured. The gentleman with silver hair was stunned by the deep purple energy field surrounding Kim Yesok's squad. He exclaimed, oh my goodness, that looks like Azure's sacred spell. The young girl with a green ribbon explained with visible confusion. The holy enchantment is called Spirit Uplift, and Isaac specifically asked me to teach it to him. Both observers shrieked in genuine terror upon witnessing the bizarre effects of the spell. How in the world can that possibly be Spirit Uplift? They watched in disbelief as the team members charged like enraged beasts. The magic was only supposed to boost their courage so they wouldn't fear the opposition, but they looked like savage monsters instead. Kim Yesok smirked proudly, revealing his secret combination. This is my own method, completely unknown to the priesthood, combining Spirit Uplift with a little herbal doping. He then shouted the actual name of this frightening concoction at the top of his lungs. Beastification, standing before his newly transformed beast army, Kim Yesok declared. I ensured their physical state was prepared for the change, and now it's time to fully maximize the process. In the center of the arena, enormous magic circles lit up intensely, indicating a powerful, large-scale enchantment was about to be cast. Kim Yesok, still in the guise of her small child, gave a sly smile and asked, has everything finally begun? A brilliant surge of pink light erupted from the magic formation, encompassing the entire area as the energy reached its absolute peak. A truly terrifying amount of power was being summoned from beneath the ground itself and manifesting physically. Up in the stands, the spectators burst into excited cheering and applause. A colossal stone figure of a deity emerged from the ground, and a powerful voice echoed throughout the space. Behold the god of justice, the guardian deity of House Red. A member of the red team shouted, Pwek, everyone pray. We must implore the red god for a blessing. Meanwhile, one of Kim Yesok's teammates pressed his hands together tightly, whispering, we have to pull this off. Suddenly, Shuri Joshua darted forward like a ghost, delivering a precise blow directly through the statue's chest. The monument of the deity instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces, collapsing onto the heads of the horrified blue team members. Kim Yesok quickly offered an explanation with a completely innocent expression. Same, I didn't mean to do that at all. Amidst the deafening sound of the collapsing monument, the statue's head violently exploded, and a single furious scream echoed through the noise. Isaac, the companion grabbed Kim Yesok firmly and started shaking him. Haven't you gotten over that reckless habit yet? For goodness sake, stop being so aggressive. A red team member screamed in desperation. Isaac Joshua destroyed the sacred statue of the red god. He completely decapitated it. Another opponent charged toward the boy, grabbing his collar and snarling in frustration. Isaac Joshua, you rascal. Peanut Bear couldn't help but yell in disbelief. You actually broke a goddess statue. How in the world did you even accomplish that? However, her shock quickly transformed into intense curiosity, and she clung to Kim Yesok. What kind of magic was that? And could you possibly teach me how to do it sometime later? Kim Yesok simply glanced at her with cold indifference, replying curtly, so what exactly do you want? From the stands, a supporter smiled and clasped his hands together in prayer. Honestly, aside from the gold gob, every other deity is completely worthless. Though gods, please save this one too. An opponent grabbed Kim Yesok firmly, laughing maniacally. Isaac, you crazy person. You have really pushed the absolute boundaries of this training facility. Pressured by his teammate, Kim Ye-seok offered a weak apology. You simply must apologize. Sucked, insisted, to which Kim Ye-seok mumbled, I am incredibly sorry. Peering down from the heights, two stern-faced cardinals eyed the developing mayhem below. Leon Sepet wore a wicked grin, wheezing internally, this kid is certainly a handful, a total wild card. I should enjoy humbling this unpredictable scamp. The blonde cardinal countered sharply, but surely the fault lies with the red faction for letting that statue get pancaked in the first place. He then needled further, you let a novice smash your precious statue. Perhaps you should take a long look at the red family's actual backbone. I have no intention of lifting a finger against Isaac. The air between the two church officials grew so thick he could spread it on toast. Their silent death glare contest was truly something fierce. Leon Sepet swallowed his rising fury, grumbling softly, this little weasel, initiating a full-blown heresy investigation against some rookies would be over the top. Just as the tension peaked like a poorly tuned violin, the voice cut through, zapping everyone back to the boring present. Commence the Pentagon challenge now. Nizer Sepet gave a sudden, involuntary jump upon receiving the mental directive straight to his brain housing group. This is a direct order. Nizer, no excuses. He reluctantly tilted his gaze toward the viewing box, where his father sat radiating ice cold disapproval. The brutal instruction was delivered, cloaked in an aura of sheer menace. Make Isaac Joshua permanently unable to work, turn him into an invalid. The official moderator swiftly calmed the rising panic, explaining the parameters for the upcoming phase. The rules for the red team's Pentagon round are straightforward. Honestly, locate the single genuine jewel among all the shiny fakes. Whichever team finds the real article first claims victory. One of Kim Ye-seok's associates murmured nervously. The captain gets to hold the necklace, and that decision is final, so picking the right person to hold the item is seriously crucial. Nizer Sepet confidently laid out the battle plan to his assembled squad. There are three main avenues to track down the authentic treasure. Number 1, grab their captain and arm a confession out of him. Option 2 involves deploying your superior gray matter, utilizing cunning detective work. And lastly, you could just run over the entire opposing squad and confiscate every necklace they possess. The moderator boomed the announcement. Time for the distribution of the jewelry. And Nizer immediately hustled his troops together. Pull up. Everyone, click formation. Seeing the anxious looks on his teammates' faces, Nizer offered a thin veneer of confidence. Worry not. After all, we are facing the Azure contingent. It should be relatively simple. In a moment of surprising intensity, Jerry Joshua managed to squeak out, I must step down as the team leader. Kim Ye-seok instantly seized his tunic, practically spitting the words. What in the blazes are you attempting? Hand over those neck trinkets immediately. Over on the other side, Nizer Sepet from the red faction scoffed loudly. The cheery fellow is clearly made of jelly. He assured his loyal team members with a grand gesture. Our adversaries are just the Azure clan. This will be a walk in the park for us. Our only true concern is managing Keener. The entire red formation concurred in unison, rolling their eyes disdainfully. They only know how to punch monsters. Those absolute simpletons. In the central performance area, the referee lifted a hand high overhead, ready to bellow the starting signal for the great contest. The game commences, and the red team surged forward with the kind of unstoppable velocity usually reserved for a runaway freight train. However, the blue team members didn't react by bracing for impact. Instead, they exhibited sheer, unadulterated terror. This was because Kim Ye-seok had launched himself ahead of the pack, letting loose a laugh that sounded absolutely feral. He thought to himself, savoring the moment with dark glee, a sanctioned competition where I can legally pummel these repulsive holy men. How marvelous. Jerry Joshua blinked rapidly, unable to process the horrifying sight before him. Is that actually a human countenance upon his face? Nizer still yelled out into the fray, completely missing the obvious danger. Stay calm. Their code of honor prevents them from actually striking us down. Reading those oblivious words, Kim Ye-seok merely flashed an almost impossibly mocking grin. Bring it on, aspiring clergymen. Let us get this party started. He brandished a ridiculously massive spike flail, intending to clear the entire area with one big swing. Next, he bellowed a harsh order, insisting they produce their team's captain right now. One attack sent the whole red team formation tumbling backward through the air, accompanied by desperate shrieks. A red team priestess looked utterly dumbfounded, wondering aloud if they had misplaced their entire honor code somewhere. While everything descended into pandemonium, Kim Ye-seok advanced chillingly, reiterating the demand for the captain's presence. He ran his tongue over the blade, making a very creepy assurance. Cooperate and you might just survive this ordeal. From the middle of the raging fight, the blue team member's voice echoed loudly, insisting they deliver their leader immediately. Nizer Sepet beat a hasty retreat as his companions collapsed, screaming hysterically for someone. Anyone? There come save him. The blue team command barked a sharp order, telling everyone to hold their ground and absolutely refuse to back down. Taking advantage of the opening, Tina Barrack propelled herself forward, spearheading the attack like a rocket-powered projectile. The red squad panicked and shouted desperately as they watched her close in, demanding she be halted immediately. A companion hastily alerted Nizer, warning him that the attack was likely a diversion, telling him to watch out for the trick. Nizer gazed at the defeated foe, finally grasping the strategy and inwardly giving Keener a grudging compliment about her cunning. He grinned smugly, dismissing the opposing tactic as fundamentally lacking in complexity. Nyza bellowed triumphantly that he had anticipated their movements perfectly, just as a magical vortex sprang forth and trapped Keener. Caught off guard, Keener recognized the exact spell holding her captive, identifying it specifically as a duplication enchantment. Convinced of his imminent win, Nyza aimed at Keener and commanded his troops to seize the target immediately. The Red Squad obediently surged forward, eager to fulfill their leader's instructions and secure the captive. However, in that precise instant, a potent high-level restraining magic activated, paralyzing the whole Red Team's advance. Keener let out a frustrated click, realizing that while she was protected from capture, Nyza's original spell still held her firmly in place. A sudden, unseen burst of pure energy detonated, instantly flipping the momentum of the entire skirmish on its head. Nyza found himself suddenly flat on the floor, completely bewildered and trying to comprehend the turn of events. He staggered back upright, sporting a manic grin and blood-red eyes, before screaming for his team to go on the offensive. The blue team, now eyes blazing and possessing superhuman strength, tore through the enemy lines like a raging storm. Nyza skillfully avoided a blow while scoffing loudly, claiming it was merely a silly beastification spell that just gave them a minor power boost. In a different area of the battlefield, Chiri Joshua looked absolutely panicked as his own allies backed him into a tight spot, greeting him with a chilling "Gotcha, Chiri." Nyza let out a primal howl, his fist radiating crimson energy as he promised to collect the trophy from his opponent's anatomy. In the bleachers, a frantic woman wearing a green ribbon shouted desperately, trying to explain the true nature of the dangerous spell. She urgently cried out a warning as Nyza leaped toward the paralyzed Chiri, shouting a desperate caution to him. Chiri ground his teeth together, sweat pouring, letting out a frustrated expletive. Coach Yasaka's voice rang through his consciousness. "It's okay, Chiri, just follow the instructions I gave you, and winning will be a cakewalk." In the flashback, Yasaka's analysis was clear. Nyza is absolutely going to insist on a traditional one duel, probably for dramatic effect. The boy's explanation continued. After all, he always viewed you as nothing more than an insignificant inconvenience. Back in the real world, Chiri's expression hardened with resolve, ready to face the arrogant opponent head on. Nyza let out a maniacal laugh while delivering what he thought was the final blow. "The game over, you simpleton," he sneered. Suddenly, Chiri's eyes flashed with a peculiar, electric blue intensity. A sudden surge of sapphire power erupted from his position, effortlessly repelling the incoming strike. From the sidelines, Rilla let out a gasp of utter amazement, shouting, "Chiri!" Amidst the complete chaos, Kim Yesok merely wore a small, satisfied smirk. The young man muttered under his breath, wearing a distinctly self-satisfied expression, exactly as planned. "Chiri!" Seizing the opening, Chiri grabbed Nyza by the collar in a fury, challenging, "Let us see if you're truly weaker, not just arrogant." **** the idiot here. Nyza stood completely frozen, absolutely blindsided by the sudden shift in momentum. "Tot" was the only incoherent sound Nyza could manage before Chiri flipped him bodily onto his back. Chiri executed a massive throw, slamming Nyza violently down onto the hard surface of the combat area. The sheer force of the collision caused the arena floor to splinter outward in a pattern resembling a fractured spiderweb. Nyza remained completely still in the debris, staring blankly at the ceiling as if contemplating his life choices. Chiri Joshua unleashed a primal scream, his fury far from satisfied despite the punching attack he had just delivered. He wondered internally, "Do you understand why the Asher technique is banned for use on human beings? Perhaps you think it's because it's only useful against demons." Breathing heavily, Chiri stood next to Nyza Sepet, who was lying in utter defeat. "No," Chiri stated flatly, dismissing the idea. "The reason is that immortal bodies simply can't handle such raw energy without permanent damage." The vast arena suddenly went completely quiet, the only sound left being the ragged breaths of the two combatants. Chiri's eyes radiated intense resolve as he clenched his jaw in a display of sheer willpower. Rely screamed in fury from the sidelines. "You'll never win." Chiri delivered a powerful final warning that echoed throughout the venue. "Never underestimate the power of Asher." He remained standing solitary in the center of the stadium, showcasing the restored honor of his lineage. Every single person present, from teammates to onlookers, was left speechless by the overwhelming force demonstrated. Kinnabarret was the only one to squint suspiciously, thinking, "Wait a second, Chiri wasn't this powerful before. Someone must have juiced up his magic." Sure enough, a peculiar surge of power was subtly swirling around Chiri, providing a silent boost. Across the way, Kim Nisak folded his arms and grinned, having just revealed himself as the mastermind pulling all the strings. He bellowed like a drill sergeant, practically yelling, "Just end this already." However, Chiri paused for dramatic effect, whispering to himself, "First, I must acquire the sparkly bling." A furious voice, probably belonging to Kim Nisak, boomed inside his skull, demanding, "Stop stalling and actually get the job done right this time." Nyza, currently huddling the floor, began to shriek desperately. Fine. I'll spill the beans already." Chiri addressed the crumpled figure lying before him by his full title. "Nyza Sepet." Chiri yanked the collar of the confused man. "Tnalan, where is the necklace? Tell me now." As Nyza stared blankly, completely lost by the sudden change in events. Neither Sepet maintained his supreme arrogance. Spuffing. Seriously? You think an interrogation this pathetic would make a family heir give in? Jury Joshua dramatically pulled at his hair, wailing like a lunatic. Just confess, please. It's the only way you're going to survive this. His attitude abruptly shifted as he snarled a dark warning. Quiet. Druider. Ivy studied all sorts of lovely torture methods as the family successor. Jury promptly lifted his foe high in the air, getting ready to perform a brutal stomp on the man beneath him. Nizar's expression completely changes, his confidence evaporated instantly. Hold on. Wait just a minute. A sickening crunch resonated through the air, and Nizar only had time to register overwhelming agony as he felt the impact. From the cheap seats, the horrified onlooker shrieked. What in the world was that awful noise? Did he seriously just? Outrage quickly spread through the spectators who had just witnessed Churi's savage actions, parsing his teeth to clench tightly. Meanwhile, tucked away in a shadowed corner, Tim Yusuk watched with arms crossed and a disturbingly smug grin. Nizar's high-pitched wail of pure agony reverberated across the entire venue. The nearby redhead winced, squeezing his eyes shut as Churi's cruel words echoed like a hex. I explicitly instructed you to confess. Nizar's companions couldn't take it anymore. They exploded in fury and launched themselves forward, screaming, "You monster!" Jury, Tina Barrett suddenly appeared, plucking their advance with a cold, firm declaration. Absolutely not. Stay put where you are. She gave the ground a light tap with her heel, causing a huge burst of sacred energy to expand rapidly from beneath her. The enemy purge spell kicked in, and paralyzing beams of pure light instantly wrapped around the red team participants. The dazzling flash consumed the entire arena, effectively rendering the opposition totally incapacitated. As he lay broken on the ground, Nizar's brain finally put the pieces together in horror. The jerks, they faked being cornered all along. Jury stared down at Nizar, confirming his actual intent as he bent down to retrieve the necklace. Kim Yesuk stood triumphantly among the defeated, while a single thought echoed in the minds of the losers. Did he actually plot the whole thing? Kim Yesuk just grinned victoriously, having successfully calculated every move in the entire charade. The terrified teammate shrieked, "You went through all this effort just to make Nizar torque, but he'll never confess." You know, Kim Yesuk simply smiled sweetly in response, pretending complete ignorance. "Whatever do you mean?" He then turned away, stating coldly, "Actually, all of you here also know exactly where the necklace is." So then, Kim Yesuk murmured as the ring on his finger started to radiate light, preparing to siphon off the divine energy. Trembling like a wet poodle, Jury Joshua begged for mercy. "Hold on. Stop. I will spill the beans about the location." Time was up though. Kim Yesuk shouted, "Party time," as he smashed his prickly stick and sucked the life from his buddy. Seconds later, he hoisted a crimson jeweled chain, shouting, "Look at this shiny treasure." Center stage, Kim Yesuk loomed over the losers, gripping his trophy while the announcer screamed that Team Asher snatched the win. His leather partner stood there with a hanging jaw, watching the mob go wild. "Power. Keep going. Team Asher rocks." Up in the seats, Rely squeezed his hand tight, thinking, "Great job, Esek and Shuri." Out of nowhere, the sound came from the rear, praising the little holy man who represents the kingdom. A kid dressed in fancy prince clothes walked out, ordering everyone to give the winners some cool loot. The posh youngster was Shavli's elect Free Keller, the primary royal heir within the Holy Helen territory. Rely did a fast bow, below their royal child, while Shavlis grinned, saying, "Your family kids are quite impressive." Arlai asked if he could donate some holy robes to them, and the prince nodded with a big smile. Shavli tossed a curveball, asking if he could tag along when the clothing maker goes to see them. Baffled by the sweet demand, Arlai mumbled a no, but the prince just smirked, saying he wants an autograph session. "They are only rookie monks. Why bother?" Arlai thorpe, but Shavli pivoted. "Thor, anyway, take this tiny present for now." The prince grabbed Arlai's shoulder, getting all intense, suggesting his little nephew should probably ditch the golden pentagon place immediately. He crept closer to whisper a scary secret. "Don't forget that the big holy boss wants to delete Isaac." Arlai turned into a statue, the princess' scary torque of a murder plan vibrating inside his head. Over in the lounge, a helper yelled for Kim Yesuk, ruining the vibe after the big fight ended. Even though things were risky, Arlai tipped his hat to the prince for spilling the spicy tea earlier. He felt truly stubborn. However, Isaac is going to be okay, Arlai felt sure, remembering how the kid always had a cocky grin. Elsewhere, the other fighters were gossiping like hens, saying, "Did you hear? The royal guy is giving us free outfits." They were thrilled about the surprise swag, but Kim Yesuk just chilled by himself, looking like he wanted a nap. The guy eyed Kina Barrett, shouting, "Door, person over there, why haven't you left yet?" Kim Yesuk questioned, while the snowy-haired lady sipped her drink with zero stress. Keener gave a cheeky grin, saying, "The exam is finished, so you're basically useless to me now." Suddenly Keener's elbow sprinted inside. "Boss lady, you gotta move, 'cause your father is hunting for you." "Forget it." She slammed her cup down, giving a hard pass to the request. Keener stared the helper down and told a massive fib, claiming it was their idea to join House Asher. The house manager plus the nearby servant girl felt paralyzed, doubting the accuracy of what they just heard. "When exactly did Ike say that?" He sputtered nervously, but Keener cut him off sharply. It was last night. Obviously, Kim Yesuk finally snapped, interjecting to scold the butler. On whose authority did you unilaterally decide she would become an Azure priest? The poor butler was trapped between two angry parties, standing completely frozen and dripping with nervous sweat. Anyway, I accepted the offer, so I am staying here permanently, Keener announced, making the butler let out a desperate, "M'lady." She waved her hand dismissively, telling him to inform her father she wouldn't be returning home for quite some time. As the Azure team kids gleefully helped chase the servants away, once the area was cleared, Keener secretly pondered Kim Yusuk's power, realizing he had definitely used a spell on Shuri yesterday, wondering exactly what kind of ability that was. Kim Yusuk quietly reflected that the Crown Princess action of giving clothes was nothing less than a blatant declaration of ownership. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Chablis realized that his recent actions might easily be interpreted as directly challenging the Pope's authority. Back in the waiting room, Keener Barrett declared her intention to stay put, despite her servants' frantic and desperate pleas. She then made a rather bold offer, promising to personally help Kim Yusuk win, which left both servants completely speechless. "No need, Naustram," Kim Yusuk retorted bluntly, but Keener proved herself completely unwilling to back down. She then dramatically threw herself onto the ground, whining, "You'll have to physically drag me out yourself." Kim Yusuk snapped at her, "I am finished using you, so go," but Keener stubbornly insisted he honor his promise. The moment he threatened to void the arrangement, Keener immediately shot up from the floor, her expression turning panicked. Just as she was about to admit defeat, Kim Yusuk declared in a chilling voice, "That's it, I am canceling everything." He offered a provocative smirk and added, "I already have a new disciple who is much more compliant than you." In response to Keener's question, Kim Yusuk simply gestured toward Shuri Joshua, who was sitting nearby. "Obviously, I am talking about Shuri," he announced, leaving the poor boy completely bewildered. The whole group was confused by the revelation, and Keener stared in disbelief. You mean yes actually better than I am?" Keener fumed, stomping her foot in anger as her pride was severely wounded. She immediately wheeled around to face Shuri, while he frantically yelled, "Why are you dragging me into this situation?" Kim Yusuk replied with total nonchalance, "Well, that actually depends entirely on how well you perform from now on." A rather fierce confrontation was now clearly brewing between Keener and the hapless, unfortunate Shuri. In the Sanctor Seeds ballroom, however, the atmosphere was completely different. Students from the other teams were absolutely stunned by the lavish banquet that had been reserved solely for the Asher team. They whispered amongst themselves, realizing the enormous amount of privilege granted exclusively to the winners of the Pentagon match. Amidst all the hushed conversations, Arlai thoughtfully raised his wine glass, his heart filled with serious doubts. He mused internally, "I find it impossible to believe that Isaac's team actually came in first, so how exactly did the Holy See score this?" The sarcastic voice echoed from behind him, suggesting, "You must be very pleased that the Asher team won." "Your Eminence," Cardinal Leon Sepet made a grand approach, offering a very loaded greeting. "It has certainly been a long time, Sir Arlai." A slug smile spread across his face as he began his provocation. "I hear you re about to hit level 9. How absolutely precious." Arlai scowled at the insult hidden inside the compliment. "It's truly impressive for someone your age," he mocked. "The Asher Patriarch must be pulling his hair out in frustration." Leon continued, causing Arlai to clench his fists in furious restraint. Leon leaned in close, grabbed Arlai's hand, and whispered sweetly, "The only person qualified, Sir Arlai, has a ridiculously short lifespan." The Cardinal leaned even closer, metaphorically twisting the dagger, "And even if you could live forever, isn't the role of Patriarch just a bit too much for you?" The cruelest insult was delivered with a smile. "After all, you can exactly produce any heirs." Arlai's face darkened considerably, resentment clearly burning in his eyes. Leon erupted into gleeful laughter, admitting his own son's failure only to inflict greater humiliation on his opponent. Arlai suddenly connected the dots in his head. "They know about the Joshua family curse," he let out a sigh, attempting to maintain his composure. "It's totally fine. I didn't actually want to become Patriarch anyway." His attempt at calm was cut short when he saw Leon approaching his nephew. Just on T let him harm Isaac. Leon Sepet loomed ominously behind the happily eating boy, calling out, "Isaac." His teammate frantically shook his shoulder, while Kim Yasak internally cursed, "Why do people always bother me when I am eating?" With a clearly annoyed look and his mouth still completely full, he mumbled, "Yes, sir." Leon narrowed his eyes in curiosity, probing for answers. "What exactly is this interesting little thing you wanted to show me?" "Isaac." Kim Yasak looked up at him, blinking innocently. "Tor, you mean you haven't seen it yet?" Looking directly at the Cardinal, Kim Yasak casually admitted, "I was the one who absolutely destroyed your son." The boy flashed a mischievous, challenging smile. "So, did you enjoy watching the spectacle?" The brown-haired teammate frantically shrieked, "Why did you do that to the Crimson family?" He quickly slapped his hand over Kim Yasak's mouth, explaining in fear, only to get an indifferent shrug in response. "Thor, so what?" Leon Sepet smirked, his gaze becoming sharp. "Well, I had high hopes for the Asher family, but it appears you've picked up an intriguing new trick." He narrowed his eyes even further, scrutinizing closely. "I don't know why, but I detect dark magic emanating from you. Kim Yesek just chuckled, fabricating a perfect excuse for his behavior. Perhaps you've forgotten I ate a piece of the Skeleton King when I was a kid. Sir, without stopping, they continued to add fuel to the fire. If destroying your son wasn't entertaining enough, how about I continue the fun at the Golden Pentagon next? The declaration left his teammates in stunned silence, one of them stammering out a question, were you really going to fight the Gold Cardinal's son now? While one teammate clutched his head in despair. The high-stakes negotiation between the two powerful figures continued. Kim Yesek smiled, finally revealing his true demand. I want to see the demons respond to the Skeleton King's summons. The final demand was made, causing Leon Sebet's face to darken with rage. Give me the keys to their prison. The Cardinal turned away, seemingly accepting the deal. I can give you the keys once you return successfully, but will you truly manage it? Before leaving, we tossed back a final curse. You're all going to disappear inside the Golden Pentagon. Kim Yesek knitted his eyebrows, grumbling about the veiled menace. Honestly, what nonsense is this bozo spouting off now? Suddenly, a colleague burst through the door with exciting news. Listen up people, the Golden Pentagon has scored an assignment. The entire squad froze, holding their collective breath while he declared the terrifying details. It is a field trip. Leon Sepet's voice rebounded off the frame of the entrance, thick with pure disdain. Aaron T, you just dying to know where your vacation spot is. He dropped a name that caused immediate bowel evacuation, namely, Prasandir, the peculiar mystic empire. One companion leaped up, practically shrieking in utter dismay. They are forcing us to visit the nation that views priest playing as a popular weekend hobby. Kim Yesek's ally shrieked hysterically. That locale borders the demon holdings. Had they totally lost their marbles? He exclaimed, his body shaking like a leaf. That region is the personal playground of a major demon who snacked on holy men just 14 years prior. In the midst of this absolute pandemonium, Cardinal Leon Sepet chimed in. Oh you poor babies. I possess the necessary juice to adjust your coordinates. Upon hearing this amazing lifeline, his desperate colleagues immediately begged, Assert, for the love of everything holy, grovel right now. Kim Yesek tilted his head up, batting his lashes innocently. Truly, you are going to switch our destination. Aren't you a gem? Then currently, inside the prestigious Asher mansion, an aide burst in utterly winded to announce. Sibling, catastrophic update. They are attempting to dispatch the group to the Wallach territory. The destroyer courier wailed that the assignment involves saving abducted cavalry. This is an S-tier suicide trip. They are intentionally killing everyone. Someone else tried desperately to calm the situation. Chill out. Dad has already marched off to file the appropriate paperwork of righteous indignation. The gentleman wearing the waistcoat ground his molars together. Those vile scoundrels residing in the sacred city clearly have homicide on their mind for Isaac. The second individual adamantly declared, since father intervened, the ridiculous evaluation will certainly be altered. They cannot possibly issue an assignment that risks global relations. Rely simply scoffed, observing that this is merely a stern message advising us to dial back our outrageous level of self-importance. Typical, the worried gentleman in the fancy vest confessed. I also have zero desire for Shuri to tragically meet their maker in that dreadful place. The other party attempted soothing noises once more. Relax completely. Even Isaac, assuming he possesses any common sense whatsoever, will surely withdraw. Without warning, a completely different courier charged into the room, rudely cutting them off mid-sentence. Truly terrible news. Returning to the group, Leon challenged, young Master Isaac, simply admit that you wish to survive this ordeal. Kim Yesek responded with utter frigidity. Absolutely not. Concealed behind the hyena strategically placed over his features, the genuinely malicious and utterly barbaric grin began to spread. Kim Yesek raised his eyes intensely, sporting an unhinged look. I think this whole thing sounds like a blast. Why on earth would I switch assignments? Over at the Azure Mansion, the herald yelled the bombshell announcement. He cheerfully embraced the assignment. Rely and his colleague were immediately paralyzed in disbelief. The frightening location they were actually obligated to visit was Blackfield, the undisputed domain of demons, an exceptionally desolate and perilous region. Deep inside the shattered remnants of a monstrous, crumbling stronghold, a chilly voice resonated throughout the air. So what you were trying to say is that, the formidable demoness known as Ash coolly inquired, that you somehow managed to bungle the simple task of eliminating the saintess. The groveling subordinate quickly threw himself face down on the floor. I offer you my most heartfelt apologies. Esteemed Lady Ash, forget about it. The minor failure is completely irrelevant. Ash nonchalantly waved away the issue. The main objective is simply to incite absolute disorder in the region. She further elaborated on her scheme. Merely observing the sovereign's capabilities and successfully smuggling arcane demonic trinkets into the sacred empire already constitutes a magnificent victory. The poor minion was quivering, barely managing to whisper, Your Majesty, your sheer power is genuinely overwhelming. Ash's lips curved into a chilling grin, a nostalgic shiver running through her as she remembered how a mere sliver of his ability had been absolutely paralyzing. All at once, the minion blurted out the news. Milady, I felt his unmistakable energy during the initiation ritual. The great Skeleton Kings. The words hung in the air, causing Ash to practically launch herself from her throne in sheer terror. Ash bellowed, Are you telling me you felt the Skeleton King's presence inside that maniac kid who had the audacity to snack on a piece of harmonic? The subordinate fearfully nodded. Yes indeed. Apparently, he received the investiture and is currently in the middle of training. Ash contemplated this information, a truly malevolent grin stretching across her face. Well, look at that. It has finally revealed itself. Yes, and he is scheduled to participate in the upcoming Gold and Azure trials very soon, a sort of carnival where young priests and demons hunt one another down. Ash reflected with wicked delight. What a truly splendid opportunity this presents. Ash let out a dreamy sigh. I just have to imagine how incredibly powerful we would become if we simply consumed a direct piece of it. Suddenly, Ash's eyes went completely wild. I have to know what flavor this child of Azure possesses. I am finding it increasingly difficult to resist the urge. Back in the academy halls, hushed whispers began circulating concerning the top secret mission assigned to the Azure team. The various trainees were debating the sheer lunacy of the task, which involved traveling all the way to the Mystic Empire to extract a holy knight. One member of the Azure team ground his teeth in frustration. It seems the Gold family is truly intent on sending us to our doom. This is ridiculous. He reflected with growing desperation. Every single person here thinks we're just going to die out there. Absolutely nobody expects us to succeed. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he considered the situation. However, the truly terrible part of this whole ordeal is, the worried brown, paired teammate expressed his concern. The Holy Knights are completely disregarding us, meaning the entire team will face immediate danger the second we step out of the Empire. He pictured the graphic scenario of the entire squad being set upon by savage demons and bandits the moment they crossed the border. The ash-blonde youth angrily gritted his teeth. Those absolute monsters are setting us up for failure. We are definitely going to be killed. The brown, paired teammate rounded on his companion to release his pen. Of fury. Why won't anyone sign up for our team? This failure is entirely your fault. They screamed in a panic. This is absolutely a suicide mission? Are you blind to the fact that everyone else is literally drafting their last wills? Did you know that just 14 years ago, Uncle Riley's entire Azure team was completely wiped out? Tim Yuzak, meanwhile, simply picked his ear with complete indifference. He reflected coldly on the old Cardinal's cynical manipulation. What a lower rent scheme. If we decline, we get punished. If we accept, we die. But then a sinister smile spread across his face. If we actually manage to succeed, however, this mission turns into nothing less than a valuable manicore factory. His teammate grabbed him by the collar, pleading desperately, we still have a shot at this. We must recruit the first Holy Knights, whatever the price. Just then, the thoroughly satisfied voice resonated from behind them, delivering a single word. Unfortunately, Count Malik strode into view, declaring with an air of superiority, it appears the first Holy Knights have already decided to join the Gold team. He then added insult to injury. Not only that, but my son and his friends have also made the wise decision to switch over to their team. The Count clicked his tongue in disdain, muttering to himself, I shouldn't have sent them to the Azure team in the first place, all for some outdated sense of prestige. Kim Yusa countered with a smug look, you are quite short-sighted, Pounds. You will find yourself ostracized completely when we inevitably succeed. Isaac's comrade was practically having a meltdown, pleading that for the love of all that is holy, if number 1 was off the table, he should just grab options 2 or 3. Please. Meanwhile, Kim Yuzak just idly wondered, Holy Knights, fancy that. His gaze brightened instantly. Goodness me, where did all those lovely faces materialize from? He thought, completely misinterpreting Isaac's delighted expression. His comrade whooped that it was fantastic work, bold chap, and he should hustle over and secure that deal with the second Holy Knights. Before observing him speed away, Kim Yuzak paused in front of an administrator, who reacted to his proposition with a jaw-dropping, fish, doubts, burst, or stare. The official remained completely bewildered, while Kim Yuzak only offered a sweet, innocent gaze in return, as if he requested a cup of tea. Nutcase. Ultimately, the young man beamed a dazzling grin and delivered an assured, triumphant thumbs up. Despite his comrade's mounting anxiety, Kim Yuzak let out a surprisingly blissful breath, declaring the Azure squad had selected the *4th Holy Knights, which instantly plunged the entire assembly into a collective, terrified silence. An elderly comrade sprinted up, face radiating pure joy, exclaiming, terrific updates, everyone, utterly oblivious to the spectacularly terrible choice that had just been sealed. During a memory, Kim Yuzak smirked, announcing that he had already inked a deal with the absolute toughest bunch, which instantly provoked an enraged Bell calling him an absolute lunatic. These were the infamous 4th Holy Knights, essentially society's rejects, derided as mere beasts of burden and relegated to delivering letters. Even though their abilities far outshone those of the esteemed royal knights, they nursed a seething, passionate animosity towards the entire religious order. Without delay, Kim Yusuk found himself hauled before the family patriarch, where the formidable figure chillingly commanded him to justify his actions at once, demanding what in the world had possessed him. The young man barely managed a strained grin, privately observing the patriarch seemed quite furious, while the shadowy presence nearby helpfully whispered grim tales of the elder's escalating wrath. Kim Yusuk resolved to orchestrate a dramatic charade, reassuring himself that declining the assignment would utterly sully the venerable Joshua family's reputation. Nevertheless, the patriarch bellowed, pure murderous intent radiating from him, accusing Kim Ye-seok that he, out of everyone imaginable, possessed the audacity to utter words like honor. He unveiled the young man's startling hidden truth, demanding how he, a practitioner of forbidden magic, dared to both deceive and mention honor in the same breath. What exactly is that look on your face? The patriarch rumbled menacingly, wondering if he really thought he was completely oblivious. His gaze shimmered with profound disillusionment, explaining he had previously turned a blind eye for his sake, yet his faith in him was utterly shattered. With no escape, Kim Ye-seok expertly commenced his grand performance. He shouted about his profound detestation for the dreadful Skeleton King, claiming a fierce desire to utterly annihilate him, a blatant lie that astonished even his shadowy companion. He elaborated upon his sorrowful narrative, recounting the loss of his parents and the profound disgrace his lineage suffered for their inability to vanquish the dreaded Bone King. With glistening, sorrowful eyes, he lamented the indignity that robbed him of sleep. Then, remarkably, the patriarch appeared to be slowly succumbing to the charade. Kim Ye-seok declared he would utterly obliterate that fraudulent Skeleton King, his gaze aflame with conviction, explaining his employment of this peculiar strength served solely to uncover its true nature. He vowed to personally dispatch his adversary, so deeply engrossed in his passionate performance that even the cynical dark entity suspected he had genuinely lost his marbles. As the patriarch mused in thoughtful quiet, Kim Ye-seok secretly reveled in his actual objective, which was to safeguard the Joshua clan, but only as a stepping stone to eventually claim everything himself. Kim Ye-seok persevered with his performance, earnestly declaring that if they resigned themselves to a modest existence, the Joshua household would remain eternally condemned to ignominy. The patriarch offered a faint, knowing grin, stating he had consistently maintained there was no requirement for Kim Ye-seok to martyr himself on behalf of their lineage. The patriarch then remarked that it truly appeared he embodied the spirit of their kin, a declaration that plastered a deeply contented grin across Kim Ye-seok's features. The entire operation might collapse, he advised, provided Kim Ye-seok and his companions came back in one piece. As he pivoted to depart and disappeared from view, the old man, playing the role of the patriarch, set out a simple condition for his heir: divide the trip back. If you make it home in one piece, he promised with a rather smug grin, I'll make you the official heir and everything. Kim Ye-seok bowed deeply, putting on a show of obedience, but behind the patriarch's back, he smirked in victory. The setup had worked perfectly. Just a few days later, a perilous expedition started on a dusty road just outside the capital, and everyone knew it would be lethal. Alright, we're meeting the knights right in this little village, Kim Ye-seok announced, sounding far too cheerful for his weary companions dreading behind him. One of the poor souls collapsed onto the dirt path, shouting in desperation, we absolutely must survive this ordeal and make it back alive, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, a shadowy creature zipped through the air to deliver its findings. Master, I looked into the demon from 14 years ago as requested. It seems to be a demon from the Western Forces, it explained as a ghostly image of a woman appeared, and you might actually recognize her. When he heard how easily she had eliminated the other trainees, Kim Ye-seok tutted impatiently, muttering, those morons have the audacity to ignore the perfectly clear guidelines I laid out. Doesn't it matter now? I'll go give them a quick lesson myself, he declared, ignoring the entity's reminder that he hadn't fully regained his strength yet. His companions trailed behind him in complete silence, a palpable sense of tension and dread hanging over the entire woodland. Hidden deep within the shadows, the female demon licked her lips in anticipation, whispering, I've finally located my targets. Peeking out from behind a massive tree trunk, a truly sinister grin spread across her face as she murmured, oh look, it's the Joshua kid. Meanwhile, back at the main royal palace, a shocked question echoed through the halls, were you certain about this? Crown Prince Chablis Heller stared at the report in disbelief. Isaac actually selected those working baggage carriers as his companions. An aide at the imperial palace informed him. He completely disregarded the high-class knights you specifically assigned to him. Crown Prince Chablis pondered aloud. Well, maybe his decision-making skills aren't as sharp as we thought. The aide quickly countered, pardon me, your highness, but I actually believe he might possess an exceptionally shrewd ability to judge others. Chablis smirked playfully. The captain I offered him is a half-elf, which means he is comically susceptible to demonic influence. To the aide's surprise, Chablis clarified, no, I truly wasn't testing him. Even though Silent struggles against demons, they would have been an excellent asset to Isaac. The Crown Prince's eyes sparkled with amusement. However, he opted for the pack mules, an entire knightly order where every single member is demon. The detailed background file for Silent, the perfectly safe and rational choice, lay forgotten on the desk, completely rejected. The aide expressed concern about the new knight's unreliable nature, but Chablis simply fell into deep thought about the implications. Simultaneously, a furious tantrum was brewing at the rendezvous point where the Azure team was supposed to meet. A heavy slam echoed through the room. Why are they still not here? Someone bellowed. We've been waiting for 5 agonizing hours. Dirk, the commander of the so-called pack mules, let out an angry roar. Are they actually trying to start trouble with us? One knight suggested the delay was a practical joke, while another insisted that the Asher household always ran like clockwork. Derek ground his teeth together, spitting out a derogatory curse under his breath. Disgusting clerics. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young voice chimed in directly behind him. "Well, hello there, Sir Derek, commander of the famous pack mules." Derek jumps, whipping around to see Kim Yesuk standing casually, arms folded. "It seems we managed to be a little tardy. Haven Tiwi." Derek's temper reignited as he snarled, "Your kind boasts about timeliness, but perhaps your watch is set to a different century." Kim Yesuk let out a heavy sigh, inventing a pathetic excuse about being ambushed by ruffians and breaking his arm. The youth leaned forward, his eyes shining with cunning, suggesting someone orchestrated the trouble, but punctuality remains non-negotiable. Kim Yesuk, wearing an awful grin, stirred the pot. "Were you suggesting you read too important for our little group?" Leaving his allies completely flabbergasted, one of Kim Yesuk's companions blurted out, "Are you completely unhinged? You actually need us for this mission?" Kim Yesuk simply spun around, dismissing the knights with a shrug. "There's no benefit here for us. We should head back right now." Commander Derek let out a low growl, utterly bewildered by the nerve. "If you planned on abandoning us, why did you loiter around for nearly half a day?" Kim Yesuk kept up the pressure, stating bluntly, "Well, sir, your gear is completely overkill for what you describe as a straightforward protection gig." The youth grinned slyly, having completely analyzed his foe. "You're trying to leverage us as a distraction to uncover where your vanished allies are hiding, aren't you?" The moment Kim Yesuk offhandedly mentioned splitting up, Derek clenched his jaw in rage, completely losing his cool. "Shut your mouth," he bellowed, charging ahead. "Did the treacherous Knight Halak spill the beans to you?" Kim Yesuk's companions froze instantly, hearing the utterly unknown name. "Halak," he gasped in sudden recognition. "Wait, that's our fourth uncle's pseudonym. Is he truly wrapped up in this mess?" Pushed against the wall, Derek exposed his hidden power, as dark energy flared around his weapon. "We are unable to step into Crozanier without you, you rotten scoundrels." He shot toward them with alarming velocity, screaming, "I'll make sure you join us, even if I need to separate you from your feet first." During all the commotion, Timir, Tok spoke with total indifference. "Excuse me." His gaze turned bright red, issuing an unmistakable order, "Return that blade to its scabbard." Derek hung suspended in space, his muscles rigid due to an unexplainable pressure. A massive, imposing apparition of the Skeleton King manifested behind Kimmy, Tok, completely paralyzing the half demon with pure fear. He shuddered as his inner voice wailed, "Is this command truly inescapable, even though it originates from a small kid?" The dark voice echoed in Kimmy, Sokka's head as he smirked internally. "A demon's impulse is always to follow the most powerful entity, which is why I specifically picked these individuals." Defenseless and thoroughly disgraced, Derek managed a frustrated snarl before slowly returning his weapon to its sheath. "Let us get going, Timir," Sok chirped merrily, even as his companions shouted in protest. "How are we supposed to partner with them after you deliberately set them off like that?" "Timir," Sok replied nonchalantly to his irate companion, "We've all become mutually dependent now. They won't dare abandon us." In the meantime, Derek formally laid out the mission parameters. "We must save everyone who was captured and purge any affiliated demonic threats." "Timir," Sok looked over his shoulder with a knowing grin, "Frankly, I couldn't care less about locating your former allies." Derek was taken aback. "You selected us precisely because you knew our comrades were missing." "But Kimir," Sok simply offered a wide-eyed look. "Whatever are you talking about?" The youth mused confidently. "Naturally I had all the details." One female Sausate asked nervously, "What exactly are you doing? Do you actually possess a strategy?" To which Kimmy, Sok retorted briefly, "The strategy." Abruptly, the heavily bandaged knight screamed out, "Do not put faith in demons. They will absolutely turn against us." Just as ominous power began flowing from him, "Kimir," Sok inquired with an icy tone, "do you have a clue why they keep accepting such minor assignments?" Which nearly made the knight buckle over in agony. The poor knight underwent a bizarre change, sprouting terribly menacing, lengthy talons. He morphed entirely into some beastie, let loose a terrifying bellow, and charged ahead, causing the training group to freeze in dread. The creature snatched the elderly girl by her neckline, its bloodshot orbs radiating raw hostility. The fellow with brown hair shrieked out in affright, "I suspected as much. We simply cannot have faith in those sorts." "Snap out of it," Kim Yesok commanded, delivering a knockout punch straight to the beast's snout. Dazed by the wallop, the knight wobbled a bit, this fiendish appearance slowly melting away before everyone's dumbfounded gazes. He stammered out, bewildered, "My apologies. I have never shifted so swiftly before." It felt like something weighty was sitting atop my cranium. The knight with silvery locks spoke up wisely, "Perhaps it is because we are close to Crossanir." Another chimed in agreement, "I feel decidedly odd myself." The knight sporting bandages gazed at Kim Yesok, clearly impressed, "But I reverted to human form just from that single punch you landed. You truly are marvelous." "Naturally," Kim Yesok declared with an air of absolute self-satisfaction, amidst the cheering of the returning knight. Kim Yesok and his shadowy companions snickered gleefully, thinking inwardly, "That was all my doing." Kim Yesok, horsing his belongings, announced, "If everyone has gotten their affairs sorted, perhaps we should make tracks." Unexpectedly, He found a small sparrow entirely still inside his satchel, wheezing internally. Seriously, what in the world is this little critter? The shadowy figure standing nearby quipped in response. Hey there, this little bird is clearly faking its demise. Sporting a truly wicked smirk, Kim Ye-seok held aloft the parchment. This particular feathered friend is quite the high actor. Shall we humor its performance? The bird grumbled under its breath. That despicable blood lord is unbelievably mean, sending me to the subtly dreadful priest. Which made Kim Ye-seok raise an eyebrow. Did one of the gigantic demonic overlords dispatch you? This probing queer caused the sparrow to jump slightly. The dark presence reported from a distance. Boss, we successfully established the magical perimeter field. Kim Ye-seok mumbled to himself, putting the pieces together that the blood lord, one of his former underlings, was the one who dispatched this feathered informant. He clenched the tiny bird tightly in his fist, issuing a low growl. Do you possess any timely tidings for my benefit? And the poor thing immediately folded. I will confess everything. I promise to share it all. The bird spilled the beans. The demon queen you are currently targeting. She was the very individual who ruined your grand investiture ceremony. It continued its accusations by stating, indeed, she was the one who snuck in that peculiar contraption and commanded her lackeys to dispatch Ash. It was unquestionably her doing. Kim Ye-seok listened intently to the intelligence that the Blood Lord would sooner face a firing squad than confront that devil known as Ash. He brought the scroll down sharply onto the earth as the bird let out a sudden squeak. The Blood Lord firmly believes that the current Skeleton King is actually a fraud. The bird narrated its bewilderment. He was apprehended after wondering about loudly proclaiming the Skeleton King as counterfeit. How could he be so utterly guileless? In any event, I gathered you've incorporated a speck of the true great Skeleton King. It cautioned. Ash is likely lying in wait for you to wander into her domain. Kim Ye-seok waved his hand dismissively, and the bird morphed back into a small fiend and zipped away. Dilling back. Done to you dare perish? Our master would become genuinely morose over the outcome. Right at that moment, a teammate with wavy brown hair came sprinting over, quite out of breath. Serge, where have you wandered off to? We have been searching frantically for you. He puffed out his chest proudly and gave a strong affirmative gesture. I am incredibly pleased with you. You took the initiative to order grub from the local eatery for all of us to devour. A companion gestured toward the crowd, chirping that they were ready to pamper the holy men whenever necessary. Ye-seok turned into a human popsicle upon noticing the buffet actually consisted of his fellow clergy members. He wore a smug grin, thinking his lady friend would be waiting for his grand arrival. However, the target worked right into their trap, a seemingly sweet child clutching a small wicker container. The rest of the crew started wondering why Ye-seok was acting like such a total weirdo. The buddy with curly locks complained about the dramatics, though someone else suggested just looking away. Abruptly, Ye-seok started his performance with a growl, barking for attention from the nearby girl. He played the part of a bratty rich kid perfectly, tossing out crazy requests that terrified the staff. This is Brian, and your respiration annoys me, so stop inhaling, Ye-seok shouted while poking her. Right then, the bodyguard chimed in, demanding why she was forcing his boss to repeat his orders. The silver-haired maiden felt baffled, swearing silently about whether these idiots had lost their minds by helping. She pivoted her strategy, offering the soldiers snacks to murder them quietly. Since those pests needed to go, the warrior gave a hard pass, explaining they worked for the guy and never touched his food. Pornage. She displayed her inner beast, ordering them to feast in a terrifying and coercive tone. From the sidelines, Ye-seok broke character by suggesting that the lady should try a spoonful herself. With a sly grin, he inquired how they could be certain she hadn't tea-spiced the meal with arsenic. The lady looked shocked, as she never imagined her secret recipe would be called out so fast. At that sight, Ye-seok's companion scrambled over to stop him, yelling about why he was bullying her. This curly-haired buddy snatched the dish, insisting that Ye-seok had zero business harassing the poor server. To prove she was harmless, the trio collectively slurped down the broth to show there was no danger. Instantly, they hit the floor, causing the onlookers to shriek in terror at their downed comrades. Ye-seok stood up coldly, noting this shortcut saved him from having to pummel them personally. He watched his friends drop without blinking, telling his shadow pal to let them learn their lesson. The shadow creature stopped moving, apparently detecting a very strange vibe in the surrounding air. It sounded a warning, telling the boss the toxin flips holy energy into some sweet dark marner. Ye-seok was floored before hooting with joy, asking if that gross light power was real and morphing. He chuckled with delight, picturing a lucrative business where he could farm evil energy in this kingdom. Right then, the waitress exploded into a crazy cackle. The swirls of obsidian mist began leaking out. You weakling, she screamed, but Ye-seok just grinned, noting everyone was now just a battery provider. She turned into a Hoenn demon wearing an eye patch, demanding he follow her for the antidote. The escort knight, grinding his molars together, internally classified the demoness as the absolute worst. But before the demoness could even finish her sentence, she let out a piercing screech as a divine beam of holy light struck her. The smug look of self-satisfaction on her face instantly dissolved into utter bewilderment. Kim Ye-seok, clutching a truly enormous holy artifact, shot forward like a high-velocity projectile. The tremendous, echoing impact sent the demoness tumbling through the air. Wounded, she quickly fled into the forest, throwing a saucy glance over her shoulder and thinking, that's right, chase me, little brat. As the knights prepared to give chase, Kim Yusuk raised a halting hand, declaring, "Naur, I'll handle this pursuit alone." He cast a determined look at his unconscious companions, explaining, "I cannot risk leaving them exposed. You must transfer Marner to maintain their stability." The knights were momentarily stunned, then emotionally shouted, "Master Yusuk, we will absolutely take care of the priests." Receiving their firm promise, Tim Yusuk simply nodded and said, "Please ensure you do," before turning and striding away. He pulled his hood up, his eyes gleaming with cold, calculated intent, thinking, this will guarantee a profitable harvest later on. Under the bright full moon, the solitary silhouette plunged into the profound darkness of the night. Demon Ash scoffed at Kim Yusuk, daring, "What a brave little idiot. You dare show up here without an entire entourage." With a satisfied smirk, Ash felt absolutely certain that this easily caught prey was already within her grasp. Kim Yusuk clenched his jaw in frustration and responded, "Des, a truly foolish decision indeed. You have the audacity to discuss devouring those humans without recognizing who I am." He growled, stunning her into silence. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and an undeniable command thundered forth, "Kneel." Before the demoness could even process what was happening, she broke out in a cold sweat, her face turning chalk, white in terror. An unseen, crushing weight pressed down heavily upon her shoulders, forcibly pushing her to her knees in humiliation. The spectral vision of a powerful skeleton, radiating true royalty, peered directly behind Kim Yusuk. Ash stayed upward, trembling uncontrollably as she realized the specific demonic energy. Her entire body began to convulse with extreme, debilitating fear. This demonic power. Why on earth does this brat possess the king's demonic power? She mentally shrieked, staring at the swirling black and red ore surrounding him. Rage flared intensely, leading her to a crazy, instant conclusion. The monster, he must have eaten a piece of him. The king's sacred body. She screamed in agony at the blasphemous thought. "Just one moment. What king? I swear I will tear him limb from limb." Ash charged forward frantically, dark demonic energy surging. "And free you," she roared, determined to obliterate this impudent usurper. But a powerful surge of holy blue energy suddenly erupted, completely neutralizing her attack. Ash froze, completely unable to believe her eyes, as her demonic power was utterly nullified. From within the azure light, a gigantic skeletal monster materialized, its oppressive aura suffocating her completely. The attack landed with a devastating impact, completely pulverizing everything unfortunate enough to stand in its way. As the dust settled and the smoke cleared, Kim Yusuk observed the scene and silently passed judgment. "Amateur." Kim Yusuk let out a demonic roar as dark power erupted from him. "Allow me to introduce you to the concept of authority around here." Titter, under the pale, silvery light of the moon, the entire force fell into an unnerving and sudden silence. The dark entity cheered excitedly. "Master, that's brilliant. A mere fifth tier spell, yet it somehow manages to pack the punch of her seventh circle spell." Kim Yusuk smirked, inwardly congratulating himself on his genius combination of sacred and dark power, musing that perhaps this was precisely why the gods considered him to be too much trouble to create. Suddenly, a strange sound caught both his and his companion's full attention. On the ground nearby, Ash began trembling uncontrollably, muttering in genuine horror, "My king, my king." Though dear, Kim Yusuk took a cruel grip on the demoness's chin, forcing her face upwards until she had no choice but to look at him. Completely defeated and prostrate on the ground, Ash admitted, "My king, I have made a grave and regrettable error." She weakly offered him the cure. "Please, let me give you the antidote." But he responded with a cold, simple dismissal. "No need." He casually sat down, issuing a command that left Ash completely flustered. "Bring those paladins you kidnapped here immediately. You have precisely 60 seconds. I need undeniable evidence for a perfect score," he explained. "Just having a few paladins mysteriously vanish isn't quite sufficient for the requirements." With a sinister grin, Kim Yusuk explained his actual purpose. "I need concrete proof that I successfully defeated a high-level demon." 48 hours later, Kim Yusuk found himself sitting comfortably in a chair next to one of the supposedly rescued paladins. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the brown-haired man anxiously ruffled his hair in frustration. "Damn it all, what's wrong with you, Yusuk?" he complained. The teammate with a prominent scar over his eye tried to reassure him. "We have tracking devices on him, and Master Isaac is not going to fall easily." But he immediately shot back. "Something absolutely happened. The mages have conducted multiple search sweeps, and they've been far too professional about it. You understand this better than I do," he stressed. "They certainly aren't usually known for taking things this seriously." The scarred man finally had to confess anxiously, "We did discover some blood where we believe he passed through, but that doesn't necessarily mean he is deceased." Just at that moment, a very familiar voice chimed in from the doorway. "I am back," startling both of them into silence. The two aides froze solid as Kim Yusuk returned unexpectedly. One of them immediately shouted angrily, "Then master, were you completely unharmed?" Without a single word of explanation, we simply tossed a blood-stained bab onto the floor, declaring, "Here, the antidote." The aide with the weighty brown hair took the bag cautiously, looking confused as he asked, "What exactly is this?" However, when he opened the bag, he let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror upon finding a human head inside. "That Kim Yusuk, currently appearing as a child, inquired with complete innocence. He casually announced, just the kidnapper's head. It's necessary proof so we can get a perfect score for the mission. Commander Derek rushed over at top speed, anxiously demanding to know the whereabouts of the still missing paladins. They were far too heavy to carry back here, Kim Yusuk explained with a lazy gesture towards the window. So I left them in a clump of nearby bushes. Go and retrieve them yourself. Right at that precise moment, the paladin rushed into the room, out of breath, to report, Commander, the missing comrades have returned on their own accord. Outside, the paladins were so relieved to find their comrades alive they let out a cheer big enough to crack the pavement. Back in the room, the two aides were staring at Kim Yusuk in shock, trying to process where the kidnapper's head came from. The young man sat casually on the chair, arms folded, confirming that yes, he had gone on a solo mission and brought it back. Both aides instantly shrieked like startled kittens. Horrified he had ventured alone into enemy territory, calling the entire escapade completely insane. Kim Yusuk simply offered a knowing smirk, clearly enjoying the drama he created, and began spinning his fantastical story. He proceeded to spin an elaborate narrative about a complex kidnapping scheme, claiming he used the Pope's name as a magical deterrent to scare away the villains. The lies kept flowing as he claimed to have located the secret prison, single-handedly vanquished a terrifying demon guard, and heroically rescued the missing paladin. The scarred aide raised his drink with a smile, declaring full belief in the story, while the other assistant just sighed and decided to accept the situation, even though he decided to drop it. The brown-haired aide couldn't shake his anxiety, muttering that such recklessness was irresponsible and asking what might have happened during the solo excursion. Kim Yusuk clutched his chest dramatically, adopting a look of profound sincerity, claiming there truly wasn't another option, because confronting the mages would have been far worse. He explained that direct combat meant more casualties, and as a devoted protector of the faith, he simply could not permit such a tragedy to unfold. The scarred aide was completely overcome by the inspiring speech, tears welling up in his eyes as he genuinely proclaimed Kim Yusuk a true man of God. The other brown-haired assistant looked like he was about to swear, but the scarred aide quickly intercepted, reminding him to mind his language. Suppressing his frustration, he simply reported that at least Kim Yusuk was back safely, adding that the mages searching for him had appeared quite concerned. Kim Yusuk merely smirked to himself, scoffing at the idea that those scheming mages would actually worry about a simple priest like him. Just then, two mages in dark robes strode into the room, declaring they were concerned he might have been snatched by demons, demanding respect and no insults. The young man folded his arms, internally cursing the mages as blatant liars, certain they were only there to hunt down the Manikars. The male mage smiled slyly, requesting cooperation with an investigation, claiming there were reports of a demon presence nearby, which Kim Yusuk denied seeing. The mage insisted he sensed a Manikar nearby, but Kim Yusuk feigned a yawn and dismissed it immediately, suggesting the smell must be coming from one of the mages instead. He continued his performance, appealing to logic, asking how a humble apprentice like himself could possibly defeat a powerful demon. The female mage countered in confusion, insisting that someone named Halleck had confirmed a demon's presence here, a name that made the brown-haired subordinate jump in surprise. He whispered quietly to himself that the name Halleck sounded strangely familiar, exactly like the name of his fourth uncle. He quickly shook off the thought, deciding it was just a weird coincidence and not worth pursuing further. Seizing this chance to escape the interrogation, Kim Yusuk rose from his seat, announcing he needed to rest and organize his personal belongings. He promptly walked out the door, completely ignoring the brown-haired subordinate who yelled furiously in frustration for him to give a proper answer. Strutting off the chaotic scene, the young man headed alone into the surrounding woods. He worked directly toward a small wooden shack hidden away in the middle of nowhere. His hand hovered over the door handle, prepared to reveal the mysteries hidden behind the locked entrance. Kim Yusuk dramatically shoved the door open, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, clearly feeling completely in control of the situation. Kim Yusuk smiled widely, his red eyes shining with an unnatural light, whispering, "Let us get started." The demoness's ashes were scattered on the ground, whimpering in despair as she realized her time was finally up. 2 days earlier, under the glow of the moon in the forest, they had devised a meticulous plan to secure evidence that he had indeed vanquished the demons. Kim Yusuk had confronted Ash directly, accusing her of being the individual responsible for consuming the Azure apprentices years prior. Wasn't he that you? This blunt inquiry caused the demoness to freeze in absolute terror. The young man gave a weak smirk, scoffing that a pathetic creature like her couldn't possibly have defeated Arlie. Kim Yusuk presented his non-negotiable terms, obtained solid proof, or her own head wouldn't satisfy his requirements. He decided a head was absolutely necessary to bring back as a trophy for the Holy See. Back in the present, Kim Yusuk sat casually on a wooden crate, gazing down at his gruesome collection. "I genuinely didn't expect you to actually return with the true culprit's head," he judged her condescendingly. "Well, look at that. You're not entirely useless. You passed my test," Ash confessed, trembling uncontrollably. "So you already knew who it was all on. The woman and her monstrosity. Did you actually assume I wouldn't know that?" Kim Yusuk sneered, completely dominating the conversation. Under extreme pressure, Ash finally revealed the shocking truth. The real culprit from all that time ago was her older sister. Kim Yusuk quickly rationalized that they share family ties. Their energy signatures will be similar, so we've essentially eliminated Reeler's actual nemesis. They pressed on, attempting to extract more information about the current state of the demon hierarchy, and what exactly are the gods doing. He questioned his most formidable enemies. Kim Yuzak internally scoffed, finding it impossible to believe the gods have remained completely silent for 150 years following the self-destruction incident. He fully expected them to be searching everywhere because the magical container that sealed his soul was now entirely vacant. There was simply no way their most advanced spell could be so completely worthless. Yet he couldn't grasp why they still hadn't figured out the truth. Kim Yuzak's unsettling smile widened even further as he entertained a truly fascinating alternative. Therefore, another soul must have taken my place, he realized to himself, a crazed expression forming on his face. He speculated whether it was a high-level dark entity, another disaster like the Skeleton King, or even one of the gods. At his question, the demoness Ash frantically retched, stammering out her confirmation. Des, your majesty. Kim Yuzak perched upon her back and issued an order. You will return to the demons and become my eyes and ears. The scene shifted outside, where expressions of profound gratitude filled the air. Thank you, young Lord Isaac. We can never repay this debt. A knight fell to his knees, openly sobbing. I cannot believe you defeated that creature by yourself. You saved every one of us. Commander Derek loudly shouted his appreciation. You truly possess the spirit of the Azure family, while Kim Yuzak responded with exaggerated modesty. As the other knights whispered about their enormous debt, Derek was lost in thought before arriving at a definitive conclusion. His eyes suddenly lit up, shouting as though he had discovered a fundamental truth. Listen up, you useless idiots. The answer is perfectly clear. Derek quickly spun around, calling out loudly, young Master Isaac, which made the young man turn to look back. First-class Knight Derek and the rest of you pack mules, he solemnly announced, taking charge of the entire group. Wherever you command, we shall go. The entire Fourth Holy Knight Order dropped to their knees in unison, bowing their heads in a collective vow of allegiance. Kim Yuzak gave a completely fake look of surprise, thinking to himself, wow, I certainly didn't see that coming. Internally, however, he was already calculating the gains. I just acquired top-tier soldiers absolutely free. They possess continent-wide contacts, extensive intelligence, and great mobility. Getting this much value just for saving 11 people truly felt like a massive heist. His scheming thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He noticed a child staring intensely at him, and he wondered why the kid was looking at him with such fascination. Derek offered a cryptic smile. You don't recognize that child, do you? Then master, you're going to be absolutely flabbergasted when you find out. The child bounded forward cheerfully, announcing, hello there, I am Hiberius, the young prince of the Arcane Empire. At this sudden revelation, Kim Yuzak froze solid. Oh great, what fresh nonsense is this? He instantly realized the situation. The mages were so incredibly grateful because they had a captive prince on their hands. What a spectacular bonus. Young Prince Hiberius declared brightly. I thought everyone from Hell was a total jerk, but you are different. I truly owe you my life for saving me. Kim Yuzak was still completely stunned by the boy's enthusiastic admiration. Hiberius continued to rant. Compared to those awful people at Sanctor's Seats who abandoned their apprentices to die, you are a true shining example of virtue. The boy's eyes sparkled with intensity. Next to them, you are genuinely devout. Please let me repay you somehow. Big brother. Kim Yuzak smirked, as an idea instantly sparked in his mind. Aurelia, he playfully pinched the boy's cheek. You actually think you can help me out? Meanwhile, at another location, an urgent report was delivered. Your Eminence, the Azure team has entered Chrysander. The brown-haired cardinal calmly responded. I thought those monsters would have stopped them, so they actually reached the destination. The subordinate then reported. It appears Kim Yuzak went in by himself, forcing the cardinal to halt his writing in astonishment. The cardinal's need. He cannot possibly tame those savage creatures. Even we eventually gave up, the subordinate added with a malicious grin. Indeed, we have made sure they will never return to Hell or alive. The cardinal pondered, recalling his agreement with the Azure Patriarch. He will definitely use those mages to eliminate every single one of them. When the subordinate raised concerns about royal intervention, the cardinal dismissed it entirely. The royal family wouldn't dare interfere in a disputed area like Chrysander. On the highly unlikely chance he actually succeeds, they commanded, ensure he does not return to Hell or under any circumstances. The cardinal smiled wickedly, already picturing the complete humiliation of the entire Azure family. Back with Kim Yuzak, he laughed hysterically, thinking, assumes I didn't see this coming. Well, I am going to make sure he eats crow. He proudly introduced his secret weapon, the ultimate trump card to completely wreck the Holy See. The youngest prince of the Arcane Empire, faced with the horrified expressions of his teammates, Kim Yuzak wondered, what exactly is wrong with your faces? The brown-haired teammate yelled, you mammon, who introduces a prince from an enemy nation like that? Meanwhile, Hiberius just grinned broadly. I truly surprised you all. My apologies. The teammate questioned if it was kidnapping, but deep down, he knew the truth was far worse. You're the one who kidnapped him. The brutal smile spread across Kim Yuzak's face as he considered his brilliant game plan. The muse, is how you properly mess up the Holy See. Hiberius, however, was nervously wondering if they were actually the ones about to get completely ruined. Kim Ye-seok began to detail the first move, stating that real political power comes from forcing your enemies into a position of obligation. Rescuing the prince means the Arcane Empire will owe them a massive favor. Hiberius was instantly convinced, showering Kim Ye-seok with compliments. You really are a strategic mastermind. The teammate just stood there in disbelief, thinking Hiberius had clearly gone insane. Grabbing his head in utter despair, the brown-haired teammate exclaimed, You expect us to announce that we saved the Arcane Empire's prince and then return home triumphantly? Keep quiet for now, Kim Ye-seok instructed, gesturing for silence. This confidential meeting is exactly why I gathered you all. With a dark smirk, he began to reveal the true conspiracy. Without a doubt, the Gold faction has set up ambushes specifically to ruin this mission. So what happens if the prince conveniently falls into one of those very traps? Ye-seok asked, prompting Hiberius to shout immediately, You're a genius. I would jump into a volcano for you. Kim Ye-seok rubbed his hands together with wicked delight, his crimson eyes gleaming intensely. Alright, let us totally annihilate those wretched Gold faction lowlifes. A nervous voice interjected, highlighting a potentially fatal risk. They wouldn't actually set up a trap that could also capture the Arcane Empire's prince, would they? The teammate continued to consider the ramifications, realizing both the Holy Nation and the Arcane Empire would undoubtedly investigate the mastermind behind such an incident. Kim Ye-seok smiled in victory. Just imagine the surprise when the Gold faction, who set these traps, suddenly find themselves accused of setting them for the prince. The brown-haired teammate remained unconvinced. I see your point, but Cardinal Barrett isn't the kind of person to carelessly leave behind proof. Don't worry, Kim Ye-seok said with a sly wink. He actually is partners. Suddenly understanding the implication, the teammate yelled in horror. You intend to involve the mages in this scheme? Kim Ye-seok calmly addressed his teammate's frantic concern, pointing out that fighting the enemy leader directly would create huge diplomatic issues. So, what exactly should I do instead? Kim Ye-seok let out a triumphant roar, signaling the beginning of his incredibly reckless gamble. Little Prince Hiberius enthusiastically shouted, BunRv, you got it exactly right, big brother. He completely overlooked the brown-haired teammate, who was frozen solid in sheer disbelief. The others murmured in confusion, what on earth is going on? As he finally snapped. A sudden, sharp sound made all the teammates jump in surprise. The blonde-haired boy quickly ran to the railing. Dylan, what in the world is going on? The answer materialized in the distance. A large column of black smoke ascending from the trees right where the mages had set up camp. Kim Ye-seok cackled with delight as his teammates stared in horror. The first strike always wins, and those wretched mages just fell for it, pulling down his face covering. His eyes blazed with furious resolve. How dare those mages try to steal my precious mana cores? As Kim Ye-seok abruptly leaped over the balcony edge, the brown-haired teammate could only let out a shriek of utter despair. The madman. Meanwhile, absolute pandemonium had broken out at the mage camp as they discovered they were ambushed, their mana cores and all magical equipment completely destroyed. An old mage began coughing hard, finding the situation unbelievable. It was the Azure Apprentices. They initiated hostilities. The female mage instantly commanded, counterattack those infuriating priests right now. Just as they were getting ready to launch their counterattack, the voice suddenly broke in. Hold on a second. Kim Ye-seok stepped out from the darkness, a sinister smile on his face. It's time. He then shoved Tiberius into the light, forcing the little prince to shout at the stunned enemies. You scoundrels. The wizard just stood there dumbfounded, wondering exactly who these fools thought they were trying to mess with. The entire magical team immediately froze as soon as they realized the hostage was none other than the Royal Highness himself. Puzzled and alarmed, they asked the prince why he was hanging out with these shady clerics and urged him to get over to safety. Kim Ye-seok's voice cut through the air, causing a sudden tension in the mage's shoulders as he warned them to listen closely if they cared about the child's well-being. With a sword pressing against the small princess' neck, Kim Ye-seok screamed wildly for everyone to drop their possessions immediately. He let out a frustrated snarl, making it clear his patience was completely gone as he demanded if they were deaf. Watching the horrifying spectacle unfold, one teammate whispered a desperate prayer to the heavens to smite the wicked perpetrator. The great irony here was that the Joshua family had a strict rule against ever drawing a weapon, believing death was preferable to violence. Yet here stood a descendant, laughing like a maniac while threatening the prince, asking if a little beheading would be a problem. The elder wizard was completely baffled, struggling to understand why the crown prince was even present and in such a compromising position. Everyone present was well aware that young Prince Hiberius possessed enough power to neutralize several grown-up attackers without breaking a sweat. Convinced the boy was being magically coerced, the mages quickly determined that they must launch a rescue mission to free him. One of Kim Ye-seok's companions panicked, trying to intervene by shouting at the Joshua descendants to keep their heads. The elderly wizard leading the group cautiously approached, attempting to de-escalate the situation by offering a parley. Kim Ye-seok responded with a flat refusal, bellowing that he didn't want to chat, he just wanted them to hand over their goods. One of the less experienced wizards tried to approach the prince, extending his hand and calling out to his highness. The mage offered assistance, urging the boy to grasp his hand, but his plea was instantly silenced. The interruption came from Hiberius himself, who spun around and furiously scolded his would-be rescuers, demanding to know why they weren't saving him immediately. The wizard just stood there bewildered by the boy's enraged question, especially the part where he questioned their status as imperial mages. The prince started physically assaulting his rescuers, calling them useless fools and demanding they quickly get away. The small boy stuck his chin out with great indignation, declaring that as the legitimate crown prince of the Arcane Empire, he was ordering them to stand down. Kim Yesok lifted the boy onto his shoulder, and together the unlikely duo shouted in perfect sync for the mages to drop everything and leave immediately. The old wizard, resigned to the situation, fell to his knees, stating that as the Empire's future, they had no choice but to obey the prince's command. The elderly mage finally gave up, agreeing to hand over all their belongings in exchange for the safe release of the prince. Kim Yesok felt a surge of avarice, repeating the name Monochores over and over internally, while a shadowy entity tried to calm his excitement, advising moderation. Giving them a patronizing look, Kim Yesok announced that he would graciously overlook their actions this time due to their immediate cooperation, which only made the old mage fume silently. Just when they thought it was over, he delivered the final insult, promising to report their entire plot to the imperial authorities. The wizard vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but Kim Yesok countered by mentioning their specific weapons were designed to kill clerics, not demons. Facing the threat of bringing back the prince's lifeless body, the mage could only manage to hiss in frustrated rage at the despicable mind. Prince Hyberius then waved his hand gleefully, impatiently telling the mages to get lost and exit his view immediately. The very evening, when they arrived at the local lodging house, the true entertainment began. The maniacal giggle echoed through the room as someone enthusiastically emptied a massive pile of shiny crystals. Kim Yesok was absolutely thrilled, rolling around ecstatically in a sea of priceless manicores. Hyberius watched the scene with profound admiration, thinking, my brother certainly has exceptional taste. The manicores from the Arcane Empire are truly next level. The young man continued praising him. I honestly never expected anyone from the Holy Nation to understand their value. You truly possess the talents of the Azure family. Hyberius excitedly made a promise. Just tell me whatever you desire, and when I return home, I will shower the Jeshur family with rewards. The boy even tried to tempt him. Aspen, brother, have you ever considered switching sides to the Arcane Empire? This made their recently awakened teammate yell. Stop it, you two insane people. The brown-haired companion attempted to speak seriously, saying, I have something important to discuss, only to hear a sleepy reply. First, wipe the drool off your face. He anxiously abandoned all pretense and got straight to the point. Were you genuinely going to inform the Patriarch that our fourth uncle was involved in this whole mage mess? Timir, Zach calmly confirmed. Of course I am. I need to eliminate all my rivals. He completely ignored the warning that making a mistake could get him in huge trouble. The teammate desperately tried to change his mind. If you proceed without solid evidence, you're going to get yourself killed. Timir, Doc merely smirked and scoffed. Evidence, he sneered, recalling the mage's words. The crazy old man specifically called us descendants of Jeshur, so he clearly knew exactly who we were from the very start. This teammate, so naive, tried to justify it. Maybe it's because we descendants of Jeshur have such remarkably handsome features. What are you even talking about? Timir, Doc asked before kicking him away. You look ugly as sin. Who would ever look at you and immediately think, Jeshur? He continued explaining to his baffled teammate. I'm telling you, the crazy old wizard already knew exactly who we were. The brown-haired youth finally grasped the implication in a moment of panic. Those mages couldn't possibly know that, unless someone from the Jeshur family leaked the information. Timir, Doc grabbed him tightly and yelled, wake up, Druvider, your uncle tried to murder you. He doesn't know. The teammate stubbornly denied in a panic, shaking his head. How could he possibly know? He suddenly stopped speaking, as a horrifying thought flashed through his mind, finally realizing the truth. He probably did. Timir, Doc smirked again. Escher, Gold, even the crown itself, all of them might have been completely sold out. At the very same moment, back at Sanctor Seeds, a skeptical voice boomed through the chamber, demanding, what exactly did you just say? In the magnificent office, a flustered subordinate delivered the bad news. Sir, the Azure trainees are actually returning alive and well. The messenger continued, looking worried. They not only survived but also managed to rescue all of the kidnapped individuals. The dark-haired aide angrily whirled around and demanded, what in the world did those mages actually do then? The brown-haired cardinal ground his teeth in frustration, completely unable to accept this failure. How on earth did that little brat manage to make it back? They said they weren't able to launch an attack. The dark-haired aide stammered out as an excuse. The reason for the restraint was quickly revealed, leaving the cardinal completely stunned. The Arcane Empire's own prince was among the captives rescued. Thor repeated in disbelief, and the answer was a name destined to ruin everything. Prince Hyberius Britannier. The messenger bowed low. That in Isaac Joshua has also formally demanded a thorough investigation into those mages. The cardinal let out a mighty roar of absolute fury, realizing the situation had completely reversed. So that little pest wants to play rough, does he? Now that the royal chap got involved, he figured out he hadn't just flopped, but was facing attempted regicide charges too. The Orban-haired cleric smirked, enjoying the woes of both the Jeshur fellow and his offspring. Suddenly, Some underling bolted in, tattering the room's relaxed vibe with a loud, "Your Grace, we have a crisis." The aide hollowed that the Joshua head honcho was at barrack causing a spectacular ruckus, much like a tableau de night cookie. The cardinal's face turned the color of overripe plums when he heard the patriarch demanded his fourth boy, and now he was making a scene himself. Meanwhile, over in the bustling Roman seat of the Holy Hellen Empire, a different scheme was unfolding. Rather stealthily, Kim Yusuk secretly giggled while sparking his grandpa's temper, convincing him the fourth uncle tried to vaporize the whole crew using magic users. The youngster burst into uncontrolled glee just as a lady approached, calling out sweetly, "My young master." The gentlewoman deliberately lowered herself until she was prostrate before him. She dipped her head lower, sweetly murmuring thanks for avenging her sibling, who sadly kicked the bucket 14 years back. Kim Yusuk paused, slightly taken aback, but swiftly plastered his usual bored expression back on. It was just a trifle, truly nothing." He then asked what the others were up to, and the woman reported their reactions mirrored the patriarch's utter shock. In another location, Lord Gaul bellowed his ire, shouting that the lunatic actually tried to off his own nephew, and not the Isaac one. Light tried to interject, pointing out Isaac is also his nephew, brother, but Gaul cut him off sharply. Their hair shades don't match. Quiet down now. Both siblings stared, utterly flummoxed by how tangled this whole affair had become. Simultaneously, the treasurer, Lord Benjamin, frigidly incinerated the merchant's assets and proclaimed everything should go back to the community pot. Back in the Plarser, Kim Yusuk pondered aloud that seeing all the Joshua relatives together for the winter gathering was genuinely giving him the jitters. The worried female attendant warned him that it appeared the fourth lord was aiming his assassination darts directly at the young master. Kim Yusuk offered a small, knowing grin, waving off her concerns. "Don't fret, my dear, I have absolutely zero plans to expire today." But then, a strange thought struck him, making him parse. How peculiar, another zone should be in total disarray. It's eerily silent over there. Kim Yusuk mumbled that they must be en route soon, then jumped when a loose scrap of paper fluttered away on the breeze. The boy whooped with delight. "Dylan, look at this magic." Right as the earth beneath him split wide open, the glowing summoning sigil flared brilliantly, and the lady sporting the green sash materialized abruptly. Looking quite frantic, she gasped out loud in sheer astonishment. Good heavens, a legitimate holy summoning spell. Elsewhere, Kim Yusuk allowed himself a smug look. "Nothing. It seems you are rather pressed for time, aren't you?" He went on to quote the prince. Leon Sepet, a bit more remarkable, he even resorted to a summoning invocation. The scarlet-haired cleric seized him firmly by the collar. "You promised to unveil something quite amusing for me to behold." Kim Yusuk smirked broadly. "It appears my magically inclined little prince is performing rather splendidly." Upon hearing this insulting commentary, Leon Sepet could only clench his jaw tightly in a silent, furious fit. He then let out a slow puff of air, using one hand to gently lift the youthful boy's chin upwards. Leon interrupted, "What in tarnation possessed you to rope the wee royal into this mess?" But Kim Yusuk merely shrugged, planing, "What asked the big deal? I was just trying to lend a hand." Leon's scoff was a symphony of contempt. Truly. A quick mental rewind revealed Leon's early thoughts. "Honestly, I was quite chuffed at first. A truly golden chance to fleece them for all they were worth." He de-swallowed the bait whole. Puffed, liner, and sinker, convinced that the pontiff and the Joshua turncoat were orchestrating the entire charade. Leon's grin took on a sinister edge, his mind already plotting how to leverage Kim Yusuk into dismantling both the Gold and Azure dynasties with spectacular fashion. "This little setup," he declared with an utterly insufferable smirk, "is practically my vip pass to square off against 14. Perhaps even more. Fiends." Snapping back to the present, Leon's voice dripped with pure disdain. "Sir, this is the esteemed interrogation protocol of the Holy Hellen Empire." Bzish. Quite impressive, really. Before him, the pine-sized Prince Hyberius was letting out a truly impressive shriek. "How dare you label yourselves an empire when you act like uncultured barbarians?" The small boy commenced a magnificent floor-pounding meltdown, caterwauling at the top of his lungs to champion brother Isaac and thoroughly malign his tormentor. During a trip down memory lane, Leon recalled a paladin's bell. "Move aside, I'll finish this scoundrel," but Leon's inner monologue swiftly clarified. The cunning kid. He orchestrated this entire charade to unnerve the Gold faction. Leon's mind kept churning with intricate plots, concluding that the culprit, reluctant for the Joshua family to face hardship, had deliberately supplied them with crucial information to sow chaos among the Gold faction. Back in the immediate moment, Leon Sepet unleashed a thunderous growl at perpetually smirking Kim Yusuk. "You infernal little twerp. How absolutely dare you manipulate us like pawns?" Out of nowhere, a woman sporting a vibrant green ribbon materialized, brandishing her weapon directly at Leon, who were still trying to figure things out. "Danan, you seriously imagine you can waltz away from this, without any repercussions?" Kim Yusuk's grin stretched across his face as he unconvincingly feigned concern. "Oh dear, it truly vexes me to see my folk in such a predicament." But then his inner shadowy companion snickered. "What utter nonsense. You find this absolutely delightful." The shadowy entity continued its chilling expose. "You actually derive pleasure from your own people's agony. a statement that caused Leon Sepet to quite literally freeze mid-stride. The Cardinal's gaze sharpened, his mind suddenly grappling with a truly unsettling idea that left him muttering, "Oh, that's just peculiar." Leon's features twisted into a truly unsettling, maniacal smirk. "Good heavens, no one has ever uncovered that particular gem about me before." Sudden, unseen burst of power launched the woman with the green ribbon hurtling backward through the air. She tumbled to the ground, sputtering violently, as Leon Sepet took a glacial step forward, inquiring, "Did the Azure Patriarch happen to clue you in on this little secret?" A truly barbaric laugh rumbled from his chest as he issued a chilling threat. "Honestly, making an apprentice vanish without a trace is hardly rocket science. So who on earth blabs to you?" Leon's stare turned to absolute eyes. "Oh, if you're redone with your amusement, then prepare to foot the bill." While the air crackled with profound tension, Kimyasak, incredibly composed, merely articulated, "Cardinal Sepet." Leon roared, a harsh laugh erupting, and aggressively swung his hand to attack. He unleashed a terrifying surge of murderous intent, bellowing, "Does your illustrious lineage instruct nothing but increasingly efficient methods for an early demise?" From her ignominious position on the floor, the woman shrieked in sheer panic, "Flee! Then master, make haste." However, Kimyasak calmly brought up his hand, deflecting the Cardinal's strike with unexpected ease, leaving the woman utterly dumbfounded. The young boy then looked up at Leon Sepet, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "A hearty thank you, Cardinal." Kimyasak then extended a gleaming golden card, exquisitely etched with a single rose, casually announcing, "Consider this a rather generous payment, more than sufficient." In fact, the woman, whose hair was adorned with a fetching blue ribbon, promptly let out a dramatic, panic gasp. Conversely, Kimyasak remained completely unfazed, simply offering a knowing smile as he held aloft the magnificently glittering golden card for all to admire. Cardinal Leon Sepet approached, adopting a thoughtful expression. "Tell me, Usukt," who began, "I am genuinely curious about something. Did you actually conquer that monster by yourself?" He inquired, the smile radiating an air of suspicion. Kimyasak retorted immediately, "That information is proprietary to me, Your Eminence." He pressed on with his teasing, "It just makes sense, considering your family is so completely terrible at handling monsters. Unlike the glorious Azure Faith." The final insult was delivered with a smirk. "That, after all, explains why your son lost." Leon Sepet's demeanor stiffened noticeably, his forced politeness failing to mask a simmering rage. "Insolent little wretch," the Cardinal muttered, spinning away abruptly and leaving. All Kimyasak waved goodbye cheerfully. The woman rushed over anxiously, her face etched with concern. "Are you truly unharmed?" "Master," Kimyasak spoke casually once the man was out of earshot, noting that so many deranged individuals had become patriarchs in the Red Clan. The girl looked curiously at the object held in his hand. "What exactly is that?" she wondered aloud. "It's a security pass granting entry into the Sanctor Seeds prison," he explained with a surprisingly grave expression. Kimyasak examined the golden card, confirming with a decisive nod, "With this, I can visit my loyal retainers." Meanwhile, inside the Golden Pentagon Oversight Committee headquarters, the atmosphere was growing incredibly tense. An excited spectator shouted, "Who do you predict will take the championship this time?" "The Gold Team, without question." Another person scoffed into their wine glass, but the Red Faith was defeated by Asher. Then, Luft, the apprentices are here. Pounding footsteps echoed through the room, signaling the official arrival of a competing squad. Under the bright lights, Kimyasak led his team forward, sending a buzz through the massive crowd. "It's the Azure Faith." Asik Joshua, an Azure team member let out an internal scream. This damned Isaac Joshua. IV nearly perished countless times because of him. Kimyasak issued a cold, non-negotiable command to his clearly terrified teammates. "Smile now, or face the consequences later." As the team awkwardly forced smiles onto their faces, a sudden murmur from the audience made Kimyasak glance behind him. The Gold Team, the bitter, long-standing rivals, strode confidently into the arena. Two key members of the Gold Team shot them a look of utter contempt, muttering scornfully, "That arrogant Azure rabble." They were completely certain of victory, remembering their success in retrieving the Empire's lost artifact with the assistance of Keener. At the same time, another team didn't hesitate to ridicule the Azure group. "You need to use your heads, you simpletons." Amidst the mounting tension, the ceremony's host stepped forward, instructing everyone in attendance to rise. He declared solemnly that the Emperor himself would present the results, and the enormous doors swung open to welcome the Emperor and the Crown Prince. The crowd immediately erupted in whispers, realizing the gravity of the rare appearance and the profound significance of this year's Pentagon. The Gold Team puffed out their chests, convinced the Emperor had arrived specifically to honor their heroic achievement. The moderator officially announced the start of the assessment ceremony, and the entire arena held its breath in silent anticipation. The White Team successfully recovered the missing ancient texts. The announcement began, as Kimyasak Brown, paired companion, listened with strained focus. The Red Team proudly displayed a truly magnificent holy sword, supposedly forged by the legendary genius Hart, as the Master of Ceremonies presented the treasures to the Royal Highness. The ancient blade shimmered under the light, causing the spectators to gasp in awe at its immense historical significance. While all the apprentices present were notably impressive, the Gold Team members kept up their arrogant grins. fully expecting the last declaration to be in their favor. Eventually, the event's host turned his focus directly to the gold team, signaling that their moment had arrived. They presented a truly splendid royal necklace, an invaluable piece of jewelry that had vanished centuries prior. The young man with brown hair from the Azure group stiffened, recognizing the specific item as the necklace taken by foreign invaders. Instantly grasping the Emperor's personal stake in the matter, the Emperor commented, clearly impressed, that this magnificent treasure had disappeared all the way back during his grandfather's reign. His words of commendation caused the gold team members to practically explode with delight, fully convinced they had already won the competition. One gold team member sneered, suggesting that this achievement highlighted the vast gulf between them and the ineffectual Azure crew, which made Kim Yasuk's companions clench their jaws in fury. The moderator's voice broke the tension, recapturing the full attention of everyone in the hall. Before finally announcing the arrival of the Azure team, he revealed that the Azure team had managed to save a full company of paladins from being held hostage in the territory of Krasandir. The gold team members couldn't help but scoff, privately dismissing this feat as a paltry accomplishment by a small group of fortunate survivors. However, their smug expressions immediately disappeared as the moderator continued, revealing that the team had also vanquished the very beast that devastated their apprentices over a decade ago. The moderator stressed that the Azure team had finally closed the painful chapter Hela had been suffering through for the last 14 years. The gold team nervously muttered among themselves that the royal treasure surely held greater value, but the moderator promptly cut them off, declaring that the Azure team had further surprises. Not only that, but they had also rescued Hiberius from Britannia, the crown prince of the Arcane Empire, the bombshell announcement that left the gold team completely speechless. The moderator then proudly detailed the specific conditions the Hellen Empire had proposed in exchange for releasing the prince unharmed. The terms involved retrieving a stolen artifact and eliminating the transit tariff that the Arcane Empire had imposed on their citizens. As the news that the Arcane Empire had agreed to their demands echoed through the hall, Kim Yasuk simply folded his arms and allowed himself a satisfied, victorious smile. The Emperor gently rested a hand on his son's shoulder, speaking with evident feeling. The outcome you have achieved has genuinely left me without words. He addressed the apprentices below, explaining that their efforts had provided both honor and tangible advantages to the entire empire. Smiling warmly, he began his address, explaining that while royal treasures and fabled relics certainly add to the empire's prestige, but continued, asserting that in his eyes, the well-being of his subjects held infinitely greater value. The Emperor's firm stance that preserving lives was paramount left the other teams completely dumbfounded, unable to process what they had heard. In contrast, the members of the Azure team were barely managing to smile, slowly realizing they had somehow achieved an extraordinary, almost impossible, victory. The Emperor proceeded with his closing remarks, assuming that the review council fully concurred with his decision on the matter. With a look of utter certainty, he confirmed that his final judgment was absolutely irrefutable. The gold team representative could only manage an awkward cough, suddenly realizing that the situation had turned very unfavorable for them. Throughout the audience, spectators started murmuring among themselves, accepting that the accomplishments of the Azure team truly had no prior comparison. An additional religious official provided analysis, noting that saving lives represented the genuine essence of belief, vastly superior to any form of monetary gain or physical riches. The dashing silver-haired fellow clenched his fists, proudly declaring that Team Azure had just performed a spectacular, empire-saving service, making them practically superheroes in training. With a knowing glance, he muttered to himself, convinced that Yasuk, the sneaky mastermind, had absolutely orchestrated this entire charade from the very beginning. Probably with a spreadsheet, he perfectly understood that the heroic return of the citizens was a masterstroke, a move so brilliantly conceived it could only have sprung from the ever-scheming mind of Kim Yasuk, who probably even planned the confetti. From the grand balcony, the Emperor, radiating authority like a freshly polished crown, proudly declared, "It is now time to unveil these much-anticipated results." He then lavished praise upon this year's crop of trainees, singling out one exceptional team that, against all odds and possibly a few rogue sucks, had valiantly battled adversity to rescue the populace. Upon hearing such glowing accolades, Kim Yasuk's teammates practically exploded with unbridled joy, while he, ever the cool cucumber, simply held onto his usual inscrutable, green smile. With a raised hand, the Emperor's voice boomed and echoed throughout the arena, preparing for the big reveal. And thus, he declared, the prestigious golden pentagon, shining brightly, has been awarded to Team Azure. The scene then subtly shifted to Team Azure's dormitory, where the atmosphere had become remarkably quieter, as if everyone was contemplating the meaning of silence. The esteemed Azure clan head slowly strolled down the corridor, his face a picture of deep contemplation, probably wondering how much trouble was brewing. He muttered under his breath, thinking, I merely told him to come back alive. Yet Yasuk, bless his audacious spirit, somehow truly achieved the utterly impossible feat. The truly rare, almost mythical, smile graced the clan head's lips, as he envisioned the incredibly glorious future this audacious young man could undoubtedly usher in, probably with fireworks. He placed his hand upon the door to Kim Yasuk's room, preparing to make his grand entrance, completely unaware of the impending hilarity. However, before he could even utter a syllable, an insolent voice from inside loudly proclaimed, Successor, what utter nonsense. causing an immediate pause. Timur Sok was seen standing on a chair, practically a tiny dictator, confidently instructing his bewildered teammates on the intricate techniques required to properly flatter their esteemed clan head. Just follow those instructions, the boy declared, crossing his arms with a positively devious and delighted grin. And BunRv, bless his gullible heart, will be utterly charmed right into our pockets. While his two unfortunate companions were practically petrified in sheer horror, Timur Sok, completely oblivious, continued to proudly boast that the royal throne was now firmly within his mischievous grasp. Noticing the sudden and rather unusual silence, he slowly turned around, innocently asking, why did absolutely everyone suddenly go completely quiet? Right behind him, the Asher clan head stood tall and imposing. His voice, when he spoke Isaac's name, was as chillingly cold as a freshly opened freezer. The old clan head, his hopes visibly deflating, muttered with profound disappointment, apparently, ordinary discipline simply will not work on this particular individual. Timur Sok instantly broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing his teammates with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns for utterly failing to warn him. A piercing scream instantly rang out, immediately followed by the unmistakable sound of a truly well-deserved, divinely administered punishment. Safely back in his room, Timur Sok positively fumed, angrily shouting, "This is all utter balderdash. What nonsense. What exactly did I do wrong?" Peter finally yelled, and the mysterious dark entity beside him, with a sigh of exasperated patience, simply replied, "You said all those things directly in front of him." Remember, when forcefully reminded that he had absolutely no choice but to reluctantly obey, Timur Sok, brimming with suppressed fury, could only manage to furiously grind his teeth in frustration. But then, a mischievous spark, like a tiny plant igniting, lit up the cunning boy's eyes, and he confidently declared, "There is indeed a clever way." Suddenly, Timur Sok, with the dramatic flair of a seasoned performer, called out loudly upon spotting a silver-paved man arrived, excitedly proclaiming, "Uncle." The boy rushed to hug his uncle, leaving the man utterly bewildered and simply saying, "Sucked, what on earth?" Immediately, Timur Sok, with the precision of a seasoned actor, looked up with expertly tear-filled eyes, officially beginning his most dramatic performance. The unsuspecting uncle was absolutely stunned. Then, as if flipping a switch, pure murderous intent erupted from him. "Could dare make you cry?" he snarled. "I shall collect their heads as trophies. I reckon Grandpa absolutely detests me." Kim Yesuk dramatically sobbed, contemplating a sorrowful exit from this very house. The panicked uncle, practically tripping over himself, dropped to one knee and spun towards the clan head, demanding, "Esteemed father, what on earth has happened now?" Kim Yesuk, the true master of theatrical distress, continued his tearful charade, whimpering that his grandfather had exiled him for simply requesting a beverage. Rely was utterly dumbfounded, genuinely perplexed as to why his venerable father would ever think of testing Kim Yesuk's youthful resolve. He grimly remembered a decade past, the time when his entire universe had almost imploded from the tragic disappearance of his beloved brother and sister. Lore, a truly terrible family bingo night, driven by an unshakable resolve to shield his sole nephew. Rely tenderly cradled Kim Yesuk's chin, blissfully ignorant of the boy's barely concealed irritation. Kim Yesuk initiated his tearful charade, falling about his humble wish to be a priest and to jointly conquer the menacing skeleton king with his dear uncle. The perfectly reasonable career path. The young man then dramatically dissolved into tears, wailing that his cherished dream was now utterly shattered. Truly an Oscar-worthy performance. Beholding the utterly devastating display, Rely stood utterly shell-shocked, having completely fallen for the elaborate ruse hook, line, and sinker. "Fear not, Bunrv," declared his uncle. "I'll handle absolutely everything." A statement that prompted Kim Yesuk to gaze upwards with the most deceptively angelic face he could muster. Rely confidently thumped his chest, declaring, "Forget the Pentagon. This is nothing but a simple picnic for your amazing uncle." With those words, he sprinted away with a furious resolve, determined to extract full retribution for his wronged nephew. Kim Yesuk watched him depart with a wonderfully smug expression, absolutely sure that his uncle Rely would flawlessly take care of the entire messy affair. He allowed himself a sly pride at work, knowing a far more immediate and weighty concern now demanded his clever handling. The following morning, Kim Yesuk found himself at the infamous Sanctus Aid Correctional Facility, casually confronting a pair of grim-faced, unyielding prison officers. The head guard sternly notified him of a 2-week waiting period. Kim Yesuk simply luxuriated in the sheer, delightful authority that the special pass clutched firmly in his palm bestowed upon him. "Were you seriously expecting me to wait until their heads have quite literally taken a tumble?" the young man retorted, his expression a perfect portrait of utter disbelief. He then launched into negotiations, suggesting a mere 7-day delay, which made the prison captain adamantly and quite desperately reject the proposal. The guards pushed for 10 days, but Kim Yesuk, with a frosty tone, simply interrupted their plea, declaring, 5 days, that's my final offer. As they continued to stutter their objections, he pressed on without mercy, demanding, "Tree," and not a moment longer. With his well of patience suddenly dry, Kim Yesuk theatrically pretended to lunge forward, coercing the captain to bellow his absolute last concession. "Tomorrow," but absolutely not a minute before. Splendid. That arrangement will be perfectly fine. He nonchalantly assented, giving a friendly pat to the captain's shoulder as the man internally raged about why the clan elder had given such power to this fiendish young terror. The ominous dark entity inquired, "Weren't you supposedly here to greet your companions?" But Kim Yesok merely offered a sly grin, deciding that tomorrow would be a far more theatrically appropriate moment, as his companion made a snarky comment about his truly charming nephew. Kim Yesok abruptly retorted, "Silence, you fool," as he confidently marched towards the grand arena. The young man blissfully pondered the potential simplicity of the upcoming challenge, while the shadowy dark entity confidently confirmed that Arlai had undoubtedly reduced the entire affair to mere toddler-esque games. The magnificent Colosseum arena dramatically appeared, perfectly poised for the climactic, pentagon, level examination. The hostess voice boomed, the joyful sound, heartily welcoming all the trainees and the appreciative audience to this momentous gathering. The task was then revealed, simply vanquish a handful of the pathetic monsters, which sent his teammates into ecstatic cheers while Kim Yesok, conversely, turned a deep shade of mortified crimson. "Simple as chewing gum," one teammate exuberantly bellowed, but Kim Yesok could only maintain a stunned silence, his features visibly darkening at the sheer absurdity of the entire ordeal. The entire squad then enveloped Kim Yesok, erupting in celebratory shouts, fully convinced he had cleverly pulled strings with his influential family to guarantee such a ridiculously undemanding challenge. One comrade bragged loudly that their beastly foes were likely pathetic pushovers with zero intimidation factor, yet the adversaries turned out to be a pair of bony dudes who looked totally non-threatening. A tiny pack of rattling calcium sticks gathered in the pit, representing the supposedly terrifying boss battle. All at once, the bag of bones perked up, realizing their sovereign had finally arrived. While they shouted about their savior, Kim Yesok stood paralyzed by the realization of impending family murder. Cold beads of perspiration dripped down his ghostly face as he processed this twisted, awkward prank. Up in the bleachers, Relay signaled approval, oblivious that he just shoved his kin into psychological hell. Old thoughts resurfaced, reminding Kim Yesok that his rattling kin were just the clumsy bottom feeders. He recalled how fancy folks summoned them just for target practice, treating his people like disposable carnival prizes. Worse yet was the trauma of biting the dust repeatedly, forever trapped in a pathetic level 1 loop. Fury exploded as the ancient undead monarch glared through him, offended that anyone dared summon souls to his presence. The moment they popped into existence, the pile of ribs hooted because their royal leader had appeared. The crew celebrated wildly, but Kim Yesok turned into a statue upon hearing that holy banishing chant. Anger boiled within since that spell killed him constantly, and now he had to blast his kids, paying no mind to his yelling. The bony bunch continued to welcome their ruler with joy. Noticing his frozen state, a couple of allies rushed over while shouting his name with concern. An eager swarm of skeletons lunged for a group hug, nearly flattening Kim Yesok with weight. A confused partner asked if he was being mauled, while another noted they looked like happy puppies. Kim Yesok plotted quietly, worrying his cover would blow unless he simply siphoned their magical energy instead. However, the supervisor ruined everything by demanding he use the holy light to vaporize those poor souls. Trapped in a corner, Kim Yesok muttered some very nasty insults toward those holy men. Some arrogant armored guy hollowed from the seats, not knowing he just condemned the lad to misery. Nearby watchers gossiped about how this was a total cakework, which only made Kim Yesok feel worse. He scrambled about in a panic, his brain melting as his bony minions performed a jig. At last he chose to use a personal blast, apologizing to his kids for the upcoming painful mercy. Catching a glimpse of their majestic leader, the ribs rattled with hype, waiting for his royal command. Quiet as he prepared to strike, Kim Yesok's hand, glowing with power, suddenly stopped moving. He dropped to his knees and mumbled that he couldn't, leaving his buddies totally bewildered. His friends screamed about why he was failing such an easy task, but he just shook and refused, watching their ruler have a meltdown. The Bone Squad worked over and tilted their skulls in curiosity. Fuming with imaginary fury, the bony monarch shrieked about his fleshy upgrade, terrified that spicy flames might actually roast his human skin. Perplexed warriors in the bleachers muttered amongst themselves, wondering if that guy really claimed to be mortal instead of a rattling bag of bones. After his massive blunder, Kim Yesok froze while listeners gossiped about whether he suffered from some weird hallucination that turned creepy monsters into people. One kind onlooker guessed the boy simply hoped to liberate those cursed souls from their tragic, demonic possession. Grabbing the moment, Kim Yesok wore his best holy mask, basking in the loud cheers for the Azure clan's supposedly legendary piety. Turillon held his temples in pure agony, silently swearing that the crowd was insane because his buddy would never do anything remotely decent. Snapping completely, Turillon charged ahead and told Isaac to move his butt so a real professional could handle the mess. Kim Yesok yelled for him to quit it, launching a massive fist that sent his partner skidding to a dead stop. Clenching his jaw, he swore to save his bony kids, refusing to let that holy exorcism blast send his precious family straight to perdition. The swirling ball of intense, sparkly divine energy started cooking right in the middle of his sweaty hand. Power exploded everywhere, and the massive spirit, purging magic swallowed the whole stadium in a blinding flash of scary white light. Wrestling with a mystical current, Kim Yesok planned to cast the spell while ensuring his little undead darling stayed perfectly unharmed. People in the crowd choked on their popcorn, shocked by an exorcism spell so huge it made every other priest look like a total amateur. Oddly enough, the bony workers waved their arms at the glow, thinking the shiny stuff looked pretty even if they lacked any actual brains. All the magic rage around him, Tim Yusuk barked a command into the darkness, calling for his spooky skeletal servant to appear. The giant dark figure loomed up instantly, following orders to deploy its gloomy essence as a protective umbrella for the little monsters. Inkai darkness swaddled the bone crew, protecting them from getting fried by the intense, sparkly rays of the holy light. The fans moved from simple shock to total confusion, wondering what the terrifying shadow blob was supposed to be. Kim Yusuk gave a sleepy grin, narrowing his eyes at his real objective, which happened to be that pile of calcium. One teammate from the Azure group fell over, floored by the fact that the kid cleared the whole field with a single slap. Elsewhere, the Holy Knights hooted and hollered, convinced the young man possessed enough spiritual juice to be promoted to a high-ranking bishop. Kim Yusuk just gnashed his molars, swearing an angry oath to delete every single one of those shady, dishonest priests from existence. Across town, the Azure boss pondered the cardinal's sneaky plan to bamboozle the boy into calling forth some nasty, villainous deity. He mumbled to himself that life would be easy if the kid only brought out a mediocre, middle, management type of god. The big boss told Gaul and Riley that the entity backing Kim Yusuk was actually way more terrifying than your average evil deity. His claim that there was no comparison made the two of them stare at him in utter, speechless disbelief. Gaul panicked and asked if the boy would summon an apocalypse, prayed spirit, which made the leader hide his face in pure frustration. Calmly smoothing his robes, the chief decided the most important thing was dragging the kid back for some serious attitude adjustment. Suddenly, the scout sprinted inside to announce he was back from his visit with the young master. Essek, the guy is sprinting toward the high-security dungeon, which caused all three leaders to leap up like they sat on hot coals. Lee stuttered like a broken motor, asking how Kim Yusuk ever sneaked into that Red Faith dungeon. After hearing about the Red Cardinal's shiny VIP pass, the Azure boss squeezed his knuckles and hissed some colorful curses. Dole and Riley stared in absolute terror while their dear old dad transformed into a working explosion of pure fury. With eyes burning like cheap neon signs, the chief barked that he could play dirty too, demanding a trip to Sanctor C. Meanwhile, Kim Yusuk and his spooky shadow buddy looked like they had just finished a marathon through a blender of exhaustion. The duo slowly trudged toward that depressing and gloom-filled Sanctor C prison. Yusuk shuddered at the memory of using the gross zombie makeup spell. Though he admitted the results were actually worth the slime, he gave a sharp snort and narrowed his gaze, confirming he endured all the chaos just to secure this specific prize. This is no grocery store twine, Yusuk joked, explaining how this magical string effectively cancels out any lingering dark energy. He grinned, noting how the accessory would act like a stealth cloak for his forbidden magic while sneaking into the big house. Checking for nosy neighbors first, he whispered if the coast was clear, and his shadow pal gave a ghostly thumbs up, confident they were alone. Yusuk snapped his fingers and commanded his hidden troops to show their bony faces. A literal battalion of rattling skeletons popped up, throwing a wild party because they missed their favorite boss so much, but he just pointed dismissively, telling his shadow lit to shove them back home, which left the boneheads looking totally heartbroken. The skeletons grabbed his clothes like needy toddlers, forcing Yusuk to scream that their noisy ribs would definitely get them busted. Eventually, he sighed and told his dark companion to personally escort the clattering fan club back to their cozy grave sites. With the rattling mob finally gone, he spun around and declared it was finally time to crash the prison party. Suddenly, he stopped cold, feeling something weird and crunchy sticking to his chest like a very stubborn burr. One pint-sized skeleton had hitched a ride, making Yusuk mutter some spicy words because he totally missed its tiny magical signal. Right then, the bunch of guards stumped over and yelled for Isaac Joshua, making Yusuk look like he had seen a ghost. He peeked at his doorway and fretted, thinking that if this little child got caught, all his hard work would vanish. Shoving the tiny hitchhiker deep into his ropes, he told it to stay put and stop breathing while he greeted the guards. Those massive iron doors groaned open, and Yusuk walked right in, wearing a smile that said he definitely belonged there. Deep within sat a level 9 demon in heavy chains, having enjoyed the Holy Empire's hospitality for 50 long years. History showed that this big bad actually begged some priests just to protect the dusty remains of the old skeleton king. Yusuk read the files and confirmed the crazy news that a real, high-quality, pure-blooded demon had actually been nabbed. He stared at the demon and realized it really was the legendary Bloodlord Chamak, looking quite worse for wear. His shadow psychic whipped out magical binoculars to scout the situation. However, even with the zoom feature, they could not spot their goal, forcing Yusuk to let out a very loud, annoyed groan. The captain with snowy hair worked up and snidely remarked that Yusuk should be thanking his lucky stars for this opportunity. "Scram, you bottom feeders," the kid barked while presenting a card and grumbling several imaginative insults. A different sentry cleared his throat, claiming the whole vibe was fishy so they needed to frisk him. That fellow kept yapping while stretching his greasy pores toward the grumpy young man. Suddenly, the boy's eyes glowed like crimson sirens, promising a funeral for anyone who dared lay a finger on him. Both watchmen turned into human statues, paralyzed by the sudden explosion of pure, terrifying murderous energy. Swashed by an unseen weight, one grunt freaked out because his limbs decided to stop functioning entirely, acting like a spoiled heir of the Joshua clan. The boy barked that touching him was basically declaring world war. He continued the theatrical performance by threatening to bite his own tongue, leaving the guards in a frantic mess. Think my uncle will ignore this. The kid screamed while a giant, terrifying specter materialized in the background. The peons shared panicked whispers about Crazy Bill and the scary assignment their boss gave them. The boss eventually sighed, instructing them to permit the boy's entry because he already carried the special permit. Fine, just follow along. The sentry grumbled while bowing. As the kid noted they should have listened earlier, they stepped into the chilly, black hallway, located deep within the dusty old dungeon. The guide halted in front of her section, announcing that they had finally arrived. Gesturing toward a massive gate, he mentioned that a nasty beast was locked up right on the other side. Look out, this nasty energy might give you a heart attack. The man warned, yet the boy demanded he be quiet. The chunky metal entrance swung open with a screech that would make a ghost turn pale. The tidal wave of shadowy sludge exploded outward, catching every single person there completely off guard. Staring from the shadows, the giant blob with a billion shiny yellow peepers made a terrifying sound. The beastly Shamak screamed his head off, making his heavy metal restraints clank loudly. Why is he throwing a tantrum now after being so quiet? One terrified watchman shrieked. The intense mojo leaking from Shamak, the air felt thicker than a bowl of cold gravy. The brunette sentry frantically suggested that since the monster was so scary, they should probably beat a retreat. While they were shaking in their boots, the kid just grinned, thinking the beast looked like a tasty snack, smiling like a total loon in the toxic smog. The boy made the guards think he was completely insane. The kid figured out the monster thought he was being bullied, while his shadow buddy worried about a meltdown. The beast bellowed in rage, only assuming that someone was trying to bully his boss. Things are going downhill fast, the sentry wailed, as the kid tried to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. The shadow buddy noticed the beast was reliving a traumatic moment where their leader was humiliated. How dare you make my king kneel? Shamak thundered with a yell that nearly broke the floor. Summon more goons because that prisoner needs to stay alive until we officially kill him. The captain shrieked while sweating buckets. Yusuk saw a gap in the defense like a hungry cat, yet those nosy guards kept staring. So he waited for a sneakier chance. Suddenly, those restraints scorched the beast with divine energy, making him sizzle like a piece of cheap breakfast meat. Oh great, the boss's divine magic is working, and the boy feared the prisoner would kick the bucket way too early. The lad faltered because using supernatural powers would surely reveal him. Then a tiny bag of bones crawled from his jacket. That small bag of bones emerged and offered to chat with the prisoner, making Yusuk smile at his adorable little dead friend. The boy telepathically told the skeleton to deliver the magic pebble, which would definitely shatter those annoying glowing metal shackles. The kid squeezed his hands tight while looking stressed, making a nearby guard wonder why this child felt so weirdly powerful. The snowy, haired soldier shouted about his love for the Red Clan, leaving his coworker looking absolutely bewildered and quite confused. Facing their doubts, the boy just smirked weirdly and whispered a quiet no. His vibe shifted as his eyes glittered, since he was just wasting time by praising the Red Clan like a paid hype man. Simultaneously, the miniature skeleton grabbed the shiny rock and sprinted toward the cage like a very fast hamster. The lad kept lying, claiming he nearly soiled himself seeing the beast, then complimented the guards to make them feel special. He told them they were brave enough to be elite generals, a massive lie that left the simpletons totally stumped. He then whispered quietly, pretending he had a juicy secret. I am only here because my boss ordered it, he claimed, which left both sentries looking completely shocked and amazed. The boss asked for proof, so the boy started making up a wild story about a secret family graduation exam. My job is to beat up that huge monster, the boy announced, making the guards realize he was absolutely insane. One guard stared at the beast and wondered what kind of crazy parent would send a toddler to fight it. Right then, the little bone man showed up and slapped a celebratory high five against the demon's massive purple palm. The sentries decided that since those nobles were notoriously unhinged, such weirdness was totally normal. Task finished. The kid boldly turned around and asked if they wanted to join the Asher family for better pay. He grabbed the shy soldier's hand, who nervously asked if they were finally being scouted. Suddenly the boy wobbled and held his forehead, moaning about his exhaustion, which made the guards scramble to catch him. Totally falling for the drama, the guards fussed over him and insisted on working the poor child back to safety. Back in the dark dungeon corner, the prisoner softly thanked the boy for saving his scale hide from death. While the soldiers helped him walk, the kid grinned like a winner and thought about his majestic new servant. The leader cheered him on, saying the exit was nearby and that he could manage. Just as they reached the fresh air, a loud voice shouted for them to stop exactly where they were. The priest with flaming locks arrived, claiming a final exam was mandatory before departure. Let us have a look at the trinket you're sporting, the fellow remarked, giving Kim Nessa quite the start, the one the cardinal bestowed upon me. You see, the ginger-haired clergyman scoffed, that bauble, my friend, is also a little quiz on your devotion. Did you truly imagine it was gifted to you without a deeper purpose? Kim Yesuk, in a display of cool composure, posed a question, does its hue undergo any alteration? All the while inwardly certain his token had darkened to the shade of midnight. The shadowy presence hovering nearby could muster naught but a surprised little sound. The young chap's face contorted, a cascade of perspiration drenching him as visions of his secret being revealed flooded his mind. Kindly relinquish the token, the auburn-haired priest commanded with an air of authority. Not a chance, Kim Yesuk flatly declared, prompting the other to inquire, Tov, were you perhaps worried? It turned a rather alarming shade of crimson. The lad scoffed, British, The Culhassan T shifted one bit. Before the redhead could even wrap up his sentence, Kim Yesuk interjected, "Your LL snatch it, then pin the blame on me for misplacing it. One to you," he bellowed, launching a false accusation. "You intend to pilfer it and then frame me for our cash? That's just astounding." Leaving the clericess and Fosters utterly bewildered, Kim Yesuk pressed his advantage. "This is your tour? After all, how am I supposed to put my trust in you?" Feeling deeply affronted, Daraji, head clergyman roared, "You audacious fellow, how dare you tarnish the honor of my esteemed lineage?" Finally, he clenched his jaw, his fist a tight knot. "Very well, I have absolutely no further need for the trinket from your possession." Trapped in a corner, the fiery, haired priest spat out a retort, his balled up fist a clear testament to his simmering indignation. He opted for a full-blown offensive, unleashing a potent blast of power that left Kim Yesuk and his dark companion utterly gobsmacked. With a wild grin spreading across his face, the clergyman proclaimed, "Fear not, for a far superior alternative exists." The shadowy figure shrieked in frantic warning, "Esteemed master, exercise extreme caution." The colossal effigy materialized, and the clergyman, puffing out his chest, announced, "Behold, the altar of judgment, the sacred artifact for discerning true devotion." Kim Yesuk's face drained of color as the realization dawned. The divine judgment stage, designed to unmask the unfaithful and those wicked souls masquerading as decent folk. He simply couldn't fathom his adversary's sheer audacity. As the man lost his mind, why in the world would he employ such a thing on another person of standing? The clergyman let out a joyous peal of laughter. "If your spirit is pure, the divine lady will weep, but should you be a wicked soul, her eyes will widen in utter disbelief." The surrounding guards chimed in, rallying behind Kim Yesuk. "Show your righteousness and make him regret this." Faced with a challenge, Kim Yesuk replied with icy disdain, "And why, pray tell, should I engage in your little charade?" A stern ultimatum was delivered. "If you wish to avoid being disowned by your kin, then step forth without delay." Kim Yesuk stood his ground, firm. "Enough of your nonsense. Do you truly believe my family will simply overlook this outrage?" But before the final syllable left his lips, a firm grip seized him from behind. "Unhand me. What are you doing?" Kim Yesuk cried out in a fluster, being unceremoniously hauled away. He was unceremoniously tumbled onto the ground, compelled to adopt a kneeling posture before the imposing judgment effigy. The clergyman murmured from behind him, a wicked smirk playing on his lips, "Have no apprehension. This ordeal shall conclude momentarily." A radiant shaft of light enveloped Kim Yesuk, filling him with a dreadful understanding. "I am utterly immobilized. I can't even make a dash for it." Our holy man flailed his limbs like a desperate bird and hollered for the rock to wake up. Right when he tasted glory, a crimson leak grew in the stone face like a bad plumbing mishap. The divine slab of granite began weeping spicy tomato juice. Ginger Priest looked horrified since he figured only high-ranking elites qualified for such messy special effects. Stunned by the results, he wailed about how impossible it was for the thing to have spirit. Even Kim stood frozen, until his shadowy friend told him to fix his obvious poker face immediately. The gloomy spirit froze mid-thought, finally having a lightbulb moment in its dark head. It dawned on him that the scale actually weighed the tiny brat's devotion. This devotion targeted no deity, but rather the bony little guy's pure worship of his ruler. Right then, some security detail gossiped about those terrifying mood swings from the Asher clan. Shaking with pure annoyance, the priest demanded to know what on earth Kim was currently plotting. This brat suddenly acted like some victimized noble and threatened to tell his powerful parents everything. Sentence. The giant rock lady's peepers started glowing with a very spicy and murderous red glare. The inner shadow screeched a frantic command to get moving right this second. The massive blast of spooky vibes exploded. The stone figure finally peeked at the world. The sport Bailey stayed alive, while that gloomy partner scolded him for not letting his bone soldier exit last. "Naturally," he muttered, while the ghostly appendage shoved him safely out of the blast zone. Failing to grasp any actual danger, the ginger monk asked those bystanders if they witnessed a magic trick. He proudly announced that the big stone lady finally stopped blinking. The orange-topped holy man screamed that the celestial woman had finally woken up. Those watchers saw absolutely zero and left him to look like a rambling lunatic in public. Kim grumbled about his nearly stopping heart, whereas a spirit realized merely one person saw a fake vision. While folks chatted about the gory leakage, the staff started questioning the validity of the divine test. As the monk freaked out, Kim enjoyed this show like some cinema fan and mocked that indecisive table. Trapped by those minions, this holy man could barely gnash his teeth from pure frustration. He barked for a return indoors, but Kim dryly asked if he wanted to rig the score. The lad gave his secret bony pal a gentle tap and thanked him for the hard work. Wearing a nasty smirk, Kim just whispered that the whole scene was totally embarrassing. Fed up with the nonsense, the monk lost his cool and commanded the boy to move before things got ugly. Before he could unleash his inner case, an unyielding hand clamped down, halting his ill-advised movement immediately. The Asher family's old man showed up, and his gaze was laser-focused, announcing he had specifically predicted this impending disaster. "Are you completely unhinged, child?" the patriarch bellowed, while reinforcing his iron grip on the wrist of the fool who had dared lay hands on his family member. Phil Joshua immediately stepped between them, wisely suggesting that letting father mutilate the boy might cause a slight escalation problem. Spotting the opening, Kim Yusek scurried over, grabbing his uncle's sleeve and letting out a pathetic little sniffle. The child looked up, tears streaming down his face, and delivered the devastating emotional blow, whispering, "Isa punched me." Upon hearing the name, the Azure Patriarch instantly erupted, bellowing, "Do you have a death wish, you absolute imbecile?" Once his temper subsided, he folded his arms and stated decisively, "I shall take this matter directly to the Red Cardinal himself." Bill Joshua remained completely unfazed, simply replying, "I'll handle preparing the official grievance documentation for you." "Yes, just completely fabricating this whole thing," Bill declared icily, delivering a swift boot to the prone individual, even as another youth frantically tried to stop him. The brown-haired young man shrieked, "That fool! They were obviously planning to execute him for this." While Kim Yuzek remained entirely unfazed, munching on popcorn. "We need to leave now," the young man pleaded desperately. "Staying here is only going to escalate things." Kim Yuzek, completely composed, replied, "To what extent? Perhaps a heresy trial." The brown-haired young man sighed heavily and confessed, "There, precisely like a heresy trial, which incidentally, I already went through once." He launched into his performance. "Nizer forced me to kneel before a terrifying effigy he dragged out, which immediately sent Patriarch Azure and Bill Joshua into a murderous rage. They were going to burn you at the stake then." The young man whimpered in pure terror. Kim Yuzek simply smirked and asked, "Are you genuinely worried about that?" Bill Joshua let out a low growl, radiating pure homicidal energy, and vowed, "You will certainly suffer retribution for this transgression." The priest quickly stepped in, saying, "Hold on, Bill. We performed the test, and the outcome was stellar. Young Master Isaac passed with flying colors." Patriarch Asher, now somewhat curious, remarked, "Ivy truly never witnessed blood tears quite this aesthetically pleasing before." Suddenly, Cardinal Leon Sepet showed up, wearing a self-satisfied smirk, explaining he had ventured out because he heard a ruckus near the dungeon. "But I certainly didn't expect to see you here, Patriarch Asher," Leon commented, his eyes gleaming with clear antagonism. Patriarch Asher jabbed his finger straight at his rival, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you provoke my nephew in such a manner?" Leon didn't even blink, replying that the nephew's request to meet a Skeleton King follower was inherently suspicious, especially since it was proposed by a member of the Azure faith. The Cardinal let out an evil little grin. In my opinion, this entire investigation is completely warranted," Patriarch Azure bellowed, pointing at the startled red-haired priest. "Your third offspring used the judgment of faith against Isaac." The air crackled with tension as Patriarch Azure declared, "Were you genuinely seeking conflict with us?" A question that caused even Leon to momentarily freeze up. Recognizing he had overstepped, Leon folded his arms and relented, stating, "My apologies for this misunderstanding. I'll ensure you receive proper compensation for the inconvenience. Could you please give back the keepsake I presented to you?" Leon requested. The Patriarch responded with ice in his voice, "Certainly, I have no desire to keep the trinket for another moment." Turning his back, the Patriarch grumbled, giving Isaac something so utterly ridiculous. Leon called after him immediately, "Actually, your nephew specifically asked for it." Once out of view from his adversary, Patriarch Azure fumed inwardly, thinking, "Those absolute heathens, how dare they employ the judgment altar on my relative?" He then let a small, triumphant smile escape, realizing he had actually managed to make the statue weep crimson tears. Grinning like a happy uncle, Azure handed Zoc a medal while saying sorry for questioning his loyalty. The old man thought that if the stone figure actually leaked red juice, the coin would definitely react. Suddenly, the shiny trinket in his palm morphed into a creepy black playing card from a horror movie. A vision flashed showing Zoc nailed up and howling in agony. Just as the medallion exploded into tiny bits, Leon popped up from behind with a smirk, looking like he won a really stupid prize. Before the man could utter another syllable, a ghost punch sent the old boss sailing across the room. The high priest just kept on grinning while observing the ancient relic pieces dance across the dirty floor. "You absolute donkey! You broke the original leader's holy souvenir!" The old man bellowed with massive rage, rising with eyeballs practically on fire. He looked at his foe and said he had zero gifts left for such a jerk. Over in Sepeta land, gossip about Zoc's holy vibe and those leaky red eyes spread faster than a bag cold. Leon massaged his skull in frustration, since he accidentally made Zoc the top choice for the big holy promotion. "You really want to poke him again when the whole world saw that miracle?" He barked at the rookie. Some guy named Neon leaped into the air and screamed about whether he was trying to trash his own street cred. The deputy boss wagged a finger at the lad, mocking how he failed at the one job required to lead. The kid looked like a ghost and started sweating buckets, babbling about how only the top hat saves a life, as Neon blathered on about ruling the entire planet like a cartoon villain. Leon shut him down with one word. The priest muttered about what a headache it was to lose their only gadget for checking someone's holiness level. "It is no biggie," he claimed, even though the boy was hanging his head like a wet noodle in sadness. Leon got a wicked look in his eye as he realized the upcoming spooky ritual could be a great career move. Spooked by a nasty daydream, the ginger lad shrieked about how he definitely witnessed the scary stuff for real. Inside the fancy Sippet house, he asked his dad if the list for the big creepy event was finally finished. Leon bluntly stated that Yisak and the rest of the Blue crew were already signed up for the Doom party. The boy begged his father to let him join the fun as a lowly butler for the Isaac fellow instead. looking like he swallowed a lemon. Leon absolutely hated that suggestion and shut it down immediately. He shouted about whether the kid was nuts for wanting a red family heir to act like a common floor mopper. Even after getting roasted, the lad stood tall and insisted they go hunting for proof on their own terms. Leon stomped on his kid's dreams by explaining that some other eager beaver had already grabbed that servant spot. The teenager looked like he got hit by a bus upon hearing that Keener would be the one serving. He just stood there stammering in shock since the news was totally bonkers. Over elsewhere, some maids were busy prepping Keener for her strange new career. Everything relocated towards a swanky estate where a few folks were hatching some greasy schemes. Inside those walls, the Josh your big boss grinned like a creep while muttering about dark secrets. Someone from the clan asked, "Was that the specific reason you decided to smash the thing?" That old boss explained with a straight face he planned a fresh soul check for Kim Yasek. The guy suspected those weird eye leaks occurred since Kim Yasek met a lady called Melissa recently. Gossip revealed the old man actually pilfered a soul-checking machine from Crimson relatives. How scandalous. A relative groaned that they need not fear a wicked deity picking him, since he is already a walking nightmare. Panic set in when another pointed out that high achievers usually drag a literal god down during the ritual. At the huddle, one person fretted that the Scald big shot was definitely lurking for that exact opportunity. Leader Joshua fumed while scanning a note by the obsidian priest. Ho was just making things worse. The elder ordered Gold to notify Sherry he was stuck being Isaac's personal maid. No debate allowed. Wearing a stony face, the big boss swore they must block Kim Yasak from inviting any deities. Days flew by until the big ritual morning finally dawned upon the giant ancient stadium. Down a nearby hallway, a loud screaming match broke out between some very grumpy people. Joshua mocked Sherry by saying the kid was merely spewing a load of absolute garbage again. The ginger boy and Keena Barrett began brawling over the helper role, causing Sherry to grip his skull in misery. At the same time, Kim Yasek figured that her few quick head cracks would silence the whole annoying bunch. The spooky phantom floating nearby complained about the pile of brown nosers attending the event. The ghost muttered that today's offering was actually a giant demon bound in heavy iron shackles. Both idiots kept fighting while screaming they were the chosen personal assistant. Sherry snapped and screamed that he would start throwing punches if they didn't shut up immediately. The man suggested that Kim Yasek relax, yet he merely got a scary response about the future release of his assistant. Sherry froze, realizing the rumors about Kim Yasek being a literal Lord of Darkness were probably spot on. He shook Yasek's arm and asked why everyone wanted to be his maid, but got a stupid reply instead. The ginger guy and Keener had separate goals, involving personal obligations and some big coaching vows. "Quit brawling," Kim Yasek bellowed. "I do not require your help," making the pair freeze in shock. That fellow aimed a finger at Shuri and barked out higher, sparking a frustrated "why me" reaction. Within the massive arena, the vibes were getting incredibly intense as the crowd started getting wild. Up in the seats, the holy men gossiped about how a fresh saint would surely be picked today. Some nervous folks in shiny white sheets walked past the entryway as the crowd watched closely. One posh fellow squealed like a total fan, witnessing the famous Keener girl in the flesh for his inaugural moment. In another section, the crew of Leon Seppet looked like they smelled garbage, mocking the saintly candidate. The Scarlet Cleric screamed about the old prediction that their specific household would produce the divine savior. Violent debates erupted regarding the worth of celestial branding, while the heavy-hitting bosses watched without saying anything. Someone suddenly hollered that the holy men arrived, causing every head to whip toward the giant front portal. Stepping out of the darkness, Pimir Sock arrived for his first big show. Trailing behind him were Barrett and the ginger kid, both wearing faces like they just sucked on lemons. The bizarre event happened when Isaac hitched a ride on the redhead. Keener used foliage as shade, and Joshua moped. Cheery Joshua smirked while thinking the jerk would pick a mean deity since he was already a villainous jerk himself. Silence fell over the bleachers, leaving every wealthy aristocrat and priest with their jaws hitting the floor. Leon Seppet bellowed with rage, noticing his own kin was being mocked like a clown right in front of everyone. Although the blue leader felt annoyed, the snowy cleric Seraphine found the moronic parade to be absolutely hilarious. The snowy priestess teased the golden leader, joking that Nizer and his lady friend were acting like circus performers. The golden priest snapped back, telling her she seemed way too amused by his squad looking like complete idiots. Seraphine kept poking the bear, mentioning she heard he was supposed to be a tough father to the boy. The gold boss watched Keener with greedy eyes, knowing serving was just a path to power he wanted kept from Isaac. The golden chief muttered to himself, hoping his secret scheme was still proceeding exactly according to his own script. He assumed the kid was mighty enough to grab top-tier gods, so Keener sticking to him was a brilliant play. Seraphine grinned, asking why the gold group was so silent and if they were plotting more mischief. The yellow boss answered icily, saying he only wanted the girl on the throne. Abruptly a Scarlet Cleric chimed in, mentioning how the youngster wanted to select a single ghost during this afternoon. The ruby jerk grinned, reminding the Amber Squad that the kid was actually omitted from the ritual invitation roster. Consequently I inserted his name personally, he claimed, shocking the Amber and Sapphire officials into complete silence. Displaying a nasty twinkle, the ruby cleric expressed joy at finding out what sort of monster the boy picks. The golden leader screamed in a huff, calling the man a deranged lunatic. Meanwhile, down in the arena, a person shouted that the execution was finally about to commence right now. The giant eruption of gory power blasted apart the middle of the platform during the ceremony. When the smoke cleared, the giant beastly creature appeared, tied up to a stone pillar with heavy iron chains. The terrified crowd screamed, realizing a giant devil had just appeared. The beast bellowed, discharging a spooky ripple of shadow power which swallowed every inch of the stadium grounds. Some random chick totally lost her marbles, questioning if that buff beast was an elite demon, because it stayed ripped despite the restraints. Jury along with Keener, plus the ginger youth, stood frozen, marveling at the incredible strength required for a skeleton to command this beefy servant. The massive monster flailed around like a toddler, though its raw power seemed ready to shred the cosmos like cheap confetti. Isaac squeezed the fancy fabric strip, softly murmuring the old nickname, Jalnak, all feeling a bit awkward. With peepers glowing from sheer stubbornness, he vowed to definitely rescue the person. Immediately,